Ladies and gentlemen, Namaskaram, very warm welcome. Before we begin, I request all of you to kindly put your mobile phones quickly on the silent mode, please. At the same time, I request all of you to kindly rise for national anthem. आप सभी से निवेदन है आदर भाव सहित सर्वसम्मति से सहभागिता के साथ आप राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने स्थान पर खड़े हों. I request everyone in the house, please, to kindly rise for national anthem. देवियों सज्जनों, अब राष्ट्रगान होगा.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I request all of you to kindly take your seats. At the same time, once more, I request all of you to kindly have a look if your mobile phones are not on silent mode. I request all of you to kindly put your mobile phones on silent mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Namaskaram, good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. Well, it's such a pleasure and honor to see India's brightest policymakers, luminaries, practitioners and experts from the different fields of importance today gathered here to adorn 98th SKOCH Summit Indices for VIKSIT, Bharat. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for gracing the occasion, and thank you so much for your valuable presence. Ladies and gentlemen, SKOCH Summits have invariably created knowledge-sharing platforms of top-notch thinkers, policymakers, and industry leaders. SKOCH Summits are well-researched. Given the primary strength of the company in areas of consultancy, research, assessments, and public affairs, we are being able to bring together the highest number of emergent and existing opportunity together to share, to ideate, and to move forward. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having keynote addresses by various exponents present here, panel discussion, and much awaited SKOCH Awards. To begin with, may I please now call upon this Mr. Sameer Kochar, Chairman SKOCH Group, for enlighten us with the topic of this summit, Indices for VIKSIT Bharat. इस सम्मेलन के विषय और विषय वस्तु से अवगत कराने के लिए अब मैं निवेदन करूंगी समीर कोचर जी से, जो अध्यक्ष हैं स्कॉच के, कि वो मंच पर आएं और हमें आज के इस थीम से, इस टॉपिक से अवगत कराएं. आप एक सुधारक हैं, इतिहासकारक हैं और स्कॉच ग्रुप के चेयरमैन के रूप में आप जाने जाते हैं. आपने 20 से अधिक खंड लिखे हैं, यानी पुस्तकें लिखी हैं, जिसमें से सबसे प्रशंसित पुस्तक मॉडिनोमिक्स है एंड द लेटेस्ट बीइंग इंडिया 2047. उनके काम को विश्व स्तर पर सराहा गया है और श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, श्री एम वेंकैया नायडू, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह, श्री अरुण जेटली, श्री पी चिदम्बरम और भी बहुत से दिग्गजों ने उनका समर्थन किया है, उनकी प्रशंसा की है. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, विद योर राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, मैं प्लीज कॉल अपॉन स्टेज समीर सर, चेयरमैन स्कॉच.
I've been doing, I've grown old doing this, nearing retirement now.
Back mic, sir. Yeah. Just this light, yeah. It's on, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, I want the other view. So every time, you know, I come up to this podium, I try to share something personal. So one of the things that, you know, I have often wondered when I also attend conferences. So there is this room, exclusive area where speakers sit before the conference and they're supposed to have very enlightened conversations. And I've always been curious as to what is it that they talk about. तो आज मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाह रहा हूँ कि हमने बाहर बैठ के क्या बात की. तो वो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक है. तो मैंने तो ये बात करी कि एआई, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, अचार नहीं डाल सकती. you know, we were having a conversation on how the world is moving towards AI. There is this whole narrative about joblessness, and this entire generation that is coming out today, which is generation LLM, will be dysfunctional because whatever we are teaching these large language models, nothing new is being created, and you know, so in 10 years they'll be dated. So then I told him that no, culture and context are two things missing. वो नहीं हो सकता. तो ये मैंने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से बोला, क्योंकि मैंने अचार डालने की प्रक्रिया को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कर दिया. इतना ज़्यादा हमारे कल्चर में इनबिल्ट है कि हमारी फैमिली में एक पिकलिंग डे होता है कि जब समर सॉलिसिट ख़त्म हो जाता है, मतलब 21 जून के बाद जिस दिन बहुत भारी बारिश होती है, उस दिन को हम पिकलिंग डे बोलते हैं, और उस दिन आम का अचार डलता है और पूरी फैमिली इकट्ठा होके उसको डालती है. तो ये मैंने कहानी जो है लिंक्डइन पे पोस्ट करी अचार की फ़ोटो के साथ. 6 लाख तो उसको व्यू आए. तो अब मैं मतलब इकॉनमी पर लिखता हूँ तो मेरे ख्याल 6,000 नहीं आते. बट ये पोस्ट जो मैंने लिखी कि AI can't make pickle, 600,000 views, some almost like 100 shares, and it's kind of, you know, resounding globally. So somebody took up the challenge and he says कि नहीं AI pickle बना सकती. उसने रेसिपी भेजी. तो उसने जो रेसिपी भेजी, मैंने बोला ये बना के आप देखिए, ये खाने लायक नहीं है. उसमें कलौंजी इतनी ज़्यादा डाली कि कड़वा बनेगा अचार. So I am just trying to give you a perspective, things that will never change. Our culture, our context, our tradition is never going to change, and you'll always need human beings in this artificial intelligence driven world. So let's not go by these narratives. You and I are never going to be obsolete. I was also reading this morning, there was this article by Ram Madhavji, op-ed I think in Indian Express, where he talked about how this liberal left narrative that has been going on for decades in the world has to change into account the changed political reality and global dynamics, and has to move towards more of a conservative right. तो ये लेफ्ट लिबरल क्या है और इस नरेटिव के क्या मायने हैं और उसका क्या फ़र्क हमें इंडिया में पड़ता है, ये मैं आज आपसे बात करना चाह रहा हूँ. आपको पता है कि WTO, you know, after the signing of WTO, there is nothing much that you can do about tariffs and things like that. You can't say that in India will impose so much tariff on laptop, or it will impose so much tariff on this, that and the other, because no country can do that unilaterally. So there's very little that can be done on the tariff front. So the entire focus of the world today is towards non-tariff barriers. तो वो क्या हुआ कि रशिया के अगेंस्ट बैन लगा दीजिए बिकॉज वो यूक्रेन से वॉर कर रहा है, तो उसका ट्रेड से क्या लेना देना है, दैट्स अनदर थिंग. या आप किसी और कंट्री के अगेंस्ट बैन लगा दिए, ईरान के लगा दिए, उसकी ह्यूमन राइट्स खराब है, उसका कुछ. सो यू नो लॉट ऑफ मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ ऑब्जेक्टिव्स इज कमिंग इन, एंड इन मोस्ट केसेस यू फाइंड इट इज़ द कैंड विजडम ऑफ इंडिया, जो एक हमारी अपनी मॉरल साइंस होती थी कि किसी का बुरा नहीं करना, सदा सच बोलो, किसी को तंग नहीं करो. जो हमारा अपना कल्चर है उसको पैकेज कर दिया कि जी इसका नाम ESG है, इसका नाम CSR है, इसका नाम ये अब आप इम्प्लीमेंट करो, और उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की प्रोसेस हम बताएंगे आपको. अरे भाई साहब, ये तो हमने बनाया था, आप क्या बनाएंगे? और हर कंट्री का कॉन्टेक्स्ट फ़र्क है. सो व्हाट हैपन्स इज के मोरालिटी हमारी, मापदंड उनके. So our morality, but benchmark is theirs. We say take care of the people, last person in the line, you must take care of that person first, as Gandhiji said that. And all this thing is coming repackaged to us as human development, human rights, this, that and the other. And they are being defined in a very Western concept. They are not defined keeping global South in mind, they are defined keeping global North in mind. एंड द प्रॉब्लम इज़ कि इन लोगों को मैं बोलता हूँ ये केनीशियन इकोनॉमिक्स के भक्त हैं, क्योंकि जो काम इकोनॉमिस्ट का भी नहीं है वो काम भी इकोनॉमिस्ट करते हैं. तो आर पब्लिक पॉलिसी हैज़ बीन, यू नो, काइंड ऑफ स्पेसिफिकली इन इंडिया हैज़ बीन केप्ट हॉस्टेज बाय इकोनॉमिस्ट फॉर फार टू लॉन्ग. सो क्लाइमेट की बात करनी है तो इकोनॉमिस्ट करेगा, हेल्थ की बात करनी है तो इकोनॉमिस्ट करेगा, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की बात करनी है तो वो भी इकोनॉमिस्ट करेगा, न्यूट्रिशन की बात करनी है तो वो भी इकोनॉमिस्ट करेगा, तो बाकी के लोग क्या करेंगे? और आपको इन सब चीज़ों का ज्ञान है, डोमेन नॉलेज है, तो एक स्पेस जो कि सोशल साइंटिस्ट्स के लिए होनी चाहिए या डोमेन एक्सपर्ट्स के लिए होनी चाहिए, बाय फॉलोइंग दिस very global north oriented model, we have let go, and the end result is that you find that India's narratives are very very poor. So to address this problem, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोला कि 2047 तक हम एक विकसित देश बन जाएंगे, we going to be a developed country by 2047. So what is it that we ought to do as civil society, as external forces? So we've identified some of these gaps. The second conversation we were having, Sanjay was sitting there and he says कि आपका काम तो बहुत ही प्रभावित है, अच्छा है, but इसको गवर्नमेंट इसका संज्ञान कैसे लेती है? How does government come to know? तो हमने कहा बॉस ऐसा है कि जिस चीज़ की गवर्नमेंट को ज़रूरत होती है वो गवर्नमेंट जान लेती है, जिस चीज़ की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है उसको नहीं जानती है. एंड गवर्नमेंट इज़ नॉट अ पर्सन, गवर्नमेंट इज़ अ सिस्टम. So you actually have to work with the system, make sure that whatever you are saying is adding value to that system and their agenda, and that therefore whatever you do will be taken note of. And to do this, we picked up 3 areas. One area is research. Research, our first focus on research is essentially global indices. What is this India narrative? अब जैसे कि आपने देखा होगा कि आजकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट में बहुत चर्चा चल रही है, तो अब एम्प्लॉयमेंट है कि नहीं है, इसी पे सवाल जवाब हो रहे हैं कि बहुत ज़्यादा बेरोज़गारी है, वो कहते कोई कहता है कि बेरोज़गारी नहीं है. तो वेयर इज़ द ट्रूथ? या तो आप अपने कमरे में बैठ जाइए, एक एक्सेल स्प्रेडशीट बना दीजिए, उसमें खूब सारा डेटा डाल दीजिए और वो मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स की थ्योरी लगा लोगों के बोलिए कि जी इतने मिलियन लोग बेरोज़गार हैं. या फिर आप खिड़की के बाहर झांक के देख लीजिए कि कितने बेरोज़गार आपको दिख रहे हैं. तो जो इकोनॉमिस्ट अप्रोच है या जो सर्वे वाली अप्रोच है, जो लार्ज सैम्पल्स वाली अप्रोच है, वो स्प्रेडशीट वाली अप्रोच है. और जो दूसरी खिड़की के बाहर देखने वाली अप्रोच है, वो फील्ड रिसर्च वाली अप्रोच है. तो अगर आप बाहर जाते हैं, तो इसका भी मैंने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया कि हम लोग ये नैरेटिव्स को कैसे विश्वास कर लेते हैं. हाउ डू वी स्टार्ट बिलीविंग इन दीज नैरेटिव्स? So I made a post on LinkedIn with saying that how many people can refer to me 3 suitable candidates that are unemployed. So 56% people said that they know 3 people who are suitable and are unemployed. So they did not anticipate my next question. My next question was, send me the resumes, because we know a lot of people who have unfilled vacancies. I got one resume of a guy who's still working and is about to be sacked. So where is the truth? So therefore I am not saying that there is no unemployment, there is no joblessness. The truth lies somewhere in between. So you can neither take entirely an economic, macroeconomic yardstick, nor you can take only a field research yardstick. They have to meet somewhere, and that center is what we are trying to find. So this is the nature of research we do. I came out with a report called Job Generative Impact of Modinomics in last 10 years, and the report talked about under credit-led growth, how many people have created jobs. Now, if you have been given a bank loan by a public sector bank to start a business, have you not employed at least yourself? तो अगर आप उसी को गिन लीजिए तो जितनी जॉब मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना उससे ज़्यादा क्रिएट हुई. So someone has to do this reality check and say that this is what the truth is. Let's not go by the narratives of. The other question I asked is कि आप सारे बैठे हैं यहाँ पे. Now I'll ask you to raise. आप में से एक आदमी है जिसने ये बेरोजगारी का सर्वे भरा हो. ये बड़ा लार्ज सर्वे होता है, बहुत वाइड स्केल होता है. I have yet to come across one person who has filled in this employment survey, so-called, which is a national survey and very large. It gets done. Now, who would fill this survey? ये सर्वे इतने सारे पन्नों का है और आपको कोई बच्चा आके बोल देता है कि हाँ जी ये सर्वे करना है बेरोजगारी का है, तो आप उसमें भाग लेंगे क्या? 100% आप उसमें तभी भाग लेंगे जब आप बेरोजगार हैं, आपके पास टाइम ही टाइम है. Isn't that the truth? So there is an inherent bias in such surveys. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to put some sense of realism. जैसे कि आप जरा statistics के पर्दे के पीछे झांक के देखिए कि इसमें सच क्या. Another example I give, जब हम छोटे होते थे तो ये हिंदुस्तान लीवर से सर्वे करने वाली लेडीज आती थी. अब हम बड़े नीचे तबके से थे और देसी साबुन की चक्की से कपड़े धोए जाते थे घर में. तो सर्वे वाली आंटी आती थी और पूछती थी कि आप कौन सा साबुन यूज़ करते हैं. तो मम्मी बोलती थी रिन. Because in the eyes of that survey lady, she looked of a higher tabka than she actually was. And this is how most of India responds to surveys. That's also a hard fact. कि वो जो सर्वे ले रहा है वो चाहे कुछ भी ना हो, बट उसकी नज़रों में आपकी क्या अहमियत है वो आपको दिखाना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. तो आप जवाब भी गलत देंगे. So keeping these things in mind, we said we have to look at some of these surveys and see where the truth is. So what has happened in post-WTO world is that nationalism now dominates. Every country wants to. WTO तो सबने साइन कर दिया, तो उसका सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिशियरी कौन हुआ? WTO का बिगेस्ट बेनिफिशियरी हुआ चाइना, because all of manufacturing moved to China. So now they have realized that this is a mistake. We can't do this. So that manufacturing has to come back from America to Europe to everyone is trying to bring the manufacturing sector back. So what is to be done then? Because आप ट्रेड बैरियर का तो कुछ कर नहीं सकते, तो आप बोलोगे कि जी आपके जेनरिक फार्मास्यूटिकल्स तो बहुत अच्छे हैं, इंडिया में इट्स गुड इनएक्सपेंसिव फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, बट आपका ESG बड़ा खराब है. So therefore we will not buy from you. Now two completely unrelated areas. So these are the kind of compliances that are being created and coming across, which is going to come and hurt us in a very bad way. And there are two problems in this is that they will pick up 2-3 areas where India is the worst performer in their eyes. और क्या होगा कि कोई भी इंडेक्स है, वो हंगर का इंडेक्स है तो उसमें भी वो डाल दिया, वो ई गवर्नेंस का इंडेक्स है उसमें भी वो उस पैरामीटर की उसमें अहमियत है कि नहीं है. आप हर पैरामीटर में अगर हर इंडेक्स में अगर आप डाल दोगे तो आपकी रैंकिंग कमी होगी. इसकी अहमियत क्या है, ये इंडेक्स में होना भी चाहिए, कोई पूछता नहीं है. सो व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज, इसके 3 सॉल्यूशंस हैं. पहला सॉल्यूशन इसका ये है कि आप ग्लोबल इंडिसेस को लीजिए और उनको देखिए कि ये पैरामीटर्स क्या यूज़ करते हैं, व्हाट इज इट दैट दे आर रियली मेजरिंग, एंड देन question the relevance of it or say is this appropriate in the Indian context, or even if is it even appropriate in the global south concept, or is it applicable only to the global north. तो उसी को करके कुछ सेंस आ जाएगी उसके अंदर. दूसरा ये है कि आप इंडियन इंडिसेस बनाइए कि इस एरिया के अंदर इंडेक्स ही नहीं है तो ये हमारा है, तो ये मापदंड अब हमारा हुआ. अब आप बताइए इसके अंदर आप क्या कर रहे हैं. सो दैट अगेन विल change the conversation. So there are 3 possible approaches, and what we're going to present to you today is all 3. And what is it that can be done, and if this is relevant to answer Sanjay's question, government will certainly take note of it, because we'll see that this is relevant. So if you look at the India narrative in global indices, in human development we are 134 out of 193, in hunger we are 111 out of 125, gender inequality 108, even our sovereign rating is BA3, e-government development index we are 105 out of 193. Now these are various global agencies doing that, and how many of you would, even if you don't know about other areas, how many of you would agree that in e-government we are 105 out of 193 countries? I don't think anyone in India would agree to that rating. So as I said, there are 3 options. One option is relook, discuss and suggest improvements in the current indices. Second option is create global indices in greenfield areas like corporate digital responsibility or ESG, where India has a story and we say now you measure it as per our benchmark. And the third is create Indian indices that measure global performance as a counter to the existing global indices, which means आपकी परिभाषा ह्यूमन राइट्स की ये है, हमारी ये है, तो आप हमारी परिभाषा पे कितने खरे उतरते हैं आप ये बताइए. So these are the three possible approaches, and our Excellence Center has been working on this very extensively. So option one is relook, discuss and suggest improvements in the current indices. So there are several valid criticisms of global indices. If you look at human development is reduced to a number, कि ये आपके 5/10 नंबर हैं ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट में, तो वो क्या हुआ, वो एक एवरेज आ गया. तो उसमें क्या है कि मेरी ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट और अंबानी साहब की ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट एवरेज हो गई. ये क्या सही तरीका है? अगर आप बोलिए कि एक आदमी 10 रुपये कमाता है और दूसरा आदमी 1000 करोड़ कमाता है, तो उसकी आप एवरेज ले लीजिए और बोलिए जी एवरेज दोनों मिला के एवरेज जो है जी 5000 करोड़ कमा रहे हैं. सही मापदंड है क्या? सो देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम. सेकेंड इज देयर इज एम्फोसिस ऑन इनकम. अब इंडिया के अंदर देर आर सो मेनी सब्सिडीज दैट वी गिव. वी लुक एट मल्टी डायमेंशनल पॉवर्टी. आपके पास रहने का मकान है कि नहीं, आपके पास पीने का पानी है कि नहीं, आपके पास खाने का राशन है कि नहीं, आपका बच्चा स्कूल जाता है कि नहीं. एंड देर आर डेवलपमेंट मॉडल्स दैट आर more applicable in global north than global south. You have to provide all these things as a function of governance. They add up to something, right? Because if you are having an income of 10,000 rupees and on top of that you are paying for your ration, you are paying for your school, you are paying for your health, you would need that much more income. So instead of doing that, the government is giving you all these things as subsidies. So should you ignore that these things are happening and not count them as income? Because that's a conditional money transfer. It's an in-kind income which has been transferred to you. There are data limitations. Reliable data may not be available, leading to inaccuracies. Neglect of inequality, as I said, it doesn't measure inequalities within the country. Similarly, hunger के अंदर भी measurement challenges हैं. There is a lot of political manipulation that happens. Narrow focus. Some indices may just focus on caloric intake without nutrition quality or aspect of food security. Short-term focus. Same thing with gender indices. There is a cultural bias. Now, if there is a cultural context to women empowerment, let's say in Saudi Arabia or in India, can you negate that and say now you take our yardstick? So there is a one-size-fits-all approach which may not work. So there is a need to have variations which are maybe country by country or region by region. E-government index, digital divide may not be fully, can you access digital technologies is one story, but can you use them is another. Then there is cultural context. How do people interact with the government? Do they interact with the government directly? Do they interact through intermediaries? And then there are rapid technological changes. आप measure कर रहे हैं लैंडलाइन और दुनिया तो मोबाइल हो गई, तो इंडेक्स ही गलत है. तो in this context, what are some of the examples of Indian reality? तो जो ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स है, अब इसके अंदर ये है कि सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन वगैरह में जाके हायर लर्निंग में जो है मीन ईयर्स ऑफ स्कूलिंग ज़्यादा इंडिया में नहीं होती है, क्योंकि गरीबी है तो लोग कम पढ़ते हैं, उसके बाद काम करना शुरू कर देते हैं. तो हमें क्या मेजर करना है? मीन ईयर ऑफ स्कूलिंग मेजर करनी है कि कितने लोगों ने एनरोल किया स्कूल में, वो मेजर करना है. सिमिलरली ग्रॉस नेशनल इनकम पर कैपिटा, जो मैंने बताया कि आप सिर्फ इनकम पे देख रहे हैं कि उनकी डेवलपमेंट हुई कि नहीं की. अगर उसको हम डाल दें सैनिटेशन में, पाइप ड्रिंकिंग वाटर फैसिलिटी में, हाउस होल्ड विद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन एंड पक्का हाउसेस, तो सिर्फ इतना ही बदलने से हमारी रैंक जो है 134 से 97 हो जाती है. नॉट दैट आई एग्री विद द रेस्ट ऑफ द इंडेक्स, बट आई एम सेइंग कि चलिए आप ही का मापदंड मांग लेते हैं, बट कम से कम डेटा तो आप सही लगाइए इसके अंदर. तो इफ दे करेक्ट जस्ट दिस मच, just look at the huge jump you get on human development. Same thing with Hunger index, your current rank is 111 out of 125. If we change child stunting with child underweight and child mortality with neonatal mortality rate, our rank jumps to 75 out of 125. Gender inequality is my favorite subject. It's again a very European construct. So a large amount of weightage is given to elected female representatives in the parliament. Now, in Europe and smaller countries, they have only the parliament. We are a large country, 1.4 billion people. We are a federal structure. So we have central government, we have state governments, and we have panchayati raj institutions. So if you add elected women across the 3 tiers, we would possibly have the largest contingent of elected women. I think it's close to 1.2 million if we take care of all the contingents. And her rank is 76. So जेंडर इक्वालिटी की परिभाषा जो है वो सिर्फ पार्लियामेंट तक क्यों सीमित रखी है आपने? पार्लियामेंट में क्या होता है? दे हैव लेजिस्लेटिंग पावर, दे आर एम्पावर्ड. वेल, सो इज अ ग्राम प्रधान, सो इज अ वुमन हु इज अ मिनिस्टर इन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट. हाउ इज शी एनी डिफरेंट? It is just that they simply don't get a federal structure. Similarly, global gender, एक और चीज़ डाल दी कि फीमेल की लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी क्या है. उसके आगे उन्होंने एक शब्द जोड़ दिया कि हेल्थी लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी क्या है. अब ये हेल्थ कौन डिफाइन करेगा? अब जेंडर गैप में आप या तो जेंडर मैप कर लीजिए या आप हेल्थ मैप कर लीजिए. हेल्थ के लिए आपके पास अलग इंडेक्स है ना, इसके हेल्थ के इंडिकेटर्स होते हैं. तो ये आप कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम क्यों क्रिएट कर रहे हैं? सो दिस इज समथिंग दैट इंडिया नीड्स टू क्वेश्चन. सो इफ यू से आवर हेल्थ रिकॉर्ड इज पुअर, ओके, आई एग्री, सो लेट मी बी रेटेड पुअरली इन हेल्थ. बट आई एम बीइंग रेटेड पुअरली इन जेंडर बिकॉज a higher percentage of women may not be healthy, but overall population also larger percentage may not be healthy. So what is the aberration? E-government is the second area. Now the biggest success story in India is mobile, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile, public digital infrastructure. And you would be shocked to know that in any global e-governance index, public digital infrastructure is not taken into account. Is it even believable? And they are still measuring broadband internet services कि कितने घरों में ब्रॉडबैंड इंटरनेट कनेक्शन है. सबके पास हाथ में तो 5G लेके घूम रहे हैं. अगर वो 5G सब्सक्राइबर आप इंडिया के ले लीजिए या ब्रॉडबैंड मोबाइल इंटरनेट के ले लीजिए, तो मतलब आधी दुनिया की पॉपुलेशन एक तरफ और हमारे सब्सक्राइबर्स एक तरफ. अब वो ब्रॉडबैंड घर में किसने टेलीफोन तार से लगवा रखा है, तो वी हैव बाईपास दैट थिंग. So why is it that India doesn't question this? Okay, why are telephone users replaced by mobile phone users? Expected years of schooling. अच्छा, अब ये e-governance से expected years of schooling का क्या लेना देना है? Even my domestic staff, which is barely educated, can work on a mobile. They send SMS, they send voice messages, they can transfer money on UPI. What has education got to do with e-governance? So again you find that in e-governance they'll put education as a criteria because they'll rank higher. E-governance का तो मायने ही ये है कि आप चाहे पढ़े लिखे भी नहीं हैं, आपको उसमें इंक्लूड करना है, तो आप वॉइस से भी काम कर सकते हैं. IVR भी है हमारे यहाँ. So this is again not questioned. Online services available has to be replaced with online services provided by the government. हमारे यहाँ तो intermediaries हैं, CSCs हैं, common service centers हैं, बैंकिंग कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट हैं. अगर आप पढ़े लिखे नहीं हो तो आपको एक इंटरमीडिएट की सुविधा है कि आप इनके थ्रू उसको इंटरेक्ट कर सकते हो. एंड देयर वेरी लार्ज नंबर ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शंस इन इंडिया दैट हैपन थ्रू इंटरमीडिएट्स. सो दिस इज ऑल्सो नॉट टेकन इनटू अकाउंट. सो इफ यू जस्ट चेंज दिस मच, आवर रैंक ऑफ 105 आउट ऑफ 193 जम्प्स टू 17 आउट ऑफ 193. Yeah, you can clap. So the thing is, who will engage? The problem is that within the government there is no capacity, and if this question is referred to within the government, it will possibly go to an economist who would not understand digital technologies or the socio-economic dimensions and may just end up agreeing with this, which is their viewpoint. And that is why these indices have not changed, because if you look at other countries, who are the people who study these indices, and so you'll see social scientists doing it, you will see people from domains working on it. India is the peculiar country where only economists work on it. And so there is a lot of obviously gap in terms of the socio-economic reality. And so therefore I am not saying economists are useless. They are also very relevant, but you have to find the center between statistics and social reality. Sovereign ratings. अब ये घूम घाम के सारे इंडेक्स, आपको पता है कि सॉवरेन रेटिंग के अंदर वर्ल्ड गवर्नेंस इंडेक्स नाम की एक चीज़ है, उसको भी देखते हैं. भाई उसका क्या लेना देना सॉवरेन रेटिंग से कि आपने उधार लिया तो आप वापस दे सकते हो कि नहीं दे सकते. So if you just look at Moody's, which is supposed to be the gold standard, they look at, in growth, they look at average real GDP growth, median absolute growth deviation, two areas. They don't look at stock market capitalization to GDP ratio, trade to GDP ratio, manufacturing purchasing managers index. Scale of economy is measured only by nominal GDP. What about capital expenditure to GDP ratio? What about foreign exchange reserves to external debt? What about external debt to GDP ratio? In national income, they look at only GDP per capita. Consumption expenditure देखते ही नहीं है. Contribution of agriculture and services to an industry to GDP देखते ही नहीं है. And all these things have a logic. So who's going to sit across the table and discuss it with them? Similarly, quality of institutions, policy effectiveness. So they'll say कि quality of institutions में वो ले लेते हैं literacy rate. अब literacy rate का sovereign rating से क्या लेना देना है? और अगर आपने देखना है तो फिर आप उसकी इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट कीजिए कि लिटरेसी आपने दे दी, उनको आता भी है कि नहीं आता है. लिटरेसी, कौन सी लिटरेसी आपको चाहिए? इकोनॉमिक लिटरेसी चाहिए? क्या वो काम कर सकता है? सॉवरेन रेटिंग का किससे लेना देना है? क्या आपने उसे रामायण पढ़वानी है? सो पॉलिसी इफेक्टिवनेस, फिस्कल पॉलिसी, मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी. इंडिया इज अ स्टार्टअप स्टोरी. We are also improving in ease of doing business. We are also improving in multi-dimensional poverty. We are improving in healthcare expenditure to GDP ratio. So why is this not policy effectiveness? Why? Because it is not relevant to Europe. Fiscal strength they measure only by debt burden. भाई आपकी capability क्या है debt pay करने की? Country's revenue to tax revenue to GDP क्या है? तो अगर ये हम सारी चीज़ें उन्हीं की परिभाषा लेके उन्हीं को पिला दें तो हमारी ये रेटिंग है. हमारी रेटिंग AA1 आती है BA3 से, जो कि चाइना और यूएसए के बराबर है. तो एक जो मैंने बोला दूसरी अप्रोच के, एक अगर हम अपना इंडेक्स बताएं तो हम बोल रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान में क्या हो रहा है, अफगानिस्तान में क्या हो रहा है, हमें नहीं लेना, हम टॉप 10 इकोनॉमीज ले लें दुनिया की. और जो मैंने पैरामीटर्स बोले हैं सिर्फ 2 पे अभी हमने स्टडी किया है, एक सॉवरेन क्रेडिट रेटिंग पे और एक ई गवर्नेंस में. This is real data. I can give you the data and anyone can actually check it. So UN rank for China on e-governance is 43, ours is 1. India's rank is 105, ours is 2. 3 is Japan, 4 is Italy, 5 is France, 6 is Canada, 7 is Germany, 8 is UK, 9 is Brazil and 10 is USA. Same thing on sovereign rating. If you take into account the broader parameters that I have mentioned, India's rank, China's rank and USA's rank and Germany's rank and Canada's rank is the same, AA1. And why this matters? It matters because it impacts your borrowing cost. It impacts your FDI. Now, India today borrows at a higher rate of interest than USA does because our rating is BA3. Why should it be BA3? Now, the problem is that there is no system within the government who looks at all of this. So if you go to Ministry of Statistics, they will look only the statistical part of it. If you go to social sciences, I don't know which ministry looks after social sciences. Is there a ministry looking after social sciences? Social, no, they look after social welfare, which is SC, ST, OBC, but no social science. So there is no ministry for social science or social development. You have social justice, but you don't have social development. So that's possibly a gap. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation as to how the global narrative, driven by the global north, is creating this anti-India thing led by the liberal left narrative that has been going on for 40, 50 years, and the chime is now to give a knowledge-based answer to this. So this was one approach, which is उन्हीं के इंडेक्स लो, उनको ठीक करो और उनको बताओ कि हमारी एक्चुअल रैंकिंग क्या है. So now I come to part 2, what India is a digital success story, and what we are doing in digital is not well known at all in the world. And if the whole world is going to be digital, there is going to be a concept of corporate digital responsibility or a government digital responsibility. How responsible, like you say, corporate social responsibility, ESG, how responsibly are you digitally? Because the whole world is going digital, and so we worked out on a framework and an index, and we have Sriji who's going to be presenting that. We put together actually a task force. So this is the work of the task force that he's presenting. Come, Sriji, you introduce it.
Thank you so much, Samir sir, for this informative insights. And with this, may I now please invite Mr. Shriji Gopinathan ji, founder and CEO, SKG Advisory, for his keynote address on Corporate Digital Responsibility Framework. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gopinathan brings over 20 years of significant domain expertise and global experience. Before this, he was the Chief Information Officer at Lupin Limited and led to end-to-end IT and digital portfolio of the company. He has also been associated with companies like Philips, Procter & Gamble, ISRO and ABB. सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं और आपसे निवेदन करते हैं आप आएँ और सभा को संबोधित करें. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Shriji Gopinathan ji, founder and CEO, SKG Advisory.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Samir, for inviting me, Dr. Gushran, for inviting me to present this important topic. Digitalization and digital transformation has gathered steam in terms of people talking about it a lot more in the recent past. To be precise, probably post-pandemic, this has gathered a lot of steam in the private and public world. Doesn't mean that digitalization and digital transformation was not going on before that. I've been working in the corporate sector for actually more than 3 decades now, worked in other parts of the world, and then I've come back here. It is happening in different forms and shape. It has been happening in different forms and shape across the corporate world as well as the public sector. So does that mean that now that we are talking about corporate digital responsibility, does that mean that it was done irresponsibly in the past? I don't think so. Yeah, I think there have been certain parameters which was always under consideration on how to do business, how to digitize, how to create minimum impact due to that. However, if you look at the curve, there has been an exponential pickup in terms of digitizing not just a user in an organization or a public system, but also the industrial setups. So if you go to a pharma company or a FMCG company or an oil and gas company, the digitization in the past has been very isolated because the machine does the job and the production happens and the output comes. But now there is digitization happening in the industrial sector as well, which is increasing the landscape and the surface area of digitization. And the digital transformation then happens because of the quantum of data that is being generated out of all the digitalization that is happening. But even today, we are still scratching the surface. Not just in India, I think globally as well. There are very, very few top organizations who have probably gone deeper into that to create insights and data value out of it. But in India, in the last 3-4 years, it has actually gathered steam, and probably there is a trajectory that we are seeing in India which can catapult us to a different level compared to the global scenario. So given that, it is very important that that catapulting does not result in dire consequences for the planet and for the people. What that means is, there is a lot of data centers being generated, there's a lot of sensorization that is happening. Artificial intelligence and the generative component of artificial intelligence requires significant storage, compute behind the scenes to generate the output that it is supposed to generate. We all now are very conversant with ChatGPTs of the world. We use ChatGPT for everything that we need in life. Kids are using that for schoolwork, but actually the compute that happens behind is actually pretty significant. It results in consumption of a lot of factors, technical and non-technical. So hence the call for being more responsible from a corporate, we're calling it corporate, but also public sector, it is very, very important. A lot of research has gone into this by the SKOCH Group, and task forces that has been created from public and private sector. A lot of discussions has happened, brainstorming has happened, and what is being presented now is an outcome of that. Now, there are certain frameworks that is existing in certain countries, but there is nothing comprehensive anywhere. So there are about 7 countries that were taken from across the globe to study what is out there and how can we create a framework which probably is going to be ahead of the game. Now, when this becomes already, as we heard, ESG has become mandatory for people investing in certain companies or buying from certain companies. There will come a time when if we are not doing digital transformation in a responsible manner and we don't have the indices in our favor, probably our organizations may not get the businesses that they're getting now from a global scenario, and probably within the country as well. Hence, this work that has been done is very important so that it helps the corporate world, the leadership and the organization to take a look at it as a guidance factor for now, and probably it becomes a mandatory regulatory point in the future, and hence we need to be staying ahead of the game. So this is a master set that you will see. Those are the 12 big components which has been created as a master set for corporate digital responsibility. First and foremost, of course, all of us are throwing our data, private data, into the digital world out there. How secure is it? A consumer data or a patient data or a distributor data or a retailer data, all of that data has a significance in one way or another which needs to be taken care of in an appropriate, secure manner. That's the number one factor which has to be considered. Then there is a social aspect to it. We all are worried whether AI is going to replace jobs. Is it going to replace employment which is there, and all the aspects then that can result from a social disruption point of view. That's a second aspect. We will go into the details in subsequent slides. And then comes the sustainability part. So for example, the foundation for all of this compute that happens is the data center. Whether we call it a cloud or on-prem data center, underlying infrastructure and the consumption of power and other aspects related to that is very similar. So hence there is a sustainability factor that needs to be considered. Today in India, almost all real estate companies who has land and buildings is trying to becoming a data center company as well. So it's going to be a proliferation that's going to happen. It's driven by demand, of course, but how do we do this responsibly? It also has an impact from an economic point of view. It can debalance the setup and the equation in the economic setup. So how do we make sure that it does not disrupt in such a way that it puts everything in disarray? So that's the economic digital responsibility. And technology itself is a core component of it, meaning there are technologies which can actually help us do this in a much more responsible way. But maybe there are other technologies which will give you the same outcome but may not be done in a responsible way. Yeah? So that's the technology component of it. Now when you do all of that, you actually start maintaining a risk register for your corporate setup as well as the ecosystem around that. Now, corporate is not an isolated setup anymore. There is a supply chain ahead of you and supply chain after you. So, you have to consider the entire value chain when you do this. People, human resources is another aspect. And when things happen because of whatever you are doing as is a product that you're selling, you're getting consumers consume it, but then there could be issues that could happen there, right? Now, how do you then address that in terms of the grievances that come out from the public or the consumers that we have? Of course, ethical practices has to be core in this. We can achieve outcomes through multiple paths, multiple ways of working, but if ethics is not in the core of it, probably it's not going to last in terms of how the businesses are running. Government practices has to be given serious consideration in the corporate digital responsibility as well. So it has to have that Venn diagram where everything comes together. What is it that we do which has no impact from a government point of view? What is it that we have to give serious consideration from that point of view as well? And then we are a diverse country, multi-language. If we have to include the entire population, then there has to be multi-language. And at the end of the day, we all know that digitization is creating a lot of stress. We have the doctor here from AIMS. He will tell you how much of a mental health pandemic is out there because of the digitization. Any time that we are not talking to somebody, we are on the phone or we are using some kind of digital consumption, and it is having a very, very serious consequence. Kids are not getting out there doing things that we probably did when we were young. I know there are very young people here as well, but it's actually creating a lot of issue from a mental health point of view. So those are the 12 buckets which is important from a corporate digital responsibility point of view. I will quickly go through the sub points. We may not have time to go through each of those in detail. So from a security point of view, as I said, the data itself that is getting generated, how that is stored, when it is moving, how that is taken care of. Attackers know that when it is stored, probably most organizations have taken the steps to encrypt it and to make sure that it is having multiple levels of security before the attacker can reach it. But when the data goes from one location to another, that is highly vulnerable. Now, how do you protect that as well? So both are important. Breaches, a lot of organizations get ransomware attacks now. Now, some entities say, I have all the backups in place, or even if it happens, I can restore it. But what if the attacker, and actually the attacker is in the ecosystem for, on average, more than a year before they actually attack you? So that means they have seen your data, they have mapped your servers, mapped your systems, they have probably infiltrated the data out of your ecosystem as well. So even if you are able to restore your systems, the data is probably gone onto the wrong hands already. So breaches has a dire consequence because of that. So I'm not going to explain all of those, but cybersecurity, hidden criminal activity, this also is a very important point, not just from outside players, but also from inside players. There are the insider threat in an organization is a menace. Disgruntled employees, existing employees, or probably somebody who has left, who has been doing a critical job, probably a server administration person who has left the organization. He knows too much as far as that organization is concerned. Copyrights, patent protection, IP protection. How do you do innovation? Do you do innovation at any cost, or do you do that in a responsible manner? And data privacy and data responsibility. Now we know that economies like EU has very stringent data privacy regulations like GDPR. In the US there is California Act. India has now the DPDP Act, which is out there, not fully enforced, but it's a pretty comprehensive one which sort of balances the right of individuals and the right of legal system. So there is a good balance that is being achieved there. So India is actually moving ahead quite well, but the corporate world has to really take this very seriously. Moving on to the social digital responsibility. Once you as an entity has collected data, whoever you are collecting it, as a pharma you do lot of clinical trials. A beauty company will do a lot of tests for their creams or whatever. You take any organization, you're collecting data of your consumers, patients, people, surveys. All of that is sitting in your ecosystem. How are you going to deal with that in a responsible manner? And also there are different points there. There is social impact. There is disclosures. You're as per the act, as per the regulation now, as a data fiduciary. That's what the technical term is. You are liable to disclose to the owner of the data, which is you and me, where the data is, what are you using the data for, how are you processing it, have you outsourced it to somebody else to process it, then what are the controls for that outsourcing party. All those needs to be disclosed. Accountability of the data, and addressing the digital poverty. This is an interesting one. There is a large divide in the digital world as well. People who do not know what they are giving the data for, how it's going to be used, etc. It's a very important thing. I hear my maid getting calls, and she just gives the data, and I overhear and I said, who did you give that data to now? And I call आया था इधर से बोला वो बोला ये बोला मैंने दे दिया. This is a significant issue if you really think about it, and that's where they know they are vulnerable, and hence they go after them. Inclusive products, diversity and skill enhancement. So that's the social digital responsible aspects. Again, this is a overarching framework which forms a guideline. Some of it might be applicable for certain organizations. And then we have the sustainable aspect. So again, carbon neutrality, e-waste, power consumption, efficiency, zero waste, sustainable web design. How many people know that there is a way that you can create a website in a responsible manner? If you do not do that properly, it is actually creating a negative impact from a sustainability point of view. Many organizations probably are not even aware of that. They outsource it to a small little player who can just put together a website without following the standards. Renewable energy, gas emissions and water consumption. Economic, again, it's all about equity, fair income, and how AI and data-based decision making possibly can create negative impact in the economic situation of people, and enabling the individual monetization. Sorry, I'm going to speed up a bit because I've been told time is running out. Technology, as I said, is another area where we have to be very careful in what kind of technology we choose, which kind of partners do we use, what kind of methodologies that we use, what kind of precautions have been taken by different players in your technology value chain, so on and so forth. With outsourcing, there are multiple layers of parties that play in your ecosystem. You actually don't know who is actually doing the work at the end of the day. Risk management. There is a significant risk when you use digital world. You should know what to do, what not to do. In an organization, the biggest issue is phishing and wishing, where people try to send emails to you with a link. You click on it, you don't know what you have done. You have given an entry of an attacker in your organization. Similarly, in our personal world as well, right? We use the phones, we get SMS, we get WhatsApp. Before clicking on anything, before going to a website, think twice, thrice, is this something that I need to do? Even if you got a message from your bank, don't click on the link that has come. You go to your official website and find where it is, and then see whether it is a valid thing. All those kind of practices are very important. Content moderation is another one. And then fraud detection and prevention. There's a lot of fraud that happens in this world, so organizations have to make sure that they put mechanisms in place to detect fraud proactively, not reactively. Reactively doesn't help because a fraud has already happened. There are mechanisms that we can do that using technology these days. Reputational risk, huge issue there. Human resources, inclusion, education and capacity building. I think Samir already talked about it, a very significant aspect. Grievance redressal, when there are issues, there has to be a formal mechanism to collect those issues, hear out the people, and then not just store it, but actually do something about it. So the employee feedback, public feedback, redressal and monitoring, and data-based decision making. It's very important to address the grievances. Ethical practice, I think it is self-explanatory, digital ethics, iterative processes, and ethical design of digital products. So again, you take the approach of what is essential to be done, do that. What is essential to be collected, collect it. If you do not need that data, do not take it. So if somebody is doing a medical research, you only need the blood data or the vital data. You don't need the rest of the data that is being collected. So why is an organization collecting that? Because data is powerful. Government practices, there has to be, the DPDP Act is where, this is coming up, and there are other supporting acts under that as well. Consent management, without my consent, my data cannot be collected, then cannot be processed, cannot be given to somebody else. So I have to give the consent, and I also have the right to remove the consent after 2 years, 3 years, whenever I want. And then the organization has to make sure the data is removed unless it is essential to be stored for a legal requirement because something else is going on as far as that individual is concerned. Misinformation and harmful content, we all know what that is. We face that on a daily basis in our daily life. Multi-language, if we have to include, we have to consider people who cannot speak English or Hindi maybe. In the South, Hindi also will not work. English doesn't work beyond a certain layer of the organization. The local language inclusion is very important in this. Mental health, I don't know how much I can emphasize that this is, even though it is the 12th one, probably it's one of the most important one. We are not realizing how much of an impact that this can have in our next generation. Already seeing my generation people suffering from the repercussions of what is happening in this field. In the corporate world also it is happening, in the personal life also it is happening. So we need to take this very, very seriously. Organizations have to have employee assistance programs, creating awareness programs, counseling sessions, good work environment, and monitoring and adjustment. It has to be an iterative process. So that's what it is. This is a guidance, this is a framework for organizations to adopt and make sure that they are looking at this from a responsible manner so that you are not falling behind when probably this becomes a regulation or an expectation or a mandate for doing business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gopinathan sir, for sharing your valuable perspective with us on corporate digital responsibility framework. Ladies and gentlemen, जैसा कि हम बात कर रहे हैं कॉर्पोरेट डिजिटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ की, उससे जुड़ी जिम्मेदारियों की, तो ऐसे में गेमिंग के महत्व के बारे में बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, गेमिंग से जुड़ी जिम्मेदारियों के बारे में बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड टू टॉक अबाउट दिस रेलिवेंट टॉपिक, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ गेमिंग, मैं प्लीज़ कॉल अपॉन स्टेज मिस्टर सुमांता दे, Head Public Policy, Head Digital Works. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Head of Corporate Affairs and Public Policy at HCW, a leading online gaming company in India. The mandate includes handling public policy, advocacy, strategic external engagement, corporate affairs, and public relations. May I please call upon stage, sir?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to SKOCH Group for hosting this wonderful event and for inviting me to speak on responsible digital gaming. Digital gaming or online gaming is, you pick up the newspaper, most likely you would see a news article every other day. It's a very large sector. Almost 440 million people in India, which is over 44 crore people, actually play some form of digital games. Between 10 to 12 hours a week is spent on digital games, and overall more than 1 lakh people are employed in the sector. So from an economic and social perspective, this sector is actually very crucial, not only to the growth story, but also it has a social angle to it. That's something that we want to tackle as part of a task force. Now, if you were to speak of why responsible digital gaming is actually even needed, we just heard about the size of the sector and the size of the market potential. But digital gaming actually
connects people across the social, psychological, and financial streams. And therefore, some responsible gaming framework is absolutely needed to protect players from potential harm, social, psychological, and financial, to prevent underage gaming, to ensure games are fair and transparent, and to ensure the industry's long-term sustainability. Now, while large platforms may actually be following some of these parameters, the need is to establish a baseline that can, be amplified through some regulatory means by which it becomes an industry standard. But before we get into it, we want to see whether it actually works. You can, at the end of the day, tell your consumers that this is how you should behave, but do they actually listen to you? So we analyzed some data from some of the largest platforms, ours included, to see how consumers respond to limits that you place on them when it comes to digital gaming environment. The first thing we did was we checked for the KYC norms. The government has very clear KYC norms. And we saw that on an average, only 8 out of 10 new registered users are actually rejected by platforms because they fail to meet some of the other KYC norms. If you look at real money gaming sector, a lot of large platforms, nudge customers to have some sort of limits on the financial amount or the cash amount that they play with. On average, what we've seen is the blue bar on the chart is actually the number of users who have set their own limits, and the orange bar is the number of users who have come back to the platforms saying, can you increase my limits? So on an average, only around 6% of players have asked for the limits to be increased. Self-exclusion is a very important concept, not only for digital gaming, but in fact for the entire digital ecosystem, whether it is OTT or whether it is even social media. The aim and objective is to ensure that people realize they are spending more time than required on a particular digital medium, and therefore an option to self-exclude should be provided to consumers. What we've seen is, on average, the number of users who have opted for self-exclusion, only 5% of them actually come back and ask for the self-exclusion limit to be scrapped. And those who do not ask for a self-exclusion are automatically analyzed by the platforms themselves for any problematic behavior, so that less than 0.5% of the players who are mandatorily cooled off, they come back to the platform asking for a change. So what we've seen so far is that customers actually respond in a positive manner when it comes to some sort of sensitization that digital platforms place on them. So it is a matter of education, it is a matter of sensitization. And also it is a matter of establishing a baseline for the entire industry that not only the large legal operators follow, but even smaller startups who are just coming up, they have a reference point that they can use in their operations. In that context, along with the SKOCH Group, a task force was actually set up, which comprised of government, academicians, think tanks, civil society, to try to create a responsibility framework for digital gaming. Broadly, the CDR framework for gaming includes these parameters. I will not go into much detail, but it includes, on an overall level, responsibility, integrity gaming, risk management, professionalism, marketing and advertisement, social responsibility, mental health, and multi-language use. What we've done is we've also studied what are its, on each of these parameters, where some of the largest developed economies are, whether they have established baselines on these parameters or not, and where we stand vis-a-vis those baselines. The rest of the framework is actually quite detailed. I won't go much into it. I would like to conclude with just saying that the message that we want to send across is that corporate digital responsibility is an extremely important governance setup for digital businesses in India, if you're looking to scale up. And what we've seen with the existing data is that it absolutely works. So therefore, we should actually just encourage it and move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sumanta Deji, for your meaningful contribution to this summit and the session. And now I request Dr. Shamika Ravi, Member Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister, to kindly share your views, thoughts and perspective on narrative for VIKSIT Bharat. If ma'am is here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the very valuable presence of Dr. Shamika Ravi, Member Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister among us. I request her to kindly share her ideas and her thoughts on narrative for VIKSIT Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, previously Dr. Ravi was Director of Research at Brookings India, Vice President of Economic Policy at Observer Research Foundation, and a non-resident Senior Fellow of Governance Study Program at Brookings Institution. Ladies and gentlemen, her research focuses on the economics of development, including areas of finance, healthcare, urbanization, gender equality, welfare, and poverty. Ma'am, we welcome you. Welcome, ma'am.
Namaskar, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you, Samir, for putting together thoughtful gatherings on issues which I think are very critical and which not only require sensitization amongst the scholar community, the researcher community, industry bodies, but to a large extent also within policy makers. One thing to recognize is that while we are setting narratives for VIKSIT Bharat, you know, a lot of there are narratives and narratives. The only way to counter narratives, first of all, is by using what is seemingly more objective, which is data. You see, otherwise, when you tell a story, whether India is improving, India is deteriorating, stories have to be founded on something objective. Otherwise, it is your feeling versus my feeling. These are anecdotes. And I think powerful anecdotes do go a long way, but in no way are they a substitute for careful, scientific, rigorous studies and assessments. So I think first and foremost, we must recognize that data, people will tell you data is the new oil. You have heard that cliche terms millions of times. But data is more like crude oil. It's not of very much value unless you process it, unless you analyze it. And I think that is where our key constraint comes. We have more data than ever, historically. Not just because of digital India and the transformations that the government and the government bodies and layers of governments through the country are going through. So you have a lot of data, but private bodies too. Everything is getting digitized very rapidly. So we have a lot of data, but it will only get transformed into knowledge and information if you put analytics and data science behind it. Otherwise, it's noise, potentially dangerous noise. And that is why I think it becomes important, of course, to talk about governance matters on data and data responsibility, etc., very critical areas. I'm here to basically pitch for making data-based recommendations for all kinds of policies that the country needs. I will start out by sensitizing you to something which was one of the first studies that I did when I got into the government, into the EAC. You know, the narrative we often hear that India is a majoritarian country. India is getting more and more majoritarian, democratic backsliding, etc. Now, some of the indices which are often cited are based on highly subjective, hypothetical questionnaires. Now, as an economist and as an empiricist, which means I only deal with data. Of course, most of the time you're taking that data to certain theories and testing ki bhai, is this true? Hypothetical, in fact, in today's polarized world, if you tell me the identity of the expert you are talking to, I can, to a large extent, to a high degree of accuracy, tell you what is the situation in India based on who you're talking to. Which means subjective measures of what do you believe, is the situation improving or deteriorating and in what form, is very well explained by just the identity of the person. So a lot of what passes off for drawing room conversations is projected as evidence. That is dangerous. And as people who work with data, who work with large databases, we have to put that down. So one of the first studies that I did was looking at secular democracy in practice. That in India, there is politics, and politics is loud, it is noisy, emotional. But what does the data tell you about what is the nature of Indian administration? Does the government or the administration discriminate in any way? One thing is to ask the government itself, but then that becomes a conflict of interest. I know what each department will tell me. 100% electrification ho gaya, pipe drinking water sabko mil gaya, education sabko mil gaya. That is the government's point of view, because governments and departments and administrative data will tell you one story. The second is to ask the households directly. When they will tell you through surveys, बिजली है कि नहीं, पानी आता है, कितने घंटे आता है, or if electricity is there, how reliable is the availability. Each of these amenities, we can ask questions, and the beauty of India's data systems is that we actually have very large number of surveys which have been done regularly. So one myth, and I'm going to break down several myths. One myth that you will often hear in the media is this government puts out very little data. You know, 10 years back, we used to wait every 5 years to get estimates of employment. NSS survey se milta tha. They were called thick rounds. वो हर 5 साल में आता था. Now you have PLFS, right? Periodic Labor Force Survey. It's a conscious decision to improve collection of data and put out regular, that's why it's Periodic Labor Force Survey. We have had it for the last 7, 8 years now. The next round is being gathered. Do you see what has happened to frequency of it? Increased. If you look at the National Family Health Survey, जहाँ से ये सब information मिलता है कि भाई आपके यहाँ पानी है, बिजली है, what is the health status, biomarkers क्या हैं? When we estimate maternal mortality, when we estimate infant mortality, all these large metrics of social importance also directly linked with the SDGs. After all, signatory हैं हम लोग. We are a responsible democracy which has signed and ratified the Sustainable Development Goals as a metric of development of our society, much more than and going beyond GDP growth. Agar we have signed on to these things, we have to measure them. And one of the ways in which we do is using these kind of data systems. NFHS हुआ करता था हर 10 साल पे. Every 10 years we used to do assessments. Now NFHS is happening much more periodically. It's happening every 5 years. In fact, now the frequency has been improved further. You see, today, therefore, it is not availability. ये सच नहीं है कि data नहीं है या data कम है. That is not the problem. We have shifted the goal already because we have achieved frequency. We are now saying, अब quality पे ध्यान देते हैं. If I ask this room a very simple question, कि how urban is India? And I'm not getting into anything very complicated. I'm asking you fundamental things which you should know about your economy. How urban is India? आपके ज़हन में क्या आता है? Most of you will say by reflex, 35%. We are 35% urban. We were 35%, वो भी underestimate था, census of 2011. Do you realize what 12 years can do to a dynamic, young, rapidly escalated urbanization in countries such as India? When we use night lights data, when we use satellite image data, there is a lot of modern data available. India is anywhere between 65 and 67% urban. We are an urban nation. So the thinking has to change. Iska dekhiye, two implications. One is directly on policy making itself. हम सोचते जब policy है, we think rural. Because we still believe in the old Gandhian philosophy that India lives in its villages. No, not true anymore. India has already moved to a very large extent. Agar 65%, which is also an underestimate, we have to start thinking urban. So it has direct impact on how we design policy. Does this matter at local governance? Of course. You know Gurgaon, सब लोग जानते हैं, तो दिल्ली का crowd है. दिल्ली में हम लोग मिलेनियल सिटी कहते हैं गुड़गांव को, राइट? डू यू नो 2008 तक गुड़गांव में अर्बन लोकल बॉडी नहीं था. गुड़गांव का गवर्नेंस पंचायत के थ्रू होते थे. आप समझ सकते हैं व्हाट इज द डिसोनेंस बिटवीन द रियल इकोनॉमी ऑफ इंडिया विच इज मूविंग मच फास्टर and the society is changing very rapidly, and what we are capturing in the administration. So quality improvement though is a imminent, it's an urgent requirement, and we are doing it. Millennial city being governed through panchayats. आप समझ सकते हैं what is the level of dissonance. So our real economy is moving much, much faster. Policy making and administration has to catch up with it. इसके लिए data systems improve करना बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है. But since we are gathering so much of data, we also have to strengthen the data governance and the legal architecture and what we also call consent architecture, because people also have to be empowered. Our laws have to be modern and progressive, but people also have to be empowered. जैसे कि the presentation में आप बता रहे थे, you just give away information, you're so gullible. But लोगों को समझाना भी, it's a matter of, it's a regulator's requirement that you explain these kind of things. So there's a lot to be done in terms of campaigns, digital public campaigns, etc. The kind we have run for health, we have run for education. We have to do that kind of, because the dangers are real. फिर एक gender digital divide है. We did a whole series on this for the G20. Access of women to digital infrastructure. But you know, this is a case where India's story of growth is actually very unique. Not just in terms of course, this transformation from agriculture, and now we are trying to make up for lost time in manufacturing. But it's also in terms of just the use of digital architecture. Digitization to grow. In what form? Most of our digital, you know, if you look at this new infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and of course JAM, Jan Dhan Aadhaar and Mobile becomes the core architecture of that. Sarkar ki taraf se the stories you hear about Jan Dhan Aadhaar and Mobile are about efficiency gains. Ki dekhiye hum welfare ab bahut efficiently kar rahe, which is true. And pandemic time it was a very clear and obvious example. अब 2 हफ्ते के अंदर people are getting cash in their hands when they're stepping off the buses and the trains after the lockdown. That's the kind of rapid, real, well-targeted welfare that can be done because you have this digital architecture. But that is the government side of the story. That now we are so efficient कि पहले ये सब जानते कि we were spending 3 rupee for 1 rupee worth of benefit to go to a person. Now we have a saving of 1.5% of the GDP. That's the kind of efficiency gains. But there is a bigger story, which is not the government side of the story, which is the innovation and the private sector story. Ki chunki you have Jan Dhan Aadhaar and Mobile across the country, universal, you have the mounting of what is this whole digital industry, which is backed by this architecture. Sare aapke startups. A lot of ag tech, health tech, ed tech. By the way, these are some of your fastest growing sectors in the economy today. They are growing very rapidly. And I often joke, but only half, कि when we were in college, 25 साल, 30 साल पहले, All the cool students, cool kids used to have guitars and music bands. Not anymore. I've been teaching in business schools for 20 years in India. All the cool kids, the smart kids, they have startups. They have good ideas. They manage the financing. You have incubators everywhere. But most of it is what? It is mostly fueled, the idea is fueled by this digital architecture, that they can use technology to improve whether it's health, education, whether it is retail, right? Last mile connectivity. Digital makes a lot of it possible. This is why India's story is unique. Not just from the private sector, from the government side. After the G20, or during that, we have got expression of interest from over 60 countries to help them or to extend different kinds of digital public infrastructure. Aadhaar hai, UPI hai. There are many of these which are now public in nature in India and done from the government and through the government's help. They are cost effective. If there is one thing India is known for, the innovations which are cost effective. And that story is not limited to space. That story has extended and is a reality across different digital sectors. So there are many countries, and I'm not talking about poor and developing countries that are interested in these kind of DPIs, digital public infrastructure. They're rich countries, right? Advanced nations. Because remember what is happening in the advanced nations? That just about 20 years back, they have invested in their own digital infrastructure, but now the nature of technology has grown so rapidly that the cost-effective way in which India is able to do these things is an innovation even for the richer countries. And UPI is a case. The interest in Japan, interest in South Africa, interest in Germany, Singapore, Dubai. Some of the stories you hear in the media, but a lot of it you don't hear. And that is why our influence in the world is also going to be different from influence of other major powers. We are working with governments, we are working with societies to extend this kind of digital infrastructure, which is public in nature. A lot of it, of course, is again possible only because we have this digital architecture. Now, going back to data and just trying to sensitize you to a quality, which is, of course, a second order thing. First, you want regular data. But there is one other thing that you must understand. एक जो sense होता है कि कुछ तो data दीजिए. As an economist and a statistician, let me tell you, kuch data is not necessarily better than no data. At the same time, to say, भाई हमने sample size 10 गुना बढ़ा दिया. Ordinary people क्या सोचते हैं? अगर sample size बढ़ गया, तो we will get more accurate, real, representative assessment of the reality. That is not true. All you get, if the data is not representative, sampling is not correct, ये जैसे अर्बन रूरल में हुआ, रियलिटी में आपका सैम्पलिंग 65:35 होना चाहिए, आप रिवर्स कर रहे हैं, then statistically you are going to be very precisely wrong. Because you have so much data that whatever you are saying, while it is incorrect, but data इतना ज़्यादा है कि आपका standard error कम हो जाता है, मतलब you are very precisely wrong. It's not very helpful for policy making. So quality of data is what we are moving towards. And there is of course, there is already a tremendous amount of traction we have had. You're seeing MOSPI release data much more regularly, and there are new kinds of data which are coming out. But also let me invite this group, which is interested in aspects of data, that don't limit yourself to government data alone. I do in particular, because any research that I do is of policy interest or motivated by policy gaps or knowledge. It should be done using public data which is freely available, and so that you can replicate this. भाई सरकार ये कह रही है does not mean it is true. You can replicate it. ये open data है, आप भी करके देख लीजिए. Most of the time we are releasing the codes also. But real data and nature of new kinds of data, satellite data. Night lights data used to be the cool thing to do 10 years back. क्योंकि luminosity जितना bright अगर वो night time data है, उतना we would say this is a good proxy for growth. And this is now done globally. लेकिन अब हो क्या रहा है? You are seeing because of this green technology and the transformation in terms of energy use, we are moving towards LED lights. This has been tremendous, not just in countries like ours, but Europe. Spain में they have had a massive, it's almost 100% LED. अब नाइट लाइट्स डेटा जब आप यूज़ करते हैं तो LED का ल्यूमिनोसिटी कम होता है, तो सडनली यू विल से कि भाई ग्रोथ वहाँ पे कम हो गया, क्योंकि ल्यूमिनोसिटी इफ यू लुक एट नाइट लाइट्स इट इज़ गिविंग यू not a very accurate assessment. So now what do? Ab daytime satellite image data available. Daytime satellite data, because you have satellites capturing 10 meter into 10 meter resolution. You are in a position to measure kitna construction ho chuka hai for the whole world, but of course my interest is India. आप 10 meter into 10 meter resolution पे ये देख सकते हैं कि वहाँ पे built-up हुआ क्या है. In fact, there are heat measures for seeing buildings efficient कितने हैं. आप देख रहे दुनिया कहाँ से कहाँ जा रही है in terms of usage of data for lots of policy making, but not just from the government, it's also efficiency enhancing and profit maximizing for corporate sector. You're using all this data. For instance, insurance firms are using satellite data to measure loss of crop. Crop insurance mein you have to assess the yield loss. So now you can move, there are forms of data which are qualitatively very good. So we have to also therefore begin, when we say evidence-based policy making, we have to have an openness and a scientific attitude. Okay, let us now look at new kinds of data. There is one other problem. An article called Household Surveys Are in Crisis came out in the US 8 years back. So when you are reading the newspaper, you think सब data का issue India में है. India का data बहुत खराब. Not true at all. These kind of problems are global problems. If the US, which has one of the most robust data systems, if they are now wondering कि our data, our survey data is in crisis, you have to understand why are they saying this. And you know what was the motivation for this? When the elections of 2016 happened, इतने सारे सर्वेस किए गए थे, no survey predicted the victory of Donald Trump. तो ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है कि इतने बड़े सर्वेस, इतने सारे सर्वेस, and none of them could capture, which is such a fundamental phenomenon, which is people have moved towards this one candidate who, पढ़े लिखे लोग, experts, people such as everyone, you're thinking, when you speak to experts, you get a very biased view. Because surveys also, and when you think survey ke through we are more objective, not necessary. That's why the quality matters. That's why you have to get into matters of sampling. Each of these things is directly feeding into every department, every ministry of the government. You know, every ministry has a chief statistical officer, a chief economist. We have intelligence units sitting everywhere. We have to improve the quality. We have to improve the nature of the publication and the usage of data and bring in methodological rigor, which is what will lead us to what is evidence-based policy making. Right? Otherwise, many times it is policy-based evidence making also. You know the story that you want to hear and somebody is ready to tell you that story. So I'm, once again, Samir, thank you for putting this gathering together. My job as an empiricist and an economist is to sensitize you, partly to tell you that there is a lot of improvement happening, but the nature of this improvement is that it's back-end. This is not something media wants to talk about because it is really not that much fun. But you know, a lot of this plumbing nature, this brick and mortar nature of these changes are happening. And we should be ready to use a lot of this public data that is available and enhance policy making across areas and particularly in the new digital age. So thank you for the opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. We'll have a good photo. Come. All the panelists together before you know, otherwise we'll be called a manel.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, sir.
You are the affirmative action. Come.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to capture this momentous moment in our book of memories. For this, may I please call upon stage. Dr. Shamika Ravi is already here. Mr. Shriji Gopinathan sir, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi ji, Dr. Yatin Pal Singh Balhara, Mr. Sumanta Dev. We also request Mr. Sanjay Agrawal and Dr. Gursharan ji is also here, and Rohan Kochar sir, if he can also join us. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our honorable speakers for this summit. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. We surely must have some important takeaways after listening them. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, to move forward with this session, our next session is about Indian indices for global use. And to share the views, may I please request Professor Sachin Chaturvedi ji, Director General, Research and Information System for developing countries, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, he works on issues related to development economics involving development finance, SDGs and South Corporation, apart from trade, investment and innovation linkages, with a special focus on WTO. Currently, Professor Chaturvedi ji is also an independent director on board of Reserve Bank of India. So we welcome you.
And good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to join SKOCH in this mega exercise that they have initiated on focusing issues that are there in our development indices, the issues which India can address in terms of responding to the global narratives that are coming, and as Shamika just said, also trying to do data processing that is required. I would take slightly different view in terms of contributing to the debate and discussion that we have initiated today. I would focus for another 10 minutes or so on 4 broad dimensions that are there and would be very precise. First and foremost is our idea as to what kind of development parameters we are looking at. And this is what something I thought would be of great significance in terms of India's growth performance, India's narrative setting, etc., is one part of the story in terms of how we take the development narrative forward. But second important part to that is what is it that we want in our development? What kind of parameters we want to get captured in our endeavors for economic development of the country. As we have been hearing from the Prime Minister in terms of making growth more inclusive, more responsive, how do we do that? Is it correct? And with Ridge and many other areas of Delhi, we are seeing how trees are disappearing, but Delhi's GDP is expanding. Do we really want that kind of growth? Do we really want that kind of development? So what parameters we are thinking of, what parameters we are ending up with, and then there are 2 more issues. One is at the global level. India is part of international, the UN Statistical Commission, what role we play in terms of transition of statistics at the global level as part of the lead of the UN Statistical Commission. And fourth and last, which very often doesn't appear in our statistical debates, is about the plight of statistical institutions at the bottom, at the level of districts in different states, at the state level. How many states have a statistical commission? Anyone has any guess? We need to have these institutions which are not responding in terms of how we go for localization of our development strategies. And this is what is important in terms of we going forward. At this point in the country, only 2 states have statistical commissions. Kerala, where no members are there, and one member which was earlier there was only part-time. Madhya Pradesh is the only state which has last year created Statistical Commission and has a full-fledged team which is trying to do calculations that are needed at the grassroots level. So I would just quickly go through these 4 points in next few minutes, and we would try to capture the dimensions that are needed. During the G20 presidency, Prime Minister made a statement not only before the G20 meeting, but also in his inaugural remarks at the G20 to say that we need to go beyond Kuznets. And Kuznets, as an economist, came up with the idea of how it is captured, what kind of GDP measurements we can do. And this is something which is important for us to see how do we take the debate beyond GDP. The United Nations Secretary General has already initiated a major exercise in terms of defining how we look at GDP, what kind of dimensions we can augment to enrich our understanding on GDP. And this is where the dimension is important. Again, in September, when the Future Summit is coming, Prime Minister is going, issues related to the dimensions of this augmented GDP would come in. What is that augmented GDP and what kind of work we can do? At my own institute at RIS, we have a team, Sabyasachi Saha, Arslan, they all are working on these dimensions of bringing in the historical debate that is there. And RIS back in 1984 contributed a major concept in terms of how we can bring in transition in GDP. So we are working since then. And our idea was that this transition after the Kuznets-led GDP adoption at the global level happened, we should go towards basic needs, capturing basic needs. And we tried that at that point when the Human Development Index by Mahbubul Haq and Amartya Sen was adopted. Human Development Index, as Samir in the beginning brought out, the statistical mechanisms at the global level in terms of selection is in a way under siege by people with specific inclinations. And that part we need to shatter and bring out the ideas which are more inclusive and more responding to the kind of realities we want. We did not get into measurements of people who are getting their basic needs met at the grassroots level. We have no idea during COVID how many units in a particular district got closed. What is happening with people who have not borrowed from the banks, because since I sit on the board of the Reserve Bank, every time we've asked government and the RBI in terms of the plight of MSMEs with the borrowings which they have done. You may recall Finance Minister announcing special packages for MSMEs, but the data at the district level in terms of departments of industries of that state government, no indices available. So we need to get that data right in place. And so are the number of hospitals, number of beds, etc., etc. So the Millennium Development Goals, which we adopted in 2000, tried to capture. But this did not work. We have missed out the timeline. We then switched over to SDG in 2015. So what is the difference between SDG and MDG, the Millennium Development Goal and Sustainable Development Goal? It would take me 2 hours to explain, but let me just in 1 minute tell you, as I see the distinction between SDG and MDG, there are several differences, but one in current context, most important, is the idea of shift from quantity to quality. MDG में बार-बार कहा गया, कितने schools, कितनी लंबी सड़कें, कितने सारे enrollments, ये सारे quantitative indicators हैं. फूड सिक्योरिटी या न्यूट्रिशनल सिक्योरिटी, ये जब सवाल आया तो ये क्वालिटेटिव शिफ्ट है. SDGs are talking about qualitative indicators that we need to have nutritional security and not food security. Food security is not taking us anywhere. Nutritional security would. And that's where the idea of development philosophy shifted, that if you want nutritional security, you have to have water, you have to have sanitation, you have to have health services, you have to have gender engagement. So how these parameters together are to be viewed, what kind of indices should come in. So the basic needs that we overlooked at that point, we need to revisit. And as a result, if you see under SDGs, goal 2 to goal 7 are exactly the goals which were there in MDGs. So transition and the burden and the challenge for the government hasn't been adequately addressed. We can't keep on postponing our fundamental requirement if we have to achieve Viksit Bharat by 2047. Some of these fundamental challenges at the grassroots level are to be addressed. And they are to be addressed not only in terms of providing education, health, fuel and water sanitation, but also in terms of basic statistics, so that we are sure which district, aspirational, non-aspirational, what kind of parameter change they are going through. Every year we see floods in different parts of country, and that derails the development efforts. Do we have any statistical measurement of that? So if Viksit Bharat has to come in and statistical dimensions are to be addressed, then we need to address basic lacuna that is there. And that's where I say it is important for us to go forward. During the BRICS presidency in 2016, RIS suggested in terms of wellness index and how best we can bring in coherence across. If Brazilian G20 presidency is talking about protecting Amazon, then their idea is that there is no point in GDP growth at the cost, which Bolsonaro was trying, at the cost of compromising area under forest which Amazon provides. So we need to see how wellness-related indicators are important. Samir, you were saying that economists have nothing to do with technology, but there is full stream of economists who are working on technology. I myself have been working for now almost 30 years on technology and economics interlinkages. How innovation gives edge to trade, what kind of trade and innovation linkages are, how countries' exports change when they acquire new technology, and how it dips if they lose out on this. In fact, in my PhD, I showed how Singapore lost out when they did not focus on ICT, which was their forte. And since they did not focus on hardware, Malaysia and Thailand took away the advantage. Software came to India, and that's when Singapore in 1998 got into biopharma. And you look at even now, biopharma is giving Singapore 5% manufacturing growth push through technology strategy. So technology and economic growth are intertwined. If economists don't understand, the country would pay. So those who are into the process of understanding technology and innovation, it is important. In fact, 2018, when India, both the prime ministers of Japan and India in New York announced STI for SDG, we were the ones who evolved new indices as to how science, technology, innovation may contribute in terms of achieving sustainable development goals by bringing in, we did principal component analysis, but how access, equity and inclusion, all three can be achieved through STI. Then comes in multidimensional frameworks of measuring well-being. 2024, India and the G20 presidency has talked about it, and that's when I say, Samir, if Viksit Bharat has to go forward, the idea, the indicators, not just for us in India, but for the global community, and as part of India's role at the United Nations Statistical Commission, is to see how comprehensive indices may come in, which factors in issues that are important in terms of biodiversity, in terms of natural protections that are needed, but also in terms of equitable housing, the cost of housing, the nature of housing that we are providing, the nature of income and the quality of jobs that we are talking of, community participation. Samir, if we don't look at role of community in our indices, we are not going to go forward in terms of how government should incentivize communities. At the time of COVID crisis, who helped the community? The community helped itself. But in our official statistical framework, there is no space for community. We need to incentivize communitization at different levels. RWAs, etc., are just manifestation of few housing societies which get a land and they come together. But people change and the spirit goes off. So we need to see how those incentives and mechanisms come up. But first we have to have the statistics of what kind of communities we are talking about. So that part I think is important. Quality of education, environment part, health, life satisfaction, the measurements which during G20 we pushed about the lifestyle for environment, those dimensions I think are important. Work and sort of life priority balance, which OECD countries have introduced, VIKSIT Bharat would have to go. Because India's challenge is the duality that we have. Some people have challenge of life and work balance, and some people are still looking for work. So that kind of societal imbalance that has come in, our statistical system for VIKSIT Bharat would have to address these dualities and would have to be responsive in terms of how we take that forward. At my own research institute, RIS, some of you may not be aware, is a policy research institute with Ministry of External Affairs. We work on issues that are related to India's future, both in terms of our international engagement, but also in terms of how financial dimensions can be added up and what part is important. You mentioned about ethics, and I think in context of technology, that is most important part of our development process, and also in terms of our statistical measurement. How we can do that in terms of AI, in terms of synthetic biology, and new technologies that are coming in are extremely important. At this point, my institute is working very closely with Department of Science and Technology to revisit India's science technology related indicators, because as I said, they have to be clubbed with our idea of economic progress, its inclusion across regions, and how different technologies are contributing and giving impetus to the expansion of GDP, what boost we are seeing from AI, from convergence of nano, biotech, and ICT. If these three technologies converge, what expansion, what acceleration we see in GDP is to be measured. And for that, we need to know what kind of enterprises are getting into that trajectory and what do we expect in terms of acceleration. There are precise estimations available, including on blue economy, dimensions which are important for ocean-based economy, which brings in not just fisheries. Some people think that blue economy is fisheries, oceans, fisheries. No. This is about insurance, it is about reinsurance, it is about shipbuilding. A whole set of new sectors are coming up. So India's efforts in terms of improving the quality of survey, creating alternative surveys, but also futuristic surveys which are not compromising our environmental concerns, ethical concerns, I think are important. Samir, thanks a lot for inviting me, and I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your ideas, for your values and thoughts. And I'm sure we have some important takeaways after listening to you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please now invite Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH Group, to kindly address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, over 25 years of working in the field of public policy, Dr. Dhanjal is a doctorate in political science from University of Delhi. He's a prolific writer, has written numerous columns in national dailies like Times of India, Hindustan Times, Financial Express, etc., and authored a number of widely acclaimed books and papers. Some of them are even catalogued in the Library of Congress. May I please now request Dr. Gursharan Dhanjal, Vice Chairman, SKOCH, to kindly be on the stage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. सुबह कोचर साहब ने कुछ बातें कही आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में। उन्होंने कहा कि अचार नहीं बन सकता, सच है, लेकिन अचार बनाने की विधि ज़रूर बताई जा सकती है और उसके ऊपर ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस लगा करके उसको इम्प्रोवाइज़ किया जा सकता है। लेकिन जो हमारे ट्रेडिशंस हैं, हमारी प्रथाएं हैं, उसके ऊपर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कैसे लग सकती है, इस पे बहुत बड़ा सवालिया निशान है। दूसरी बात ये कि जब कोविड हुआ तो हमें लगा कि अब हमारा आपसे मिलने का जो एक ट्रेडिशन था वो शायद ख़त्म हो गया है। इसके बाद आपसे मुलाकात नहीं होगी, सिर्फ आपका चेहरा दिखेगा, कभी जूम पे दिखेगा, कभी वेबएक्स पे दिखेगा। वो भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस थी, वो हमें बताता था कि किस तरीके से आपको आगे बढ़ना है। लेकिन जब आप ह्यूमन इंटरैक्शन की बात करते हैं तो वहाँ पर भी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस फेल हो गया। आज फिर हम एक दूसरे के साथ जुड़े हैं और हम जूम और ये सब बाकी प्लेटफॉर्म सिर्फ इस्तेमाल करते हैं कि एक दूसरे से बातचीत कैसे की जाए। आप फ़ोन पे भी वीडियो कॉल कर सकते हैं, वो ना हो तो आप 4 लोगों को जोड़ करके जूम कॉल कर सकते हैं। तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ, ये हमारी ज़िंदगी के यापन के लिए एक नया ऑयल प्रदान कर रहा है, सिर्फ उसको फैसिलिटेट कर रहा है, उसको रिप्लेस नहीं कर रहा। एक और एग्जांपल देता हूँ। मेरा बच्चा स्कूल में पढ़ता है, उसको ऐसे लिखने के लिए दिया जाता था 100 शब्दों में एक ऐसे लिखें, उनके लिए मुश्किल होता था। आज उनको चैट जीपीटी पढ़ाया जाता है और बोला जाता है कि आप 2000 शब्द का एक ऐसे लिख करके लाएं, उसके ऊपर एक पीपीटी भी बनाएं जो आप बाकी क्लास के सामने प्रेजेंट करें। तो इसका मतलब हुआ कि टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करते हुए आज प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग हमारे रेगुलर करिकुलम में आ गई है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी हमारा एक अंदरूनी हिस्सा बन कर के हमारे सामने है, लेकिन उसका हम सही इस्तेमाल कैसे करें, देश उसका सही इस्तेमाल कैसे करें। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एक एग्जांपल और देता हूं। हम ईएसजी और एसडीजी की बात करते हैं। जब उज्ज्वला योजना आया तो इसने 3 चीज़ों को बदला। पहला, इसने धुएं को घर से बाहर निकाला, उससे क्या बदला? हेल्थ, जो कि एसडीजी और ईएसजी दोनों में इंक्लूडेड है। दूसरा, उन्होंने लकड़ी को घर से बाहर निकाला, जो कि काट करके लाते थे या तोड़ करके लाते थे, उससे डिफॉरेस्टेशन खत्म हुआ, वो भी एनवायरनमेंट का हिस्सा है, वो भी ईएसजी में इंक्लूडेड है, एसडीजी में इंक्लूडेड है। और तीसरा था क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ, जो कि इंप्रूव हुई। तो जब हम ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात करते हैं तो सिर्फ 2 चीज़ें हैं उसमें, एक क्वालिटी और दूसरा डिग्निटी। सो इट ब्रॉट डिग्निटी टू द वुमन ऑफ द हाउस, द लेडी ऑफ द हाउस। तो अगर इन सब चीज़ों को हम जोड़ करके देखें, हमारे सामने आयाम बड़ा क्लियर है कि अगर हम जो ऑप्शन 1 था कि जो एग्जिस्टिंग इंडिसेस हैं उनमें बदलाव कैसे ला सकते हैं, दूसरा था कि जो ग्रीन फील्ड इंडिसेस हैं उनको हम प्रोड्यूस कैसे कर सकते हैं, वो फ्रेमवर्क्स कैसे बना सकते हैं ताकि एक नया एग्जाम्पल हमारे सामने आए। ऑप्शन 3 है कि हम इंडियन इंडिसेस को कैसे बनाएं जो कि ग्लोबल इंडिसेस और परफॉर्मेंस को मेजर करें और उनका एक काउंटर प्रेजेंट करें। तो मेरा जो प्रेजेंटेशन है वो उससे रिलेट करता है, विच इज़ वॉट हार्मोनाइजिंग CDR, विच इज़ कॉर्पोरेट डिजिटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, SDGs, ESG, CSR, ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड AI। CSR की बात करते हैं, मैंडेटेड है हिंदुस्तान में, आपको करना ही करना है। ESG में BRSR रिपोर्टिंग मैंडेटेड है फॉर टॉप 1000 कॉर्पोरेट्स बाय मार्केट कैप लिस्टेड ऑन द मार्केट एक्सचेंजेस ऑफ द कंट्री। किसी और देश में CSR नहीं है। अगर हम बोलते हैं हमारे यहाँ CSR है, तो हमारे जितने भी 17 SDG के गोल्स हैं वो एक या दूसरे फॉर्म और शेप में हम उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। और हमारा रिसर्च ये बताता है कि ये सारे के सारे गोल्स इन वन फॉर्म और अनदर मैप वेरी वेल ऑन ESG। हमने स्टडी किया दुनिया के टॉप 10 कॉर्पोरेट्स उठा करके, वॉलमार्ट, एप्पल, सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ, उनका कोई ESG रिपोर्टिंग नहीं है। लेकिन जो SDG का काम कर रहे हैं वो सब ESG दिखा करके अपनी एनुअल रिपोर्ट्स में डाल रहे हैं। हम तो ये कितने सालों से कर रहे हैं, तो वाई आर वी लैगिंग फार बिहाइंड। तो इसका मतलब हुआ कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि हमें इन सब चीज़ों को अमेलगमेट करके, हार्मोनाइज करके आगे बढ़ना है और देखना है कि किस तरीके से इसको हम लेवरेज कर पाएँ एज अ कंट्री। तो हमने ये सारी चीज़ों को स्टडी किया और जितने भी पैरामीटर्स थे उनको इकट्ठे रखा और ये देखा कि ये कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे पर मैप हो रहे हैं, चाहे वो CDR को लें, चाहे हम सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को लें, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को लें, एनवायरमेंटल सोशल एंड गवर्नेंस, उसको भी हमने ब्रेक डाउन कर दिया, ह्यूमन राइट्स को भी रखा है उसके अंदर, और उसके आगे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. दिस इज अ लॉन्ग लिस्ट. Definition. How do we define corporate digital responsibility? Focus areas are data protection, transparency, responsible AI, digital literacy, and ensuring equitable access to digital resources. In all these areas, if you ask this question to yourself, are we lagging behind? The answer is no. We have made a huge amount of progress amongst all these areas, yet there is nothing that exists elsewhere in the world. So the opportunity lies with us as a nation to create an indice which is to be followed by the rest of the world. SDGs. It talks about no poverty, zero hunger, good health, well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water, sanitation, affordable, clean energy, and so on and so forth. शामिका जी ने बात किया, इन सभी एरियाज में उन्होंने हाईलाइट किया कि कितना देश आगे बढ़ चुका है. In ESG, we talk about environment protection, social impact, governance structures, including transparency, ethical practices, and compliance. There's no question mark on this. CSR involves companies taking responsibility for their impact on society and the environment beyond their financial and operational obligations. Philanthropy, ethical labor practices, volunteerism, environmental sustainability, and community development. Tell me, out of these focus areas, have we as a corporate, as a nation, not been involved in these practices, in following these practices since time immemorial? Philanthropy has been a part of our culture. Tatas have been there. All the large corporates have been there forever. You know, hospitals used to be made by wealthy people to provide health care to those who could not afford it. Pyao banaye jate the. Wasn't that philanthropy? So this has been ingrained into the Indian culture. They are only telling us now that this is corporate social responsibility while they don't do it. And we are mandated. Equality, non-discrimination, freedom of expression, right to education, to privacy, and fair working conditions is about human rights, which is freedom that every person is entitled to, such as the right to life, liberty, equality, and security. It provides dignity. AI. Terms हैं machine learning, data analytics, modeling, LLM, काफ़ी डरावना लगता है जब इसकी बात करते हैं. लेकिन अगर इसका आप सिंप्लीफाई करें तो these have already have become integral part of our life. All Apple phone users use Siri day in and day out. Command पे ही काम हो जाता है. So we say there is a need to look at these in an integrated manner. So our study suggests that when we implement ethical and transparent digital practices, these map very well over CDR, ESG, and CSR. When we talk of sustainability in operations, SDG, ESG, and CSR come into the picture. Inclusive environment, respect to human rights is part of human rights, CSR, ESG, and SDGs. Promoting well-being both digitally and physically is about digital wellness. Digital wellness has become very important today in the digital world because we are bombarded by digital technologies which take away our good sleep even during the night. SDGs and CSR being part of that. And ensuring robust data protection and security measures, which is again corporate digital responsibility, human rights, and SDG. So while these are different areas, and if you do not look at them in an integrated manner, which is what has been the practice so far, that these have been looked at in silos. And it's been widely believed that they don't overlap with each other, they don't talk to each other. While the reality is that when you look at the metrics, then you say that, oh, this CDR really applies in human rights, but how come? Let's see how that happens. So we have mapped the common areas across all these areas. Talking about security. So we have mapped 12 different indicators of corporate digital responsibility, security being one. SDG 16 applies on that, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. CSR, disaster management and relief. Environmental, which is about compliance. Data privacy and security. Governance, which includes risks and human rights, rights of victims, human rights in social media, and the trustworthiness which comes from AI become part of security. That means the first principle, which is what we are propagating of security under CDR, all of them map pretty well. In grievance redressal, SDG 16, CSR again, environmental, social, governance, human rights, and AI, which is transparency, become part of that. On the governance practices, again, SDG 16, CSR, environmental, all these areas in small and different form map very well. So that means to say that the corporate digital responsibility, which is what was talked about in the morning, becomes an overarching framework. It becomes a superset of all indicators under which lie everything. Economic digital responsibility, which is SDG 8, CSR principles of eradicating hunger, poverty, malnutrition, contribution to incubators, R&D, environmental green energy, so on and so forth, social, financial inclusion, governance, financial or economic risk, and human rights, right to employment and skill development. AI, skilling for the AI age, economic growth. I gave you one very small example of school. Human resource, SDG principle 8, CSR principles of gender equality, environmental, which is climate, social, diversity, employee well-being, governance, stakeholder engagement, human rights, rights of labor, rights to health and mental health, AI principle and planet and mental health. So all become assimilated in human resource of CDR. On social digital responsibility, SDG 10 and SDG 5. CSR, promoting gender equality, slum development, rural development. Environmental, conservation, product, services, and impacts. Social inclusion, digital inclusion, poverty alleviation. If you look at all these areas, it'll be very difficult to find or very difficult to say that we have not been doing this ever since we got into our working life. We have always, in one way or another, either associated with that or have contributed to it. Now, sustainable digital responsibility. Cities and communities and responsible consumption, production, and climate action. 3 principles of SDG sit very well on that. CSR, environmental, green energy. Social, which is responsible supply chains. Governance, which is compliance risk. Human rights, climate change and human rights, and people and planet risk management, once again from AI. So ethical digital practices. This enhances justice, institutional strength, environmental governance, human rights, transparency, and trustworthy AI. You can see all these principles very well included in this. Nothing can be done without having to talk about or bring in technology. So SDG 9 and SDG 17, CSR, environmental, social. So this drives innovation, infrastructure, propels global partnerships, spurs digital inclusion, enhances product responsibility, and ensures employment rights and AI-related skills. So our conclusion on risk management is that this supports stronger institutions, resilient communities, environmental compliance, data security, refuge rights, and trustworthy AI. Languages, most important. Now when we talk about the content that is available in India, it is not more than 2 or 3 languages. Of course, Hindi, English, and probably 1 regional language. But that again, we need to widespread, proliferate, and take it to a larger audience, because in case you have to provide protection to your culture, the language has to be protected and language has to be promoted. And this reduces inequalities and promotes quality education, both the principles under SDG. CSR, again it says promoting education, slum development, rural development, environmental, social and so forth. So this is all about inclusivity. So government is already working on a project Bhashini, which is going to be providing language solutions to all the government functioning vis-a-vis the citizen services delivery. Mental health. SDG 3 says good health and well-being. And SDG 8 says decent work and economic growth. So this contributes to overall health, well-being, productive work environments, climate resilience, and health rights and mental health. Of course, there's an element of AI included in this. But AI, as I said, is not to be allowed to regulate and run our lives. It is to be used to enhance our living and protecting our digital rights. So what is the summary of our intersections? So we say that when we talk about grievance redressal, security and ethical practices, these align very well with SDG 16, along with CSR's focus. Economic digital responsibility and human resource practices support SDG 8 and CSR's goals in education, poverty eradication, and AI-related skills. Social digital responsibility and multilingual initiatives intersect with SDGs 4, 5, and 10, and so on with the CSR goals. Sustainable digital responsibility, it overlaps with SDG 11, 12, and 13, and emphasizes on environmental sustainability and responsible consumption along with climate change. In technology and risk management, we can see very clearly that SDG 9 and 17 are covered. And CSR's contributions in R&D, universities, disaster relief, so on and so forth. Mental health initiatives align very well with SDG 3 and 8. It supports health, well-being, and productive work environments. So our principles of corporate digital responsibility, when we do a percentage overlap, which Mr. Kochhar also talked about in the morning, 58% beginning with SDG, CSR, environmental, social and governance, and human rights sits very well. Artificial intelligence, 33%. So having gone through this, very little doubt left that in case we focus on these CDR indicators, which is corporate digital responsibility that cuts across all these areas, it improves performance across each and every index that we have. Based on this, we have already released our India Involved Index, which measures commitment to developed India. It includes corporate excellence, environmental excellence, social excellence, governance excellence, and digital transformation. The report is on your table. It is the first output result of our analysis of corporate digital responsibility as to how it cuts across all these areas and how it can improve the existing indices and helps India create those indices, which is what can become the global benchmarks. We have included now corporate digital responsibility to it. So instead of around 300 indicators now, moving forward, we are going to be having 500 plus indicators which are going to be measured accordingly. This brings me to the end. And thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, हम मेंटल हेल्थ की जब बात करते हैं, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की बात करते हैं, तो आजकल एक और शब्द साथ में जुड़ गया है, डिजिटल मेंटल हेल्थ, जो बहुत ही ज़रूरी विषय है। और इस बहुत ही ज़रूरी विषय पर बातचीत करने के लिए हमें उससे और ज़्यादा अवगत कराने के लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ डॉक्टर यतनपाल सिंह बलहारा, प्रोफेसर साइकियाट्री, नेशनल ड्रग डिपेंडेंस ट्रीटमेंट सेंटर, एम्स. Sir, we welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, at AIIMS, sir runs the Dual Diagnostic Clinic and Behavioral Addictions Clinic. He is also Secretary of World Association on Dual Disorders. He's a global master trainer on drug demand reduction for the Colombo Plan and UNODC. He's a member of various national and international committees, including the WHO expert group on addictive behaviors, and Sir has published more than 300 research papers. Sir, we welcome you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I begin by thanking the organizers for this opportunity to be here as part of this. It's working now. Yeah, thank you. To be here to share my thoughts on this theme with you. And I've been asked to talk about digital mental health. So primarily what I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes is talk about context of digital space and how mental well-being and digital wellness is connected, and why is it important to talk about it. I'll talk briefly about some of the work that we do at AIIMS New Delhi. And at the end of it, I'll present the work that has been done by the expert group in terms of the newer indicators or indices that have been developed in this context. When it comes to digital well-being or mental well-being in digital spaces, we must remember that when anybody, including any one of us, we venture into digital space, there are multiple factors that are at play. And these factors, they actually determine how our psyche or our psychology reacts or responds to our presence in that digital space. There are multiple such factors or mediators. I have listed a couple of them there which are relevant in the context. Things such as expectancy, which means that when you venture into digital space, what is it that you expect from it? It impacts your psychological well-being. And just to give you an example, think of you using a social media platform and posting a message there. Your expectancy could be that you wanted to convey your thoughts or even feelings at times to others, and it ends there. Your expectancy can be more than this. Yes, you wanted to post it, but you are also interested in knowing how others respond to it. And it can go even a step beyond that, that you want to share your ideas, your feelings with others. You wait for how they respond, and you are also very concerned whether the reaction is positive or not, whether they like it, whether they forward it. And depending on what is the expectancy with which you venture into the digital space, whether you feel good about it or whether you are troubled when somebody reacts to it in a negative way, it changes the outcome significantly. The experience that we have in digital space, that shapes our mental well-being. If we like our experience, it makes us feel good about ourselves. But if somebody reacts negatively to what we do there, to our presence there, it affects us in negative ways. So there are multiple ways in which this interaction is mediated. But what we need to remember is that this is not just a passive interaction that happens. It's not that there is a platform and we just interact it and there is an outcome. We need to keep in mind that these platforms are actively managed platforms. So these platforms may have many ingredients or many aspects or components which are designed to make us engage with them in a way that the platform wants. There may be elements which make it more interesting, more interactive, better to look at, better to participate in, because when you engage with these platforms, there is an economics behind it. There is a transaction that happens. So many of these platforms may have elements which make them more engaging and at times even more addictive in nature. And that is what people suffer at times. They end up spending too much time doing things which they may not be doing, at least to that extent or for that duration of time. And that affects people in many negative ways. We also need to remember is that this is not just a one-way interaction. It's not just that the digital space impacts our psyche or our psychological well-being. We also interact with it. and we are also helping it learn how we want to engage with it. Again, when you use an app or a game or a social media platform, it's not that you are just using it, you are also offering it lot of information about your behavior. You are telling it that what you like about it, you are telling it what you don't like about it, and this information is being captured by these applications, and they help them make them more engaging, and there is this two-way interaction that we need to keep in mind. Now, when we talk of impact on digital well-being, there are multiple channels that exist. There is one pathway that is a direct pathway. For example, you spend too much time, you can't live without it, you ignore rest of your important activities and interests and pleasures. So there is a direct pathway in which psychological well-being can be impacted. But there are many indirect pathways as well. For example, the initial impact may not be on the psychological well-being, but for example, your health is impacted, and it can get impacted in digital space. People who use mobile phones for a long time to play games, they have pain in their thumbs at times. They can have pain in their neck, their back, they can have eye strain, they have what is called as computer vision syndrome. So the physical problem is the first to set in, and then it eventually leads to psychological issues. We get people in our clinics for which problem started with a financial issue that they faced. They spend a lot of money which they did not want to spend online, either gaming or gambling, or even in some activities which are not even games and gambling. And it starts as a financial crisis and eventually ends up being a psychological issue for them. So the psychological well-being can be impacted through direct pathways and multiple indirect pathways, which can be a physical consequence, a financial implication. For students, it can be educational issues that they face when they are in digital space. And there are multiple channels through which the end, that is psychological well-being, is impacted. As part of our work, we work with people who come to our clinic. We run a clinic at AIIMS, it's called Behavioral Addictions Clinic, but we also go out in the community to schools and colleges. And in addition, we do some research as well, and we have focused on this theme in different populations, different kind of target populations, including students, medical students, engineering students, even school students, and we have tried to document that how mental health is impacted. And I'll briefly comment on that in a later part. We have talked about, we have worked with school students as well. We have tried to explore what is the implications for them when they engage with digital spaces and digital technology. We have also focused on specific themes. There are broader domains like internet use, and then there are specific activities that we can talk of, for example, gaming addiction. We have researched on that. We have also researched on other themes like social media, OTT platforms. And we have tried to see how engagement of people, especially youth, with these platforms impacts their well-being. Now, in terms of this impact, there can be multiple implications. I won't give you the statistics because numbers can be boring, but just to give you an idea how people reach us and for what reasons they come to us. There are three broad set of problems with which they come to us in our clinic. One is what we call as negative emotional states, which means that people have been using technology in a manner which is impacting their psychological well-being in a negative way. They may experience anxiety, stress, distress, and some depressive symptoms at times. Then there is the second set where people come to us, they are facing challenges, but those challenges have escalated to a level that we have to now diagnose them with diagnosable mental disorders. So these are people who have developed depressive disorder, anxiety disorder, and at times even stress-related disorders. And these are the people who have a mental illness and they need to be treated for that. And finally, there is a third set of issues which is related to addiction. Traditionally, we talked about addiction to substances and drugs only, but these days people end up with us who have addiction to social media, addiction to gaming, addiction to internet-related behaviors. And in fact, these addictions are now listed as any other addiction in our textbooks and diagnostic systems. So this is one way we see these issues when people come to us. But when we reach out to students and youth in community, in schools and colleges, the problems are much wider than that. Now, these are not necessarily disorders or diseases, so people don't come to a doctor or a psychiatrist, but these are important concerns for them. Concerns that how people react to my presence in digital space, concerns such as cyberbullying, cyber stalking, concerns such as I will miss out on something important if I'm not part of that activity that whole of my peer group is engaged in. So there are different issues that they are facing. There are academic challenges. There are students who are irregular with their schools, not studying well, grades are going down, and even failing in classes. We have had examples where people have dropped out of their engineering colleges because they are spending too much time doing a particular activity in the digital space. In terms of what we need to do, there is a lot that can be done. But before we start talking about how to mitigate these challenges or these negative consequences, it's very important that we must acknowledge that the picture is broader than this. And what that means is that we need to look at the both sides of this. For example, when we talk of people engaging with digital space, it's not always problematic. It may be beneficial in many ways, and we must acknowledge that. And that is what actually makes it much more tricky or challenging. Typically, when we talk of, say, drug addiction, our messages are very simple: say no to drugs. But when you think of internet addiction, the message cannot be say no to internet, because we know internet does so much good for us. So that's what makes it even more challenging, that how to strike that balance, that yes, we are in this space, we use it for the good of it, and at the same time we are able to ensure that we don't suffer the consequences which are negative in nature. Now at our institute we do some initiatives, like we work with different partners. This is one work that we did with Delhi Police in schools in Southeast Delhi East District. We went to different schools and we carried out this awareness program some time back. We work with different international organizations like WHO. We prepare these guidelines on how to safely navigate and prevent behavioral addictions. We engage in different teaching and training activities, online mode. We develop some resources where people can assess themselves. For example, this is a scale using which somebody can identify whether they have an addiction to games or not. We also create online resources in terms of online courses which people can take to kind of know more about these conditions and how they can help themselves and people around them. These courses have been evaluated for their effectiveness as well. We run an online portal, it's called Behavior, which stands for Behavioral Addiction. So it's a regional resource for the Southeast Asian countries. And here we put a lot of information, a lot of content regarding creating awareness and knowing more about how to be safe and healthy in digital spaces. Now I'll briefly give you a glimpse of the framework for digital mental health, and I must acknowledge the expert group which has contributed to the development of this. And again, the framework is very similar in terms of the layout that we have seen so far for the other sections. So there are different domains that have been subdomains that have been identified. For example, one is digital well-being and potential for addiction when people are in digital space. And as you can see, there are different sub-themes that have been identified, and an attempt has been made to see where different developed countries and India stand on these. There are other subdomains, for example, content-based mental health issues, and following the same general format, it has been divided into sub-themes, and again the performance of different countries has been assessed on that. Another theme that is relevant in digital space is of child protection. I talked about cyber stalking and cyber bullying. It can be even more severe than that. Childhood abuse, children abuse can happen, sexual abuse can start from online spaces, and that is another parameter that we need to evaluate in this context. And of course, as has been the format, ethical considerations are of equal importance, and the same is true for digital spaces as well in context of mental well-being. And there is a whole set of parameters or variables to assess that bit as well. So to conclude, I would mention that it's very important that we talk of mental health and well-being in this context. And the bottom line is that we need to ensure that we are safe when we are in digital spaces. We need to find the ways in which we can navigate these spaces in a healthy and a productive way without experiencing the negative consequences. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
स्कॉच ग्रुप का जो रिपोर्ट आया है वो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है जी। उसने कहा कि पिछले 10 साल में हर वर्ष 5 करोड़ पर्सन ईयर रोजगार जनरेट हुआ है, और उन्होंने 22 चीजों को लिया है पैरामीटर के रूप में। ये करना है तो कितने पर्सन ईयर आवर चाहिए, कितने पर्सन आवर चाहिए, ये करके उन्होंने कहा। उसके आधार पर उसने निकाला हुआ है, यानी आधार एकेडमिक बराबर रिसर्च करके निकाला हुआ है। अब ये सारी चीजें धरती पर दिखती भी है, ऐसा नहीं कि कागजों में दिखती है। मैं वो नॉन गवर्नमेंट जो अलग अलग व्यवस्थाएं हैं उससे जो बातें थी उसकी मैं कर रहा हूँ।
बिल्कुल। So this is a snippet from Honorable Prime Minister endorsing a SKOCH report on employment, which was released about a month and a half back. Not only this, he appeared on several national televisions endorsing the report. So what Mr. Kocher talked about in the morning, that if the research is actually based not purely on data, but also the correct perspective, which is what you gather from your field studies. So it's not about the economics, it's also about anthropology and sociology and political science. So if you put all these things together, is equals to something which becomes even more credible than what otherwise the institutions which are quasi-economic or economic, quote unquote, come out with. Well, this was one. So thank you very much, Dr. Bharara, for this presentation. In fact, SKOCH Development Foundation will soon be collaborating with the AIMS under the guidance and leadership of Dr. Bharara to set up a digital wellness helpline. So the details are being worked out, and we'll come back to you once it is there for your blessings. Well, thank you very much, and over to you for bringing up the next presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the very valuable presence of Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, CTO and Head, Tech Sales, Hitachi Vantara, India and SAARC region. I request Sir to kindly join us on the dais and talk about responsibility framework for data and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir brings with him over 30 years of industry experience, even more than that. He leads a team of solution consultants and technical experts in India to help customers focus on solutions and initiatives around digital transformation. His interest areas include analytics, IoT, content platform, public safety solutions, enterprise storage, and server solution. So we welcome you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Kocher, for giving me this opportunity. Before I start the framework, let me share some of the background and some of the stuff that's driving it. Today we are in the digital era, and when we talk about digital transformation, enterprises, corporates are focusing a lot on exceptional customer experience for their customers, improving operations and automations of processes, and also new business models that can redefine the business and their go-to-market strategy. They are using digital technologies to drive this. When we look at digital technologies, things like AI and data are at its core. That's why every corporate is trying to become AI-enabled and data-driven. And if you look at all of these initiatives, AI and data are playing a lot of role in that. However, we have also heard of things like AI is not giving the right results. AI is not giving meaningful output. We have also heard of hallucinations. Thank you. False predictions, negative responses, inconsistent outputs. If you look at all of these, it actually points towards something that is in the data. We're also talking about things like biases, transparency, explainability. The core of all of these problems lies in the data. If the AI is not getting right data, the outcome will not be meaningful. AI and data go hand in hand. AI is not good, AI is not useful if the data is not good. And if AI is not there, data cannot be monetized. To ensure that we get best out of AI, we need a right culture, a right foundation, and a responsible framework for data operations in the organization. With that objective in mind, we collectively have focused on creating a framework. It's a high level, of course, we can deep dive and have many more pillars into it. But the idea here is that the framework should cover the entire life cycle of the data that corporates today have. It starts with data onboarding and all the way goes to the monetization and governance. I know time is a constraint, so I won't be getting into each of these, but some of the things that will be of interest, I'll share that. First pillar is data management. Now, while we talk about data management, where we talk about a lot of technologies that come into it, data architectures for the business operations, life cycle management, how do you recover if there is a data loss, and how do you recover when there is a disaster, and of course the master data and metadata management. But why are we trying to do this? Why are we focusing on data management? One of the top reasons under CDR is sustainability. You know, IT part contributes a lot when it comes to sustainability. And data infrastructure is on the top, and the size of the data is playing a role there. When we talk about data management, we say, corporates, please ensure that your data is managed, it's efficient. You don't have duplicate data, you don't have redundant data, you don't have data that you don't need it, because all of these put together contribute to the IT infrastructure, and that eventually leads to GHG emissions and things like that. Data quality, very important. When we are talking about data quality from a data perspective, we are talking about right data, complete data, consistent data, and things like that. The moment we shift gear and say, what is its relevance from AI perspective? We are talking about, do we have right samples, right type of data, enough data that contributes to the right decision making and things like that. So that's where this pillar of data quality and integration comes into the picture. You need to have the right data sources identified, right data extracts to be done, right data transformation to be done, so that it's meaningful and it's contributing to the right decision making. And AI, if that is used for the data, gets right sample, right size, right type, and ensures avoidance of biases and things like that. Analytics, very important. After all of these things are done, then data is used to analyze, the things, the behavior. So it could be as small as data discovery, searches, and it could be big as well, like deep learning, machine learning. If you look at all of these things, data again plays an important role. You create AI models, you train the model, you tune the model. All of this is important from a data analytics perspective, otherwise outcomes will not be there. So you have to have right data formats, you have to have right data architecture. Data architecture, when I'm talking about, it's like whether you should have data lake, data mesh, and things like that. And dark data assessment is also very important. You may have meaningless data in terms of not being visible, not having the visibility, but still holding the data. Do the assessment and see if you can derive some value out of it. Governance plays a very important role. Somebody was asking me, what is the difference between data governance and data compliance? In one sentence, I can say, you govern the data to be compliant. And compliance could be many things, including DPDP. So data governance is nothing but setting up a lot of policies within the organization and defining the standards that people should follow, and it could be related to anything. It could be data quality, it could be related to risk management, it could be related to how data will be used, how data will be stored, and what are we going to do with data or its life cycle. So those kind of things come into the picture. You put together a framework, you put together a policy document, and ensure that these documents are enhanced over a period of time so that you are updated, policies are latest, and governance leads to data compliance that you are trying to establish. For India, for example, DPDP, and outside you have heard of GDPR and things like that. Again, when it comes to compliance, we have to have regular audits and ensure that there are no gaps in that. Data security, a lot of people talked about it. Security is at different levels. It could be endpoint security, where typically the attacks happen from. Network security, identity and access management, encryption, data masking are some of the technologies that are being used. Ransomware is the biggest threat today. And I was doing a CIO workshop, and there was a sort of raise hand type survey, which is the biggest threat today when it comes to security in the digital space. And 80% of them said that it's a ransomware attack that's creating a problem for them. Regular monitoring, of course, very important. If you think you have done 10 things and these 10 things are good enough and you have reached nirvana stage, no. You have to keep doing a lot of things, monitoring of the compliance, threat detection and response. Honeypot, for example, a lot of discussion happening around that. Can we have as many honeypots deployed, fake assets, so that, attackers are, arrested there, or we can identify those before they attack the actual ones. And you should have the incident response plan. Now, all of these will not be possible if there is no focused data organization. That this culture has to come, this thing has to come from top, like CEO level responsibility in terms of building up data culture, guidance, direction, and things like that. There should be a governance team, and data governance team is a big team, and it has a lot of people in it. In fact, chief digital officer, chief data officers are also the positions that are very important to contribute to it. And then you can slowly form other teams that ensure that we are not only complying as per the compliance and regulatory policies, but ensuring that we contribute to the business. Data culture is very important, and I'm sure you have heard of things like cloud-first policy at many organizations. Data-first policy should also be there. What it means is that if organization decides to make a decision, it should be based on data. If there is no data, then it needs to be revisited. Data, the leadership should provide the vision. Data literacy should be there at every level. How the data should be, created, consumed, maintained, and who all should have access to data, and how should we have the data collaboration and data sharing across the enterprise so that we don't reinvent the things. One of the examples that corporates are focusing a lot on is a concept of data product. I can take an example to simplify it. If you have a bank has multiple functions, current accounts and corporate accounts, then you have loans, you have trading, you have fixed deposits, and every function creates a product known as Customer 360. Now you end up having 10 Customer 360 products within the organization with different and inconsistent data. Using one Customer 360 across the organization, making it available to the entire organization, is something that is something that corporates are focusing on to ensure there is a consistency and there is a minimum amount of work being done to recreate at every level. And of course, it ends with data-driven decision making. All of these contribute to the framework that is taking us towards the AI framework. And why are we creating Data Foundation at the first place? Because it not only ensures the right governance in place, but it also ensures that there is a business acceleration and people shift focus from data operations to data innovation. Now, with all of that done, when we come to AI framework, we are confident that we would have right outcome. I know time is not there, but I can pick up a couple of things here that will be of interest to you. Fairness and non-discrimination, for example, is an area that almost every corporate is focusing on, and we must ensure so that AI outcomes go in that direction. Transparency and explainability. When we build AI, we must be very transparent how the models are built, what are the assumptions, what are the processes, and how we have reached to that particular flow that we have identified in the system. That is transparency. If you don't expose it, you don't make it transparent, it's not going to survive from a long-term perspective. Explainability. This is another one area that most of the CIOs are focusing on, but we need to do a lot of work in that space. Any outcome, any result that's thrown out by AI system, we should be able to explain that, how we reach that, and why that particular outcome is correct. Otherwise, it will not be right, it will not be trustworthy, and people will lose faith on that. And then, of course, accountability, liability, environmental sustainability is another important area. I'm not able to recall the figures, but if you look at things like ChatGPT, every query that you fire on ChatGPT, you don't know how much resources and it consumes and data it accesses. But trust me, it's contributing to a lot of huge greenhouse gas emissions. We should also have some responsibility towards that, towards usage of that, and things like that. That's it from my side. I thought I'll try and make it at high level, but if there's anything detailed, we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sanjay sir, for sharing your vision and wonderful and important perspective with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for much awaited lunch, here we open for a quick question answer round. And I request Sameer sir, our chairman SKOCH, to kindly lead this round. आप में से अगर कोई भी कुछ पूछना चाहे, आज जितने भी सेशंस हुए हैं, हमारे जितने भी स्पीकर्स यहाँ पर आए हैं, आप कुछ भी पूछना चाहें, ज़रूर पूछ सकते हैं.
इतना सारा प्रेजेंटेशन, कुछ तो सवाल होगा.
Very good afternoon, Ms. Sameerji. I'm Dr. V.P. Yadav. I'm Chairman, Board of School Education, Haryana. I had been going through and observing all the presentations which have been made. What I could see, there was a concern expressed about what's happening and how we need to go about it. But at this point of time, when so much is happening specifically in respect to AI, in terms of even in defense, use of AI in defense, it's a matter of big concern for a country like India, which has not really made so much of inroads into AI, but we are in the process of it. So I have request, what do you say, where are we have got addresses to the problems are not there in this? There were concerns which were expressed. So how do we go about expressing or addressing those concerns which are already very challenging for us?
Okay, so if you look at the concerns that there are related to AI, they are global. Second thing is that I do not believe the narrative at all that India has not done well in AI. There is a recent report which positions India at number 80 in terms of AI preparedness. I completely disagree with it. The reason for that is I had already mentioned the problems with the e-governance index and why it is against India and why India's situation there should be number 17 and not number 105. And the AI index actually also takes from e-governance index. So the conclusion itself is incorrect. In fact, India has done a lot of work on AI. So if you look at AI is a vast subject. So there are things like development of large language models, which take a lot of mainframe computer compute capability, etc. And in those areas, the big tech companies in the USA and Europe have a significant advantage over India. But that itself doesn't mean very much. What is important is the use cases. So if you look at how you are going to use that model in defense, how are you going to use that model in other sectors is what is key. I'll give you an example. Part of our center of excellence, we are doing use cases for AI. So like we are having this conference, we have everything available on video, right? And I have this lot of unstructured data, which is video, PDF, etc., which is available to me. And if I want to query that, I can very effectively do that using AI. But there is no use case or no single software that can transcribe all the videos, give the highlights. Suppose within this I want to say, okay, so what are the educational challenges in Gurgaon district or Nuh district in Haryana? And maybe there is a presentation. So the AI should be able to deep dive into the knowledge repository I have and answer that. That this is what the problem is.
This is what exactly my concern. Specifically, how much of AI is being used in transforming education?
So that is where I'm saying in India on education, I don't know, but for other use cases, we are looking at it. And one of the things we are trying to do is sensitize everybody, including the government, on how this can be done better. And more than how to do it better, what are the guardrails that are required? Because AI is a double-edged sword. Like somebody else was mentioning, it is based on our current knowledge. So if you look at the current generation, whatever we know, वो सब हमने सिखा दिया AI को, पर उसके बाद हम लोग खुद ही सीखना बंद कर दिया because we're using AI. So after 5 years, 6 years, whatever the AI knows will only still be obsolete because nothing new would happen. So there is nothing that can replace people. If at all, more than AI, we need protection for humanities, culture, and context. These are the big problems, that how are we going to train AI on that. And if you look at culture, context, ethics, morality, then India will have the lead. And that is where I think education system is going to benefit very, very substantially. Are we doing it? The answer is no. Is anybody else doing it? Answer is also no. So it is a level playing field. Anyone can get started, and you could get started in Haryana and somebody else could do, and we could learn with each other.
The Board of School Education Haryana have initiated a process because of specifically evaluation and assessment of answer scripts through AI, because human beings have a lot of mood swings, specifically mood swings, while assessing the answer scripts written by the students.
Yeah.
That is the process we are on doing.
Yeah, so that is an objective assessment. So that is very good with AI.
Yeah.
Very, very good. But if you are doing a subjective assessment, it may not be so good. But that's a very good use case that you've mentioned. Sanjay, you'd like to say something?
Yeah, in fact, in education system, instead of so what's happening, our traditional system is like, if I want to learn something and get certified, there's a set of topics there. And that may have something that I already know of, but why should I go through? So there is a concept of adaptive learning. At regular interval, the system will check what is my knowledge level, and accordingly forward those topics only, and I don't need to go through the entire thing. So what happens is, I learn new things, my learning duration gets reduced, and context and relevant topics come forward for me to get certified fast. So this is something that a lot of work is happening it. Second is that many times we do search on a keyword and say we want to learn this within the education, within the institution or publicly, but that keyword may have different context altogether. So the context-based topics being picked up and offered as courses is another area where AI is slowly helping to modernize this education system.
Yeah, but just to add, Sanjay, I think what the gentleman is talking about is made a fantastic use case of evaluating answers to
absolutely
exams.
Talking about written hand scripts which are to be evaluated based on value points and the analysis and the feedback given to AI.
Absolutely,
and
that's
it's
it.
automatically learning and improving upon itself. So this will eliminate any sort of indiscrepancy specifically while checking answer script, because teachers have a lot of mood
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's it. It will ensure uniform.
So that's a beautiful use case, and if you actually extrapolate it and make some changes, it also addresses your neat kind of problems.
True.
You know, so it's fantastic. So this is exactly, so we are creating a knowledge repository under Excellence Center of what people are doing in India with AI and how we can promote it to a larger context, how other states can learn from it, how competitive exams can learn from it, which is a burning problem. And surely your work is going to be very, very, very useful in that. Yeah, you had a question, ma'am? Yeah.
Sir, my biggest takeaway from this summit would be कि AI विचार कर सकता है, अचार नहीं बना सकता. Very valid points. And one thing, sir, when we're talking about intelligence, so we have IQ, and when we talk about AI, do we have anything called like AIQ, and measuring the quotient for artificial intelligence? And when we talk about service providers from the government side or the program implementation, how do we see that there's always been a debate between IQ and EQ, where we talk about emotional quotient also, where that brings us as humans or the human values. So would there be a day where we integrate IQ, we would be having an emotional quotient for the AI also?
I hope not. That's what I'm banking on. That is why people remain relevant. As far as IQ of AI, I think Sanjay can better answer that, but it will be limited to the data set that is fed into it, is my thinking.
Sir, I have a submission here now, because IQ builds upon the experiences which it experiences over the time. Right now, the AI is also going to have emotional quotient into it in the days to come, the way it is being developed at this point of time.
I hope not, but I can't stop
It cannot
technology.
replace human being. It could be an aid to it that will always remain, but AI is getting emotional, or what is called emotional savvy over the time. It will become.
That is scary.
It's going to be crazy, but it's going to be true in the days to come.
Actually, AIQ kind of thing is a good visionary thing, and I think it will eventually happen. Currently, where industry is moving towards is AI maturity model. That's in place. But AIQ will happen. A lot of discussions I have seen in the forums happening, and people are looking at it.
But sir, tell me, you're saying it addresses that problem of mood swings of teachers. But if AI gets emotions and AI gets a mood swing, then?
Exactly, you have got a valid point, sir. But what happens is, the mood swings of AI are not like the human beings, because it does not get affected by external factors. Suppose if I have some idea comes into my mind that I had a tussle with so-and-so, suppose as a teacher, I had a tussle with another teacher, and that creeps into my mind, automatically that's going to affect my mood swings. But AI will be having an immunity from this sort of mood swings. It will not, but it will uniformly have assessment system.
Okay, wonderful. But let me share once again with you an example I started in the morning. कि AI HR नहीं डाल सकता. So I had actually posted this query. So somebody, on LinkedIn, so somebody took out a recipe for मीठा आम का अचार, AI ने बनाई है, आप देख लीजिए. वो खाने लायक नहीं थी. मैं बताता हूँ रेसिपी आपको. जिसने भी खाने की थोड़ी भी वो 2 आम इतने होते हैं, उसमें 1/4 कप मेथरे, 1/4 कप सौंफ, 1/4 कप राई और 1/4 कप कलौंजी और 1/4 कप तेल आप डालिए और उसका अचार बनता है. मैं कहा भाई साहब, इतनी कलौंजी आपने 2 आम में डाल दी तो कोई नहीं खाएगा, कड़वा हो जाएगा. तो फॉर्चुनेटली, सो दैट इज आई सेड AI अचार नहीं डाल सकता. सो व्हाइल टेक्निकली द फॉर्मूला में बी करेक्ट, द टेस्ट implications of that AI may not be aware of,
because
and I hope that does not happen. नहीं तो हमारा अचार नहीं बिकेगा.
Because that's also right, sir. What happens is, as an Indian, the achar which I taste may not be very tasty for a person from England or any other part of the country, because our taste also differs.
Yeah, no, but in this case it will be inedible for anyone, but it will be bitter.
Yeah, it's a aid to us. It's not a replacement for us.
कड़वी होती है ना, तो 2 आम में आपने 1/4 कप कलौंजी डाल दी और सर को खिलाओ अचार फिर. और मेरे लिंक्डइन में टाइमलाइन में, मैं मतलब ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा, मेरी टाइमलाइन पे लिखा हुआ किसी ने रेसिपी डाली है.
Yeah, we need to
तो मैं इसको खाएगा कौन?
Right. No, human intelligence with AI intelligence need to be compatible.
So that is what I am banking on. Yeah, yeah, there's a question at the back here.
The question on the AIQ which was asked, something of that form is already there, right? I mean, if you look at the Gen AI journey that is going on, and also in the artificial intelligence and machine learning, we used to measure accuracy of the algorithm outcome, and currently we measure hallucination of the outcome. So if the Gen AI algorithm is looking at data points which are probably not fully validated or fully relevant for that situation, there will be higher hallucination in the outcome. So in a industrial environment, in a corporate environment, that's a scary situation. For example, in a pharma environment, when you are doing outcomes for a manufacturing or even an R&D activity, if there is hallucination, there is just not going to be acceptable. It has to be 0% hallucination. So this is a form of an AIQ that you mentioned. But as Mr. Kochhar was saying, EQ, I also hope that it doesn't really make too much inroads. But funnily enough, a couple of weeks ago, there was a report, I think it was in Japan or something, one robot committed suicide. South Korea, I think, right? But I think it was just a, interpretation of what happened to that machine. I think that machine broke down and died. And somebody made up a story that it committed suicide.
No, there was also a story that some translation which was rather vulgar was given in France. And the AI said this is too vulgar to translate.
Yeah.
So they'll start, start having opinion. So I don't know where it is going. I don't like AI. Maybe people of my age don't like AI. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Gagan, MD, BHARAT State Warehousing Corporation. Sir, I will take this AI question to risk management, because SDGs and MDGs, both of them have some emphasis on disaster relief. How we are going to manage the risk of data. Data security we talked of. But there are many issues, like risk is a very myriad subject. It's not like one thing. Risk can be in a different form. It can be in terms of a disaster victim, or it can be in terms of a leakage of a data. So how did SKOCH go for any study on risk itself, risk management, or just on the developmental paradigm based on the data only?
Yeah.
Was it risk management taking into account the DRR and the DM issues, or only the data issue?
So I'll start the answer, but it will be completed by Sanjay and Sriji, since it's their subject. How SKOCH Group has gone about is we've set up a task force, so which has people from the government, people from the civil society, people from the private sector, CIOs from the private sector, government sector, academics, colleges, so on and so forth. And together we are discussing these problems and coming out with a framework. So the framework that Sanjay shared actually looks at all these aspects. It looks at, Sanjay, you can now complete. I told you the process. Process is consultative across all stakeholder groups, and then you make a presentation, it is discussed, more inputs taken, and then it is published, and then we say, this is how we're going to go about doing it.
Maybe 1% of that was cyber security and ransomware. That in itself has a complete framework which looks at a hybrid approach, what you talked about. Do we look at just the data, or we look at some kind of other measures to come into place? It's both ways. You also need to keep your eyes open to look at the data, look at the intrusion, look at the attacks, look at some anomalies, look at different activities that are happening which are not normal, so that you avoid it, prevent it. But in certain cases, you are not able to do so. Then how efficient your measures are to ensure you are able to recover. And that recovery itself is another framework which starts all the way from the data entry and goes till the life cycle management. yes, all of these are there. Maybe I can share, at a later date.
So one of the things we are also going to do is whatever we discussed under corporate digital responsibility and these risk frameworks, we are also going to be offering consulting services for this. So if you need somebody to come in and take a look at your data management practices, etc. So that SKOCH Group would be doing with people like Shriji, who's got a lot of expertise in that. Shriji, can we do that? So you want to say something about how we can make his data more bulletproof, or what is possible?
So that framework that was presented has a lot of research that had gone in and the data behind that. Now, if somebody wants to really look at it and adopt and use it, we should be able to help them understand the nitty-gritties of that and how to actually apply that in their sector, in their business, and then contextualize it for them. So that is something which we can do.
The biggest question for all the indices would be, how do I implement it? So not only are we making the indices, we are also going to offer services to consult to help you adopt some of these indices. And I'm sure it will become a practice. If McKinsey can do it, Big Four can do it, KPMG can do it, why can't SKOCH do it? We understand this country better, right? Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Jai Vibhav. I'm Managing Director of Karnataka State Mineral Corporation.
Sir.
I just wanted to throw some light, seeking some queries, especially the contribution of CSR in changing the SDG. If we look at the CSR policies under the Companies Act, it is quite wide. We can keep spending to various sectors, which runs in hundreds of indices. With this data intelligence or data science, is there a possibility to find out the need-based spending in the critical areas where CSR need to be spent in the SDG? Among the SDG, I wish, can there be a report or an input to the industries and also to the profit-making companies, which works out as an indice where we can spend on priority? So we keep spending 2%, 3%, whatever is there. Whatever proposal comes, we keep giving and we keep spending. But where is the priority? The priority index I'm not finding in the SDG, or if it comes in the form of a policy from the government about, or some journals, that these are the priorities. It would definitely help out in bringing out the true spirit and meaning of VIKSIT Bharat.
Well, government is a very big body. So there is no one person that represents government's view. So if you ask each ministry what is the priority, they'll give you a list of their service areas, and this is the priority. And when everything is a priority, then nothing is a priority. So there was something that was done by the government earlier. They pointed out aspirational districts as a priority, as an area which they would like to encourage. And a lot of CSR went into that, and we studied it, and we found that the rate of poverty decline in aspirational district was faster than other districts because of all these implementations that happened. But the problem is that that is government's social objective. That may not be corporate social objectives. Corporate social objective has to be an enlightened self-interest that also in some way or the other gives back a return to you. So the CSR therefore got transformed into ESG, environment, social and governance. So CSR says you can't make money on it, but in ESG you have no problem making money on whatever social you are doing. So I think CSR is going to be eventually subsumed into ESG, because CSR is a very Indian concept. It doesn't exist in any other country. And the minute you do that, you will have your answers. Since you are in mineral development, I assume that involves mining. If that involves mining, then what are the communities impacted and what is it that you can do for them? So your answers will become very clear. So I think if you are a business, your job is not to solve the country's problem. Your job is to solve the problem your business is causing, and do that. If all of us take care of the harm that we are doing, then the country would be better. So I would say that you yourself will be a better person to figure out what should be your interventions than Government of India telling you to spend on aspirational districts. Because what happens is, while it is a very good idea, then CSR becomes a tax. So you say 2% CSR, then they say, no, this year you do in aspirational districts. So next year you say you do on toilets. The year after you do on schools. That is not how development sector works. You can't focus on a toilet in 1 year and then stop it, and then work on school on the next year, and then work on aspirational district in the third. Unfortunately, that's how government works, because priority change. But if you're in business, and there is this community which is next to your business, which is getting impacted by what you're doing. So suppose you're taking the literacy issues, health issues, livelihood issues, transportation issues, that is going to have a lasting impact. So which is what we are saying. Do what you can do. Enlightened self-interest is best that we can deal with. In India, we do a lot of things dharam ke naam pe. In last conference, we had people from Gujarat Gas who were saying they give free gas to all the crematorium in Ahmedabad. So I said, do you count it as your green credit? They said, no, wo to hum dharm ke naam pe karte hain. I said, but it is saving so much of carbon. You should count it. So I think this mindset, if anything we have to learn from the West, is to count our charity and quantify it. All these generations we've done charity, we've never counted it. They do this little. And they say, oh, carbon neutral, so many kilos, this is what I did. We do 10 times more than that. Why don't we count that? And do it in your vicinity so that it is measurable. Somebody is able to do that. I hope I've answered your question.
More or less.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah.
In the morning, you have shown the different indices, and wonderful, whatever recommendation you have made, because India is lag behind as far as the across the countries, so in different indices. So whatever indicators you have recommended, wonderful, it is very good. And in my view, such indicators should be adopted. But what do you think? Because these, whatever global indices are made by the UN DESA, I think so. So what do you think, whatever recommendations you have made, it is, who will adopt it? So have you presented these indicators before the NITI, before the MOSPI, before any other agencies?
Well, for the first, we are presenting it to you. So today is the first presentation. Sachin Chaturvedi, who was sitting here from RIS, he's working on a task force with MOSPI, and MOSPI is aware of this work. So, in fact, the secretary would have been here, but he had another engagement. So they're pretty clued on. Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council was also here. But as I said, government is a very large system. No one can decide what is. So we actually have to create a widespread support. If you believe in it, you should talk about it. Each one in this room should talk about how much sense these indices make. And once we do that, then you will find that they will get adopted and discussed. The problem, as I said, is that, see, if you are an economist and you're working in India, your biggest aspiration in life is to go and work for IMF or World Economic Forum or World Bank or something. Now, if sitting in India, you're opposing their index, why would they give you a job? Why would they even give you funding? So there is no funding mechanism in India for all this. I have done all these indices. How much of research has gone into it? I have got not 1 rupee from the government for doing this. I have not got 1 rupee from the private sector for doing this. So there is no funding mechanism. First of all, we have to discover patriotism. Once you do that, then everything else will follow. But patriotism is not India-Pakistan match, no? It has to go beyond that. So these are very big problems. Institutionally, as I said, there is no ministry looking after social sciences. So how is it that an economist is measuring hunger? आप भूखे रहे हो कभी? I have known hunger first time. First 16 years of my life, कभी एक time खाना मिला, कभी नहीं मिला. So that knowing hunger first time is very, very different than knowing it in a spreadsheet. That so many percentage of people are hungry. So that is a context that needs to come in.
इंडिया के पर्सपेक्टिव में देखते हैं तो हंगर तो 2 स्क्वायर मील इज वन ऑफ द इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग आई थिंक उसमें उन्होंने न्यूट्रिशन और कई चीज़ें उसमें ली हैं सो ऑलरेडी द डिस्कशन हैज ऑलरेडी बीन मेड इन एज फार एज द हंगर इंडेक्स इज कंसर्न
Yeah, so we are saying change it, because it's a different value. What does hunger mean? It means different things in different context. उसका nutrition value है कि नहीं वो देखो ना. तो उसमें फिर Underweight children कितने हैं वो देखो. Something which is directly relationship. If you say कि I'll measure child stunting and I'll not measure underweight, then it's your problem. What can I do?
All indicators are good for the global south, I think so.
They are for
Okay.
global south.
Yeah.
If I say you are measuring underweight here, why don't we measure overweight in your country and say that overweight is also bad? So your hunger index should be very bad because you're overfeeding your people. So that is the kind of work we really have to do. We have to find a balance somewhere. कि सारी दुनिया के हिस्से का तो आप खा गए, तो हमारे तो पतले ही होंगे ना. I mean, look at the size of American servings. Our burger is that big. Any other questions? So I think we've had a very good, useful conversation. This is called Sing for Your Supper. I know you are all here for the awards and the following ceremony, but we force feed patriotism for half a day before we get into the award and reward. And there's also a lot of mutual learning. So with that, we break for lunch. We'll take about an hour. There's no hurry. We have enough time. आप खाना खाइए, बतियाइए, एक दूसरे से मिलिए. जब हमें लगेगा कि सबने बहुत कर लिया, then we'll reassemble. तो मतलब 2:30 बजे, 2:45 भी चलेगा, 2:30 बजे तक आ जाएंगे.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. और जैसा सर हमेशा कहते हैं, आप सभी को हम प्रीति भोज के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं. और आज अचार की इतनी बात हुई है, आई होप हमें अचार खाने को ज़रूर मिलेगा. विद दिस लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, वी ब्रेक फॉर लंच नाउ. एन्जॉय योर मील एंड ट्राई टू कम बैक एज सून एज पॉसिबल. थैंक यू. Welcome back, everyone, after this refreshing lunch break. Hope you enjoyed and relished the delightful cuisine that was served today. With this, ladies and gentlemen, here we announce the much-awaited 98th SKOCH Awards among you. Ladies and gentlemen, SKOCH Award recognize exceptional achievements in digital, financial, and social inclusion, governance, and other areas that contribute to the society. The award process involves exhaustive documentation, extensive scrutiny, participatory evaluation, and live telecast of jury evaluation as well. And to do the honor, may I please request Mr. Samir Kochar, Chairman SKOCH, and Dr. Gursharan Singh Dhanjal, Vice Chairman SKOCH, to kindly be on the dais and do the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, with this here I announce our first section of award. In the category of agriculture, we have a silver award to give away. And to receive this award, may I please call upon Mrs. Monica Malik, Director. And the organization name is Women and Child Development Department, Haryana. I request Mrs. Monica Malik, Director, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in the category of Women and Child Development, the Silver Award goes to Women and Child Development Department, Haryana, and the project name is Play Schools. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, in the... Yeah, sure, ma'am. Of course.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very, very thankful to the SKOCH Group for encouraging us in this way. I am really very, very thankful. This is the second time State Haryana has received an award. And it really encourages the people, the folks who work tirelessly in our departments, especially in government sector. So this is a very encouraging sign for us also, and it is a joyous moment for me also to receive this today. Thank you very much for having this kind of platform, for encouraging the departments for their work. And I assure you that as Director WCD, presently I'm holding this post, so I'll also do my best and I'll strive to have all the targets achieved, and I'll also try to be on this platform again and again because it is a very encouraging thing. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you and congratulations. And you know, many years back, Haryana was known for the wrong reasons in WCD. And now it is being recognized for the right reasons. So congratulations to you.
Thanks, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, in the category of agriculture, now we have a silver award to give away. I request Dr. Dunia Ram Singh, Vice Chancellor, to kindly be on the stage. I request Dr. Dunia Ram Singh to kindly be on the stage. This is for Bihar Agricultural University. And the project name is Agri Innovations for Farmers' Livelihood Upliftment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put some energy in the house. Let's have the huge round of applause for not only Dunia Ramji, but for all the awardees.
Would you like to say something?
Well, yeah, I express my sincere gratitude to the SKOCH Group for recognizing our agricultural institute for this award. From the 2010 onwards, we have been working with a lot of sincere efforts to upliftment their livelihoods and keeping open so many options for the farmers' benefit. So I think we have been recognized by the SKOCH Group. This is the third time we are being recognized by SKOCH Group. So we all thank you so much. Thank you.
Once a good performer, always a good performer. So this is not the last time either.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। और एग्रीकल्चर की ही कैटेगरी में हमारा अगला सिल्वर अवार्ड प्रदान करने के लिए हम सर से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे और हम आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस्टर राजीव अशोक, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर को, कि वो मंच पर आएँ। लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज़ फॉर नॉर्थ Eastern Regional Agriculture Marketing Corporation Limited for the project formation and promotion of 205 FPOs under Central Sector Scheme.
Can you tell us about the project very briefly?
A very big thank you for calling us for this award, and we are very happy to receive this award. Actually, our managing director could not attend the program due to some other work, so I have come on behalf of him. So the project for which we have received it is the promotion and formation of 10,000 FPOs. So this is a very prestigious scheme under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So all total 10,000 FPOs are being formed in the entire nation, out of which around the figure 1,000 has been formed in the northeastern region, and Naramek is currently looking after 220 FPOs in the northeast region. And these FPOs, or FPCs rather, if they are registered under the Companies Act, then it becomes an FPC. So all these FPCs have their own primary crops on which they are working. And the major, what Naramek is trying is that because we ourselves are a marketing organization, so what we can be doing for the bulk marketing. So the products, firstly the production has to increase so that we can go for bulk marketing. We want to reduce the distress sale, because here in our place we can see that initially whenever any product comes up in the market, they get a lot of price for that. And slowly the price declines and there is a distress sale. So how we can avoid it, how we can have together a bulk marketing, and then we can have value additions also, processing. And as we are an organization under M-Donor, we have our own projects. So we are trying that this FPCs, we can do some convergence. We can try to have some processing units for them. We are writing projects for that. And we hope that together the farmers can do a lot of benefit compared to individually what they are doing. And fortunately in this 2 years, there are some farmer producer organizations even coming up, and they are doing business in crores of rupees, which was not done earlier. So we are hopeful that these figures will increase and it will be a successful venture. And thank you so much for having us here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I must share with you, I am a big consumer of food from Northeast. They're doing wonderful work. They have an excellent rice called Joha rice. It can compete with Basmati. It's a small grain rice, very fragrant, very good. Yeah.
And sir, Naramek is having some GI products also.
I know you are doing Bhut Jalakia pickle, you're doing Bhut Jalakia tea. Yes. So I consume all of that. So I would encourage everyone to try their products. They're very good. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the category of cooperation, we have a silver award now, and we announce the silver award for Department of Cooperatives, Government of Uttarakhand. To receive this award, may I please call upon stage Mr. Alok Kumar Pandey, Registrar, and Mr. Anand A.D. Shukla, Nodal Officer, Uttarakhand Cooperative Development Program. I request both of them to kindly be on the stage and receive their award. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for their project, Cooperative Development Program.
कुछ briefly बताएंगे प्रोजेक्ट?
कारपोरेट कोऑपरेटिव पार्टनरशिप का एक नई शुरुआत हुई, और हमारे जो सचिव यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं श्री आर मीनाक्षी सुंदरम, उन्होंने इसकी शुरुआत की और आज दूसरे क्षेत्र में अभी लेंगे। तो उसके जैसा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है सहकार से समृद्धि, उसी के अंतर्गत पहली बार एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया उत्तराखंड में कि कारपोरेट की जो स्पेशलाइजेशन है कोऑपरेटिव के साथ जुड़े, और मिल के हम लोगों ने साइलेज का काम शुरू किया, और वो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा एग्जाम्पल हो सकता है। अदर स्टेट भी उससे सीख रहे हैं। तो हम लोग ये जो आप अवार्ड दे रहे हैं ये न केवल एक अवार्ड है बल्कि एक जिम्मेदारियों का बोझ भी है और ज़्यादा मेहनत करने के लिए हम प्रयत्नशील रहेंगे। धन्यवाद।
सुंदरम साहब आप भी तो आइए फोटो के लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. दिव्य सज्जनों, इसी के साथ हम संस्कृति के क्षेत्र में, कल्चर के क्षेत्र में हमारे अगले सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं और ये अवार्ड प्राप्त करने के लिए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर आलोक कुमार राम गोपाल पांडे, कमिश्नर. I request Mr. Alok Kumar Ram Gopal Pandey, Commissioner, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this silver award is for Commissioner of Sports, Youth and Cultural Activities Department, Government of Gujarat. And the project name is, ladies and gentlemen, Garba as an Intangible Cultural Heritage. Let's have a huge round of applause for Garba as our intangible cultural heritage, ladies and gentlemen.
First of all, I would like to say that my commissioner, Alok Pandey sir, today he is having just now valedictory session at Mussoorie. So sir has given the responsibility of remaining present here and attending this award ceremony. And I am very grateful to him. I would like to say about this my nomination and selection from SKOCH committee. Garba is not unknown to culture of India, but UNESCO has listed it as an ICH, Intangible Cultural Heritage. So we got the privilege of getting ourselves nominated in SKOCH Awards, and we are very much grateful to our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji because he had included in the vibrant celebrations the world's longest 9-day celebration, which has been celebrated in not only in Gujarat, but also outside Gujarat also. And after inclusion of Garba as an ICH, we got chance to present Garba at Paris, Eiffel Tower, and second at Japan. So inclusion of UNESCO has created curiosity among other countries of the world also. And we are very much grateful to SKOCH, our jury, committee also, Chairman sir, Vice President sir, everybody. And when the first speech was delivered by sir, I would like to state here that there is so much passiveness in our Indian audience mentality that we forget to give at least one round of applause for that. And while delivering about the economics and all these things, sir stated that we have not got any fund from other people. That fund mechanism is been absent. So, and he has gone through lots of struggle. We have come to know through number of pictures and videos which have been displayed here from the morning. So I appreciate his hard-working and sincere efforts, and SKOCH committee to relive this appreciation procedure for everybody. Because the biggest thing is that people outside believe that government is not doing work. But at least we are getting here one platform. आपने जो अच्छा काम किया है, आपकी कोई स्कीम अच्छी है, तो उसे प्रेजेंट कीजिए. यहाँ पे हमको कोई चुनाव की तरह सबको कन्विंस नहीं करना है, जूरी को करना है. तो जूरी को अच्छे काम से कन्विंस कीजिए. Data and all things are very different. The important thing is the purpose. अगर आपका पर्पस अच्छा है, बेनिफिशियर भी अपने आप उसके बढ़ ही जाएंगे. आज नहीं तो 1-2 साल में बढ़ेंगे. लेकिन ज़रूरी है कि ये बात हम लोगों तक पहुँचाए. स्कॉच अवार्ड हम मेरे गुजरात स्टेट में मैं कई ऑफिस में जाता हूँ, पहले हमें पता नहीं था. दिस इज़ अवर सेकेंड अवार्ड. 2 साल पहले भी हमको मिला था. तो अभी दूसरी जगह देखते हैं तो पता चलता है कि हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का और भी कोई विभाग है जिसको ये अवार्ड मिला है. सो इट ऑटोमेटिकली डेवलप्स द रेपो ऑल्सो कि ये भी हमारी तरह काम कर रहे हैं, हमसे भी अच्छा कर रहे हैं, हमसे पहले कई बार अवार्ड ले चुके हैं. and particularly my Commissioner Alok sir. He has the legacy of winning SKOCH Awards when he was SDM, then he became collector. As and when he progressed in his life, he has got number of chance to get SKOCH Award also. So he said that I am very deeply associated with SKOCH, and today I got chance to come here because of him. And moreover, our Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel sir, as soon as UNESCO has declared inclusion of Garba, we have a great celebration, not only in 4 major cities, but entire Gujarat also. And my Principal Secretary, Ashwini Kumar sir, he is also very much inspiring us to do all these things. Because of all this, our good leaders and officers, the department is progressing like anything. Otherwise, sports, culture, activities department, youth department, people focus very less on it. But they have brought all these things into limelight, that now recognition is there, and SKOCH is with also. We will also like to participate next year in some another category. Thank you so much, sir.
But I have only one thing to say to you. मैं सुबह बोला AI अचार नहीं डाल सकता, AI गरबा भी नहीं कर सकता. तो आप बहुत relevant हैं.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. और इसी के साथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में अब हम सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं. इसे प्रदान किया जा रहा है डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सहारनपुर को. मैं डॉक्टर दिनेश चंद्रा डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए. आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर दिनेश चंद्रा डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट to kindly be on the stage and receive this award. If anyone here from District Administration Saharanpur. डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में ही हम सिल्वर अवार्ड की एक बार फिर से घोषणा करते हैं और ये अवार्ड प्रदान किया जा रहा है नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन मल्लापुरम को. मैं डॉक्टर वरुण जॉइंट कमिश्नर उनसे निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए. आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर वरुण जी टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन मल्लापुरम for their project Hub and Spoke Lab Networking. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in the category of district governance and this is our Silver SKOCH Award.
Can you tell us about the project very briefly?
Yeah, it's Hub and Spoke project is like it's a part of state government program, E-Sanjeevani, in which we started in during the COVID times. That when the people are in lockdown, we can talk to the specialist through the e-media. We create a hub and spoke through which the patients with MLSP, mid-level service provider, in sub-centers in the hospitals, in the government hospitals, they can go to the home of the patients, those palliative care patients, those who are bedridden. Their concern can be through this network, we can talk to dermatologist or any specialist, which is very difficult to attain in rural areas. So that is the program, and after COVID, we started continuing the program, and it has got a wonderful result. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. In the same category of district governance, now we give away silver award to UP Jal Nigam Rural District Hapur. To receive this award, may I please call upon stage Mr. Bharat Bhushan, Superintendent Engineer. I request Mr. Bharat Bhushan ji to kindly be on the stage to receive this award for their organization UP Jal Nigam Rural District Hapur. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the project Jal Jeevan Mission.
थैंक्स अ लॉट स्कॉच ग्रुप. ये अवार्ड जो जल जीवन मिशन के लिए हमें मिला है, इसमें हम जो जल जीवन मिशन के थ्रू हापुड़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हमने वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम के थ्रू पब्लिक गांव वासियों को पानी उपलब्ध कराने की कार्रवाई की. इसमें हमारे प्रमुख सचिव सर हैं, उनके डायरेक्शन में पूरे यूपी में और हमारे तत्कालीन एमडी सर उनके डायरेक्शन में हमने यूपी हापुड़ के साथ साथ पूरे यूपी में ही जल जीवन मिशन में बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया और उम्मीद है आगे भी हम ये अवार्ड लेते रहेंगे।
Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। डिस्ट्रिक्ट गवर्नेंस के ही क्षेत्र में सिल्वर अवार्ड अब प्रदान किया जा रहा है जिला परिषद धुले को। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस्टर विशाल नरवड़े, सीईओ जिला परिषद धुले, कि वो मंच पर आएँ और अपने इस अवार्ड को आप प्राप्त करें अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, द प्रोजेक्ट नेम इज बाल विवाह मुक्त धुले। I request Mr. Vishal Narvade, CEO Zilla Parishad Dhule, to kindly be on the stage and receive this award. In the same category of district governance, we give away the silver award to Zilla Parishad Nasik. And I request Ms. Ashima Mittal, CEO, and Mr. Arjun Gunde, additional CEO, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ashima Mittal, CEO, and Mr. Arjun Gunde, additional CEO. I request both of them to kindly be on the stage to receive this Silver Scotch Award in the category of District Governance. This is for organization Zilla Parishad Nasik, and the project is Mission Bhagirat Prayas.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Dr. Arjun Gunde. I am a veterinarian, but I am into administration. I am working as Additional Chief Executive Officer in the Zilla Panchayat, Nasik, Maharashtra. Actually, the name of our project is Mission Bhagirat Prayas. You must have all heard about the story of Bhagirat Raja. This project is into water conservation, and we have developed almost 270 water conservation structures to Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Scheme. And we have constructed check dams in series in tribal areas. Basic concept of doing this project in tribal areas was because in summer season, due to lack of water for agriculture, the tribal people, they move out, they migrate to neighboring states, and you all are aware about the problems faced due to migration. So just to stop migration, we have concentrated on developing check dams to increase the water conservation, to increase the groundwater level, and see that people, even in summer, they have water for their fields and they do not migrate in search of employment. So we have a dream of completing almost 1,000 check dams, and we would be completing that in near future. I thank SKOCH for selecting us for this award, and under the guidance of my Chief Executive Officer, Ashima Mittal ma'am, and my irrigation team. We are very thankful for selecting us. Thank you.
Pleasure. Congratulations.
थैंक यू सर। ई गवर्नेंस के क्षेत्र में अब हम सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की घोषणा कर रहे हैं, और इसके लिए मैं मिस रमा देवी लंका, डायरेक्टर इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज विंग, और साथ ही मिस्टर श्रीवत्सा, सीईओ ट्रेसिक्स को निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएँ। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज़ फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड कम्युनिकेशन डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तेलंगाना, and the project name is blockchain enabled seed traceability, that is best. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Silver Scotch Award in the category of e-governance.
Can you tell us how you're using blockchain?
Sure. Firstly, thank you so much for SKOCH Awards. Essentially, we as startup live for these moments. I think it's a matter of pride for us. The project is all about leveraging emerging technologies like blockchain to address the serious problem of traceability and transparency in seed supply chains. As you know, privately produced seeds largely are spurious in nature, so therefore farmers at the other end of the spectrum do have challenges in finding the right quality of the seeds. We are addressing that by connecting all the supply chain participants on a blockchain network and enabling a transparent flow of data. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the SKOCH team, wonderful evaluation. We in fact started feeling very proud after the evaluation was done, because we had to go through so much of data that we produced and the field inspections, which made us realize the magnanimity of the work that was done, and to emerging technologies wing, Government of Telangana, especially Ramadevi ma'am, and the Department of Agriculture. Thanks again.
थैंक यू सो मच लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन. हम हमारे अगले सेट ऑफ अवार्ड्स की ओर जल्दी ही अग्रसर होंगे. इस समय हमारे बीच में आकाश हैं अपनी वंडरफुल टीम के साथ. हम उनसे निवेदन करेंगे कि एक छोटा सा नजराना जो है वो हमारे मेहमानों के लिए यहाँ प्रस्तुत करें. देयर इज़ ओके. Akash, I request you to kindly start playing some beautiful music for our wonderful gathering here.
Hello everyone, thank you. So, these songs especially for you, some Sufi number. नित खैर मंगा ओ नित खैर मंगा सोनिया मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई होर मंगदी नित खैर मंगा सोनिया मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई होर मंगदी तेरे पैरां च अखीर हो मैं तेरी ओ तेरे पैरां च अखीर हो मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई होर मंगदी ओ नित खैर मंगा ओ नित खैर मंगा सोनिया मैं तेरी दुआ ना कोई होर मंगदी दुआ ना कोई होर मंगदी. और मैं चाहूँगा आप सभी का भी साथ मिलता रहे. कम ऑन एवरीवन गाइस. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akash, and I request sound people to kindly take care of our mics and their sound specially. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we are moving ahead with our second segment of awards. And in the category of e-governance, here we give away our Silver SKOCH Award to Department of Digital Technologies and Governance, Government of Himachal Pradesh. I request Dr. Nipun Jindal, Director IT, to kindly be on the stage and receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Dr. Nipun Jindal, Director IT, for their organization, Department of Digital Technologies and Governance, Government of Himachal Pradesh, for their project Litigation Monitoring System.
Thank you, SKOCH Group. The project name is Litigation Monitoring System. The Department of Digital Technologies and Governance of Himachal Pradesh developed an litigation monitoring system for the state of Himachal Pradesh, because we came up with an idea, because many departments are not able to monitor, like there are different 100 of cases in each department, and to monitor those cases is very difficult for each department, because the data is not digitized, and it's make very difficult for management to take care of all the cases. So we came up with an idea to develop an litigation monitoring system where we digitize all the legal cases so that departments can monitor, and we have even provided the notification and other features in the systems that make departments to monitor those cases, so that all the cases are governed, and maybe reply may be filed, and the listing which is in the courts can be monitored accordingly. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
See, this little musical interlude in between awards is so that we can regain our energy and clap. अब आप लोग एक दूसरे के लिए नहीं clap करोगे तो देश कैसे करेगा?
Thank you, sir. एनवायरनमेंट की कैटेगरी में, पर्यावरण के क्षेत्र में अब सिल्वर स्कॉच अवार्ड की मैं घोषणा करती हूँ. मैं मिस्टर अभय कुमार, डायरेक्टर इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट कम एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, उनसे निवेदन करूँगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ. आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर अभय कुमार टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज. दिस इज़ फॉर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ बिहार, फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट कंजर्वेशन इनिशिएटिव्स बाय कम्युनिटीज़ इन VTR. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Abhay Kumar with us to receive this award, and one more gentleman with us.
बताएंगे प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में. क्लाइमेट चेंज तो बहुत अहम मुद्दा है.
I'll just say I'm very grateful, extremely thankful, a moment of joy and pride for me and for the department as well. और VTR की जर्नी जो है वो याद है कि जब VTR में 8 बाग हुआ करते थे, 8, और आज more than 54 हैं, 7 times jump, highest in the country. Rest, he is the field director, VTR.
बेसिकली जो है हम लोगों का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जैसे 2010 का टाइम में जो टाइगर का पॉपुलेशन इंडिया में बहुत कम हुई थी, अब जो इंटरनेशनल कमिटमेंट था उसको 2020 में हम लोग को 2 गुना करना है. जो इंडिया में आज के डेट में 54 टाइगर रिजर्व है, सभी टाइगर रिजर्व का टास्क था कि इसको 2 गुना कराया जाए. लेकिन हमारा जो टाइगर रिजर्व में, जो बिहार के एक ही टाइगर रिजर्व है, वहाँ का जो इतनी जो अच्छा मैनेजमेंट प्लस हमारा जो गवर्नमेंट का जो इनिशिएटिव था, जो वी हैव अराउंड 54 टाइगर्स नाउ, इस सर हैज ऑलरेडी टोल्ड इट इज वन अमंग द हाईएस्ट इन इंडिया. इसमें जो मेजर रोल था, क्योंकि वो टाइगर का पॉपुलेशन जब बढ़ती है वहाँ पे विलेज में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट भी बहुत होती है. जब 8 टाइगर हुआ करता था उस टाइम में जो पब्लिक एक नेगेटिव फीडबैक होती थी, टाइगर रिजर्व मतलब यहाँ हटाइए, हम लोगों को फ्रीडम नहीं होती है. जब टाइगर अब 54 हुआ तो उसमें जो बहुत चेंजेस आई थी, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट का एक इनिशिएटिव था हम लोगों का, जो वहाँ के इतना लोकल ट्राइबल्स है उन्हीं लोगों का हम लोग उसमें रोजगार दिया गया था. जो अभी थ्रू आउट द ईयर अराउंड 500 पीपल आर वर्किंग ऐसे डेली, मतलब डेली देयर इज अ प्रोटेक्शन वर्कर्स ग्रुप में. जो ये कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन था, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे विलेजेस है अराउंड टाइगर रिजर्व का, अराउंड हमारा लगभग 1 लाख आबादी है. उसमें से विलेजेस में हम लोग कमेटी का एक जॉइंट फॉरेस्ट कमेटी बनाए थे. जो भी बेनिफिट्स हम लोग मिलते थे उसमें उन लोग देते थे. उन लोग हमारा प्रोटेक्शन उन लोग इन्वॉल्व किया था, इसलिए जो प्रोटेक्शन में इंक्रीज हुआ, उन लोग का लाइफ स्टैंडर्ड तो चेंज हुआ. आज टाइगर इतने होने के बावजूद भी दे आर सपोर्टिंग अस बिकॉज ऑफ दिस कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन. तो इसके लिए जो अवार्ड हम लोगों को मिला है For that, we are very much grateful and thankful to the SKOCH Group. Thank you.
So I don't know if you're aware, SKOCH Foundation is also a center of excellence for Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So if your work is impacting tribals in any way, like your work is, do send us a mail separately. We'll be very happy to include that case study in official Government of India website. We'd recommend them to use that. So I think there was the gentleman before this also who talked about how the work is impacting tribals.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in the category of finance, now we give away silver award to Commercial Taxes Department, Government of Rajasthan. And to receive this award, may I please call upon stage Mr. Ravi Kumar Sarpar, Chief Commissioner, Commercial Tax Department, Government of Rajasthan. Mr. Ravi Kumar, if you are with us, I request you to kindly join us on the stage. In the category of Geology and Mining, we give away silver award to Karnataka State Minerals Corporation Limited, and I request Mr. Jay Vibha Swami, Managing Director, to kindly be on the stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, for Geology and Mining, we are giving away a silver award to Karnataka State Minerals Corporation Limited for their project Occupational Health and Safety.
Do tell us about your project.
Yeah, it's second time I'm coming. Last year also I had come. It's actually bringing some change in the lives of the people who are working in the mines and also who are surrounded in and around the mines in maintaining the occupational health and safety. Of course, it was there, but it was not there in a scientific manner and in a sustainable way. The last 2 years, we have taken extensive steps in making the occupational health much better, not only for the company employees, but also for the people who are around our mines. For example, to say, people did not know what is vaccination. People didn't know what is geomembrane. People didn't know what is flora and fauna, maintaining of the flora and fauna, and maintaining the forestry in the where the mining is extracted and bringing back the forest there. People didn't know the hospital facilities, what we need to do for the employees, and also to the people who are living around us. And that extensively we have created, and we have our own nursery also. And even we can see the tangible changes in the lives of the flora and fauna. They are able to get food. I mean, we have planted about 50 acres of plants 3 years before, around 15 to 20 acres in 2 years before, and survival rate is about 80%. And now we have made provision for drinking for these birds by tying small water bowls in all the trees. So where we see there is a sustainable living for the birds also. So people are happy. Our people who are living us around are happy, workers are happy. This has resulted in the progress of the company. This has actually motivated them to work better. The progress of the company has gone from 900 crores last year to 1,450 crores in 23-24. We are reaching to net profit of from 350 crores to 650 crores this year. This all was possible just by spending some crores by CSR and also by spending some money from the fund to increase these type of activities. So this has resulted in overall growth, not merely for the individuals, but for the company at large. So all these credits should go to not merely for an MD. MD is a captain of a ship, but he is not a owner, he is not a driver. All those who are working under me, like is the executive director, Mr. Sarapur, man behind this award is executive director and the environmental consultant, Mr. Jagdish, and all those who are working under me for having implemented this project successfully. And I see here that I was talking to sir also, that the participation of government departments has become multifold in the past 3-4 years in the SKOCH. People used to say it's only a participation of private entities, but now I see these changes in the SDGs, what we are able to bring. There is more participation of government agencies, which we never used to recognize ourselves, never used to come out from our bin or a nest to say what we are doing. Now proudly we say, we have come out, we say what we are doing, we are exhibiting, but there are some independent agencies like SKOCH who recognize us and who evaluate us and then award us like this, which brings an immense motivation and a pleasure to do much more and brings a sense of responsibility also to do much better in different fields. We will definitely come back next year for some other different field with our laurels. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And he had asked me a question, what are the country's priority of CSR? And he's actually handling all of them. So he should be telling the country what are CSR priorities.
I thought I would get some answer, some much more better answer than what I have.
You already got the best answer. And that is how you got the award.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की श्रेणी में अब हम सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं. मैं मिस्टर कमल किशोर एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस अवार्ड इज फॉर पब्लिक वर्क्स डिपार्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट श्री काशी विश्वनाथ धाम कॉरिडोर प्रोजेक्ट एट वाराणसी. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Kamal Kishore and Public Work Department Government of Uttar Pradesh.
जय बाबा विश्वनाथ, हर हर महादेव. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है श्री काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण हुआ है. इसके बन जाने से बहुत ही एक तो मंदिर का एरिया बढ़ गया. पहले 30,000 स्क्वायर फीट था, इसमें 5 लाख स्क्वायर फीट बढ़ गया एरिया. और इसकी इनकम जो है पहले 1-1.5 करोड़ होती थी सावन के महीने, इस बार हुई थी 17 करोड़ 62 लाख, मतलब एक महीने में. और वहाँ के लोगों को रोजगार बहुत बढ़ गया. बनारस के आदमी पूरा घर सबके भर जाते हैं, होटल धर्मशाला और टैक्सी ड्राइवर वगैरह सब, पूरा कमर्शियल बहुत बढ़ गया उसमें. उसके अलावा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारतीय संस्कृति जो विलुप्त होती जा रही थी उसको पुनर्जीवित किया है इस मंदिर के बढ़ जाने से कॉरिडोर से. पर डे इस बार महाशिवरात्रि मार्च के महीने में 10 लाख लोग आए थे 24 घंटे में, और 1 जनवरी को 6.5 लाख. अब सावन का महीना शुरू होने जा रहा है 22 जुलाई से, पर डे एवरेज 5 लाख के करीब आदमी थे, 5 से 6 लाख. तो ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट है, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का भी. तो इसके लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की ही कैटेगरी में अब हम सिल्वर अवार्ड प्रदान कर रहे हैं ब्रिज, रोपवे, टनल एंड अदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ उत्तराखंड लिमिटेड, दैट इज़ ब्रिटकुल. मैं मिस्टर नरेंद्र पाल सिंह, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर ब्रिटकुल से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ और इस अवार्ड को अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की ओर से प्राप्त करें. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the project upgradation of Naini Saini Airport, Pithoragarh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the awardee. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Bridge, Ropeway, Tunnel and Other Infrastructure Development Corporation, Uttarakhand Limited, that is Britkul.
good afternoon to all participants here. I am thankful for the SKOCH team and the jury for selecting my department for this prestigious award. The project for which the award is given is the expansion and strengthening of Naini Saini Airport in Hill District of Pithoragarh of Uttarakhand State. The project is prestigious. Why? Because this is Hill District and one side covered from China and one side Nepal. That is, this airport is of national importance for state as well as for the our country, because this is used for state for tourism purpose and Kailash Mansarovar Yatra purpose, and for say our nation this is very important for army movement. So this is very important, and I am thankful again from my team Bitkul and from Uttarakhand state for selecting us for this prestigious award. Thanks.
Thank you
As
so
will be
much.
seeing, कितने छोटे छोटे से प्रयास हैं और जो जहाँ पे हो रहे हैं वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ रहा है, और इनको ढूंढ ढूंढ के लाना और एक राष्ट्रीय मंच पे खड़ा करना, ये हमारा तो इसी में जीवन सफल हो जाता है। नहीं तो कोई सोचेगा भी नहीं कि ये ऐसी भी कोई चीज़ होती है, किसी ने करी है।
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable efforts. I think we can have a huge round of applause for SKOCH, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, in the category of municipal governance, here we give away the Silver SKOCH Award to Dehradun Smart City Limited. I request Mr. Tirthal Singh, Additional Chief Executive Officer, to kindly be with us on the stage and receive this award on behalf of your organization, Dehradun Smart City Limited. And this is for the project Water Supply Augmentation.
बताएंगे क्या किया आपने?
थैंक यू स्कोच टीम। तो मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा, हमारा वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम जो देहरादून का था, उसमें हमने इम्प्रूवमेंट किया है। हमारे 2 से 6 ट्यूबवेल्स थी, तो ये एक एनर्जी एफिशिएंट प्रोजेक्ट था। एनर्जी एफिशिएंट इन द मीन्स हमारा अब तक इसमें लगभग 11 करोड़ रुपए हमने सेव किया है, जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की बचत हुई है। और इसमें फिर हमारा एक ये ऑटोमेटेड एक तरह स्काडा सिस्टम, हमारा एक जो पूरी मॉनिटरिंग होती है हमारे ट्यूबवेल्स की, उसको हमने मॉनिटर किया है। और पूरा इसमें ऑटोमेटेड मीटर भी है, तो इसमें जो हमारे कर्मचारी है उनको मीटर रीडिंग देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हैंड हेल्ड एक डिवाइस होता है, जैसे ही वो उसमें सर्कुलेट करेगा ऑटोमेटिक रीडिंग वहाँ से ले लेगा। तो इसमें ये इस तरह का हमारा सिस्टम था, और टेक्निकली ये हमारा एक एग्जाम्पलरी प्रोजेक्ट था स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन के तहत। और इससे भविष्य में भी और जगह के लिए और सिटीज़ के लिए मैं सोच रहा हूँ इसको विजिट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये इंडिया में ऐसा पहला प्रोजेक्ट है जिसने एनर्जी एफिशिएंट है, और लगभग इसने जो हमारे रेवेन्यू गवर्नमेंट्स का बहुत बचाया, ये हमारा प्रोजेक्ट था। एक बार पुनः थैंक यू सर।
Thank you so much. और इसी के साथ मैं मिस्टर रवि पांडे, सुपरिटेंडेंट इंजीनियर एंड स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट उत्तराखंड, और साथ ही मिस्टर मोहित द्विवेदी, चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर सप्तऋषि एनवायरो सॉल्यूशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड पीपीपी पार्टनर फॉर कीर्तिनगर एमएसडब्ल्यू प्रोजेक्ट, से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस इज फॉर नगर पंचायत कीर्तिनगर फॉर देयर प्रोजेक्ट म्युनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट फैसिलिटी. This is our Silver SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, in the category of municipal governance.
First, I would like to thanks to SKOCH Group for recognizing our effort, and especially in the hilly states. It is a unique effort in the way that the town Kirtinagar is on the Ganges. And by replicating this project in 4 other smaller towns, now we are trying to replicate in the smaller cities. And the biggest advantage that whatever waste is generated every day, it is being processed 100%. And now it is a concept of zero waste, because whatever waste is coming out from that city, and now in the 4 cities, all the plastic and recyclables are collected at one place. They are segregated, and as our Honorable Prime Minister has said, that there's a concept of waste to wealth. So all the organic waste is converted into compost, and whatever recyclable is again by making bales through the compactors is sold to the recyclers on the base towns, because we are having a hilly city challenges. So whatever bales are made through the plastic and recyclable, they are sold, and then by that way, urban local bodies are generating revenue also. And in the environment aspect, a lot of methane, which was liberating from the organic waste or mixed waste, that is also captured. So in that way, we have completed 4 projects, 3 on the Ganges and 1 in the Yamuna, as we feel that we are more responsible toward Ganga and Yamuna, because both the rivers are originating from Uttarakhand. So we have completed 4 projects, and now 4 more projects are in the pipeline. And after this encouragement, we will encourage our other municipalities also to complete these projects, so that they can also come forward in the coming time. Thank you very much, sir.
Just to share with you, this is from plastic waste. लेह से आया, 2000 रुपए का खरीदा है इन्होंने.
और ये आर्मी ने इकट्ठा किया है फ्रॉम सियाचिन, और जिसको कि दुनिया का हाईएस्ट ग्रेवयार्ड बोलते हैं और सबसे बड़ा डंप यार्ड है प्लास्टिक वेस्ट का, विच इज़ एवरेस्ट. तो वहाँ से इकट्ठा करके इसको कन्वर्ट किया गया यार्न में, और उससे ये जैकेट बनाया गया. मोदी जी ने पहली जैकेट मोदी जी ने पहनी थी. शायद बीच में मैं एक लेके आया हूँ, इसके बाद में और भी बहुत से लोग पहन रहे होंगे.
और एक सर छोटा सा अनुभव मैं और शेयर करना चाहूँगा, which can be encouraging for the other hilly state also. We are having a very small town, base town of Badrinath is Joshimath, and just by this recycling of plastic, they have generated a revenue of 1 crore 10 lakhs rupees in the last 5 years, just by selling the plastic waste. So that can also be replicated in the country also, in the other hilly states and towns. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. और इसी के साथ मैं मिस्टर प्रकाश डी, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल पुलिस एंड सीएमडी पुलिस आवास निगम से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have the valuable presence of Mr. Prakash D, Additional Director General Police and CMD Police Awas Nigam. इसी के साथ इस सेगमेंट, हमारे जो अवार्ड का सेगमेंट है, इससे हम विराम ले रहे हैं. अगले सेगमेंट की ओर हम कुछ ही देर में अग्रसर होंगे. आई रिक्वेस्ट आकाश वंस अगेन टू काइंडली टेक ओवर एंड प्ले सम सोलफुल म्यूजिक फॉर आवर गैदरिंग. Some instrumental music, Akash, for our gathering, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Battery recharge.
Forward to our next segment of awards. For police and safety, we are giving away the silver award to District Jail Ghaziabad. I request Mr. Satyanarayan Sabat, DGIG, Prison Administration and Correctional Services, to kindly be on the stage. If we have Mr. Satyanarayan ji with us, I request him to kindly be on the stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for District Jail Ghaziabad for their project Skill Development and Prisons Rehabilitation. This is our Silver SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, in category of Police and Safety.
I think there are two other, I believe. Is there anyone, another also? Is there another award for them? This is going in sequence. Okay, it's no rush. I'm extremely thankful to the SKOCH Group. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being recognized. I think there's another award in the offing again. I'll repeat that, so I don't want to tell much. Our Ghaziabad District Jail had initiated a lot of programs in the year 2023 and 24 in skill development, in education, for the holistic development of the prisoners. The government of Uttar Pradesh is committed to transform the prisons of Uttar Pradesh to Sudhar Grih, the reformation houses. Basically, we want to integrate the people, the inmates, after they're out of the prisons to the mainstream of the society. So it needs, it's very difficult to transform a person, but then a lot of efforts are in. We believe that skill development, education, moral education, a holistic approach will definitely help us. So in view of that, that is, I think I can tell a little more when I come again. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so
with this,
for your information, the two of us have no clue who's won what. So this is the first time we are coming across the awards. So sometimes awardees know more than we do. Thank you.
Shows that all the award assessments are totally independent without the involvement of the management.
Yeah, actually, this is the credit goes to all my colleagues
Who've done
down
such
from warder to the highest level. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
ladies and gentlemen, in the same category of police and safety, now I request Mr. Mayank Chaudhary, Superintendent of Police, Lahore and Spiti, to kindly be with us on the stage. Mr. Mayank Chaudhary, this is our Silver SKOCH Award in category of Police and Safety for the organization Lahore Spiti District Police, and the project is Animesh Netram.
प्लेजर हमने तो ज्योग्राफी की किताब में ही नाम पढ़ा हुआ है लाहौल स्पीति। अब देखें वहाँ पुलिस भी होती है, अच्छा काम भी करती है, बताइए।
Sir, actually Lahore Spiti district is one of the most tribal and the remotest district and covering the 25% of the entire Himachal state. तो last year when I joined the district, वहाँ पे major disaster हुआ था और वहाँ पे सबसे important challenges हमारे पास यही था कि how to ensure कि बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट हम कैसे सिक्योर कर सकें, क्योंकि हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट का जो बॉर्डर है वो चाइना के साथ भी लगता है। सेकेंडली जो आर्मी कॉन्वॉय मूवमेंट होता है उसके लिए कैसे एक स्मूथ पैसेज हम रेगुलेट कर सकें, और थर्डली सर जो हमारे हार्श वेदर कंडीशंस जहाँ पे -20 डिग्री टेम्परेचर पे पुलिस फोर्स को काम करना पड़ता है और अराउंड वी हैव टू डू मैनी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस, तो उनको कैसे हम रेगुलेट करें। सो ऑल दीज फैक्टर्स केम इनटू माय माइंड। सो हमने सबसे पहले इनिशिएट यही किया कि जितने भी शैडो जोन एरियाज़ हैं टोटल इंटायर लाहौल स्पीति डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इंक्लूडिंग काजा टोटल 23 शैडो जोन एरियाज़ हमने आइडेंटिफाई किए, और वहाँ पे चूँकि जियो फाइबर लाइन या फिर एयरटेल टेलीकम्युनिकेशन नेटवर्क नहीं होता है, सो वी ट्राई टू इंस्टॉल दी IP बेस्ड ITMS कैमराज, और उनका फिर हमने कंट्रोल हेड क्वार्टर जो हमारा किलोंग है वहाँ पे हमने उसको एक्सेस लिया। और सेकेंडली जो वहाँ पे वेदर फोरकास्टिंग जो हमारी कुकुम सेरी एक जगह पर थी जहाँ पे वेदर फोरकास्टिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगा हुआ है, उससे हमने उसको रियल टाइम नेटवर्क पे कनेक्ट किया और हमें टाइमली इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है कि कब कौन सी एरियाज़ में कहाँ पे कितने पीपल रेस्क्यूड हुए हैं या फिर स्ट्रैंडेड हुए हैं। सो टाइमली जो पहले रिस्पांस टाइम अराउंड 7 to 8 आवर्स का था वो वी हैव कट डाउन फॉर एटलीस्ट 1 to 2 आवर्स। So we are in the progress of Animation Netram 2.0 और so we'll try कि हम इससे और अच्छे से और improve करें. And sir, thank you sir, आपने हम लोग को honor किया. So we are on the stage sir. Thank you sir.
Congratulations, wonderful work.
थैंक यू सर. और इसी के साथ मैं मिस्टर अभिजीत बैनर्जी, सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस पुरुलिया से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं. मिस्टर अभिजीत बैनर्जी, इफ वी हैव यू विद अस. मिस्टर अभिजीत बैनर्जी. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Sameer Vakil, Chief Commissioner of State Tax, to be with us. Mr. Sameer Vakil, I request you to kindly be with us on stage. Chief Commissioner of State Tax, ladies and gentlemen, this is for the category of revenue and the Silver Scotch Award for Department of Gujarat State Tax, Government of Gujarat, for their project GST Seva Kendra GSK.
After rollout of GST, the biggest problem is the bogus billing. Day in and day out in the newspaper, you must have read that bogus billing scam of running into thousands of crore are being detected. The basic problem, the root cause of this bogus billing is bogus registrations. Fraudsters are obtaining registration by using the documents of people of no name, and then they create bogus entities and they pass on bogus ITs. To prevent this problem, Government of Gujarat State GST Department prepare a blueprint of GSK, and this was presented to central government at number of forums, and after that Gujarat was selected as a pilot project. Within the short span of 75 days, we created 12 such centers, and it was inaugurated by none other than Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman Madam, on 7th of November at Vapi. What exactly we are doing here is, we are calling the applicant personally, we are obtaining their biometrics, we are authenticating their biometrics with Aadhaar, and we are verifying their documents, and then only we are giving the registrations. As a result, within a short span of 7 months, new registered application for GST number has declined by 25% in the state of Gujarat. And I am happy to announce that, to inform you that in last GST Council held on 22nd June in New Delhi, it has been decided that this concept will be rolled out on pan-India basis. Thank you. And thank you, SKOCH, for appreciating our efforts. Thank you.
Congratulations. Excellent.
Thank you so much, sir. In the category of rural development, now we give away the Silver Scotch Award. I request Mr. Mandeep Kaur, Commissioner and Secretary, to kindly be with us on the stage. Mr. Mandeep Kaur, we have you on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Mandeep Kaur, Commissioner and Secretary, with us, Department of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, here I request Mr. Charandeep Singh, Director, to kindly be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is again for the category of rural development. We gave away the Silver Scotch Award for Directorate of Rural Sanitation, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, for Sustainable and Zero Landfill Shri Amarnath Ji Yatra 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Charandeep Singh with us.
Tell us about the project.
Good afternoon, everybody. Basically, it's not about rural development. Let me clarify. You all know Shri Amarnath Ji Yatra. It is every year this yatra is there in Jammu and Kashmir. As Department of Rural Sanitation, we were entrusted with the task of managing the waste. So we have actually made that waste management as zero landfill and sustainable waste management. So as you know, it's basically a 45-kilometer trek. Some of you must have gone there. So we have a Pahalgam axis and then we have Baltal axis. Around 45 kilometers, as I said, is a trek. So the challenges were Herculean. We had this toughest trek. It's not motorable, you know. Harsh weather was there. Waste, the earlier days used to be, broomed and, thrown down the hill. You know, the environment is something which is supreme, and when we talk about the sustainable development goals, the commitment of the government becomes our commitment. So, Shri Amarnath Ji Shrine Board, which is headed by our Honorable LG Saab, they asked us and entrusted this task. We actually managed the waste up to, you know, around 14,000 meter above sea level. The holy cave is situated there. It's not motorable and there is no communication, there is no electricity. The entire transportation is through mules. So we actually established temporary material recovery facilities. We endeavored that the entire process, wherever there is availability of electricity, is through power-driven machines, and then uphill we had the manual shredders and other things that we placed. Around 480 tons of waste we managed, and there was hardly a peck of waste when the yatra was over. So this entire process, we had a lot of teams that were engaged. Our partner Soha was with us. They actually helped us in managing the waste. So today, when the yatra is being planned, the first and foremost thing, besides others, is to ensure that waste is managed properly. So we were, for the first time in that year, started this sustainable and zero waste management. And I'm very happy to share with you that this has been appreciated at the international forum. I'm very thankful to SKOCH Group that you recognized us, and I also appreciate the way they so meticulously, you know, examine and see the projects, how much they, those projects impact the lives of the people. One more thing that I would like to add here is that in the earlier nominations that you just mentioned, it was more about the impact of climate. So we today talk about the climate mitigation plans. So earlier, you know, the entire area, whether that is the terrain, environment, or the water bodies, they used to get polluted because we all know that whenever we go for any journey or any pilgrimage, we don't care about the environment. We take all kinds of polythenes and etc. So the project that we had in hand is still continuing. Today also our teams are there and they're managing the waste. As you all know, the Shri Amarnath Ji Yatra is on. I'm very thankful to SKOCH Group again for recognizing, and as some of my colleagues was mentioning that once you get appreciated at certain levels, you also get motivated. I'm again thankful, and we look forward that next year also we come here and to receive the award. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You know, I must share with you the commendable work that's happening in J&K. It used to be amongst the lowest performing states. In the past couple of years, it is now the 13th best performing state, which has never ever happened. So many initiatives. In fact, I have written to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, and I propose that we'll like to come and visit and see all the changes that are happening. So I hope to be there soon.
Thank you so much, sir. In the category of skill development, the silver SKOCH Award goes to Directorate of Skill Development, Government of Madhya Pradesh. If we have some gentlemen here to receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now call upon stage Mr. Digambar Ambadas Dalvi, Director, to kindly be on the stage with us. This is again in the category of skill development, and this is our Silver SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, for Directorate of Vocational Education and Training, Maharashtra State, for empowering society through strategic skilling initiatives.
Thank you, SKOCH, for giving us this award. In this project, what we have done actually, we have changed the narrative. Previously, in foreign, or we can say in overseas employment, only IITs were preferred. And last 2 years, we have placed more than 200 students from ITIs in skill development department for employment in Japan and Germany. And they are getting more than 1.5 lakhs rupees per month salary also. So this is the most narrative we have changed from IITs to IITs. So this is the great projects we have done in Maharashtra. Secondly, we have implemented a green ITI concept supported to environment also. So a lot of students are getting employment in Maharashtra, and Maharashtra is the pioneer state for giving huge employment in India also and in overseas also. Thank you, SKOCH, once again for felicitating us for this project.
Congratulations.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. सोशल जस्टिस और सिक्योरिटी की श्रेणी में अब हम सिल्वर अवार्ड की घोषणा करते हैं. मैं मिस्टर दीपेंद्र कुमार चौधरी सेक्रेटरी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं. इफ वी हैव मिस्टर दीपेंद्र कुमार चौधरी अमंग अस. Ladies and gentlemen, this award is for Department of Soldier Welfare, Government of Uttarakhand, and the project is Sainik Kalyan Evam Punarvas. I request Mr. Dipendra Kumar ji to kindly be on the stage and receive this award for his organization, Department of Soldier Welfare, Government of Uttarakhand, for Sainik Kalyan Evam Punarvas in the category of social justice and security. This is our Silver Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Dipendra, Secretary, Soldier Welfare, Uttarakhand. I thank the organizers for recognizing our efforts. In fact, behind this all work, my director is with me, Brigadier Amrit Lal. He was the main force behind all these efforts. I request Brigadier Amrit Lal to please tell about the project.
Thank you, SKOCH team, for recognizing our effort. In fact, as you all aware, Uttarakhand is a very challenging state. About 85% of the state is in the hilly terrain, and about 15 in the plains there. And we have a very large amount of ex-servicemen populations there in Uttarakhand there. In fact, Uttarakhand is also known as Sanya Bhumi. About 2 lakhs of the ex-servicemen and the 1 lakh of serving soldiers are there in the state of Uttarakhand. And if you count the dependents, about 4 times there, so the number goes to about 6,000. And in the hilly terrain, the population is very sparsely populated. Reaching out to this population for the government schemes like the state, central government, state government, and the about samsthas there, and about addressing their concerns of their pensions. And the ESM population, as you're all aware, varies from the age group of 35 to 100 year plus there. These soldiers have done, they have given their prime to the nations there. And the nation feels proud of them, and they want to do something about it. So our efforts on this process also, we have reached out to them through, Uttarakhand has got a unique schemes there. So this is the only state in the entire country there which have the block pratinidhi at the block level. So, and our ex-servicemen leagues, our ex-servicemen, we have through this, our Jila Sainik Kalyan offices there, we motivate them to reach out to them and extend the government schemes there. Through our social media, the WhatsApp group, reaching out to through the Facebook, Instagram, and whatever means possible, we have reached out to them in the past 1 year or so. We have enhanced our effort tremendously, and this is how our efforts were recognized. It has gone through deep scrutiny of the SKOCH, and they have recognized our effort there. We thank SKOCH Group for recognizing our effort, and it's a noble job. Soldiering is a noble job there, and whatever we can do is the least in this part there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, now I invite Ms. Shraddha Agrawal, Nodal IT, to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Shraddha Agrawal ji to kindly be on the stage. She would be receiving a Silver SKOCH Award in the category of warehousing for the organization Chhattisgarh State Warehousing Corporation for the project dumping and stacking module.
SKOCH Group. Project name dumping and stacking module. हमारा विभाग छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट वेयर हाउसिंग कॉरपोरेशन है सर, जिसमें हम क्या कहते हैं स्टोरेज, फूड ग्रेन का स्टोरेज का काम, बेसिकली वही काम है हमारा. तो हमारे इसमें क्या है कि जो पीडीएस का जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कीम होती है उसका स्टॉक हम प्रिजर्व करते हैं, डिपॉजिट एंड डिलीवरी का काम. तो हमारे साथ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की सिविल सप्लाईज कॉरपोरेशन एवं एफसीआई फूड कॉरपोरेशन दोनों जो डिपार्टमेंट है इंटीग्रेट है हमारे साथ। बाकी प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर है, डिटेल बताएगा।
सर सबसे बड़ा काम हमारा ये था कि स्टेट सिविल सप्लायर और एफसीआई के साथ हमारा जो ऑफलाइन काम होता है उसको हम इंटीग्रेट करना और पूरा ऑनलाइन कन्वर्ट करना। तो हमने ये पूरा प्रोजेक्ट एक टीम के साथ मिलके हमने कंप्लीट किया और हमने ये चैलेंज को कंप्लीट भी किया सर। वो हमारा रिजल्ट भी मिल पा रहा है जी। थैंक यू सर इसके लिए आवाज। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू एवरीवन। और इसी के साथ मैं मिस्टर रवि कुमार सरपर, चीफ कमिश्नर कमर्शियल टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर रवि कुमार जी टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज। Mr. Ravi Kumar, I request you to kindly be on the stage. He would be receiving the Silver SKOCH Award in the category of Finance for his organization, Commercial Taxes Department, Government of Rajasthan, for the project Technical Support Unit.
What does technical support unit do?
Well, at the outset, gratitudes to the organization for recognizing the efforts of State GST Department. Talking about revenue, augmenting revenue is quintessential for meeting the requirements of development. But when we try to analyze revenue, it is a process-driven outcome. Revenue is not something which you fix in terms of some numbers and somebody strives to achieve the same. So the technical support unit that we set under the State GST Department, it is nothing but a technology-enabled tool which helped us in doing a lot of analysis. Having the tool of SAS, then coming out with extracting the data, tailoring the data in terms of the requirements, and then coming out with visual analytics data that helped us immensely in augmenting the revenue. Talking about a simple thing like ensuring that everybody files their returns, to the process of creating enforcement modules, audit modules, profiling even the officers. Because just because you cannot give a financial target to an officer unless and until you don't understand the processes that go behind the same. So there were manifold activities that were taken up by the technical support unit, and I'm very happy that it has helped us in augmenting the revenue. And we are building on whatever achievements we have achieved so far. So we are coming out with, we are updating the same in terms of the additional revenue requirements, because once you achieve a target, I think everybody enhances the target. So again, you will have to continuously strive towards the same. So this appreciation will be a great catalyst for motivating my team to perform better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. और इसी के साथ with the permission of Samir sir, we are heading towards the next segment of awards, and this is for our Gold SKOCH Award. पहले गोल्ड स्कॉच अवार्ड की मैं घोषणा करती हूँ। ये हमारे एग्रीकल्चर की कैटेगरी में है। मैं डॉक्टर कैलाश परशाराम मोटे, डायरेक्टर हॉर्टिकल्चर महाराष्ट्र से निवेदन करूँगी कि वो मंच पर आएँ। आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर कैलाश परशाराम टू काइंडली बी विद अस ऑन द स्टेज इफ ही इज हियर। Dr. Kailash ji, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving away our Gold SKOCH Award in the category of Agriculture for Commissionerate of Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra, for the project Per Drop More Crop Micro Irrigation. Ladies and gentlemen, we can put our hands together. This is our Gold SKOCH Award categories, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks so much to SKOCH team for awarding us this inspiring award. महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग जो PDMC का स्कीम है, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बताया था कि पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप, तो वो स्कीम को लेकर हम लोग काफ़ी कॉशियसली हम काम कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे। तो हमारा स्टेट जो है, आपको सभी को जानकारी होगी कि काफ़ी अनसीजनल रेन है, इरेगुलर इरेटिक पैटर्न रेनफॉल है हमारा, इसलिए क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न भी बहुत सारा डिफरेंट होता है। तो इसलिए ये पानी का जुडिशियस यूज़ कैसा करना, ये काफ़ी जिम्मेदारी का काम ये स्टेट कर रहा था। तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने कहा था कि पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप, तो हम लोगों ने इस स्कीम को ऐसा इम्प्लीमेंट किया है कि इसमें आप हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं अभी टोटल पेपरलेस वर्क है हमारा, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और किसानों को जो सब्सिडी मिल रही है वो सीधा उनके आधार लिंक बैंक अकाउंट में जा रहे हैं। और पिछले 22-23 साल में हमने महाराष्ट्र में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एसएनए सिस्टम लॉन्च किया था। एसएनए सिस्टम का अडॉप्शन सबसे पहले महाराष्ट्र ने किया था और इन्होंने ये डिक्लेयर किया था कि आपको इंस्टॉलमेंट अगर लेना है तो 4 इंस्टॉलमेंट एक साल के लिए 4 इंस्टॉलमेंट मिलते थे। चारों अगर लेना हो तो पहले का यूटिलाइजेशन होना जरूरी है, तब जाके सेकंड मिलता है, सेकंड मिलने के बाद थर्ड मिलता है और थर्ड के बाद फोर्थ मिलता है। तो 2022-23 में महाराष्ट्र इज़ ओनली स्टेट हम लोगों ने चारों इंस्टॉलमेंट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से लिया था। तो इसमें काफ़ी अप्रिशिएट हुआ था दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने। हम लोगों ने करीबन 2 लाख हेक्टेयर का एरिया माइक्रो इरिगेशन में लाया था। और इसमें ये जो काम हम लोग अभी कर रहे हैं, अभी कंटिन्यूसली टोटल पेपरलेस वर्क है, ऑनलाइन सिस्टम है, किसी को किसान को कोई किसी ऑफिस में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और अब तक हम लोगों ने जो काम किया है 32 लाख हेक्टर्स का माइक्रो इरिगेशन में हम लोगों ने एरिया बढ़ा लिया है और कंटिन्यूसली हम उसी पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। हमारा गवर्नमेंट अभी जब हमारा सेकंड इंटरव्यू चल रहा था उसी में आपने भी पूछा था कि कितना एरिया आपने अब तक कवर किया, तो करीबन हमारा भी 26% एरिया हम लोगों ने कवर कर लिया है। और सबसे बेहतर ये काम किया है कि जो ट्राइबल एरिया है, जो हिली एरिया है, वहाँ का हमारा पेनिट्रेशन करीबन अभी काफ़ी अच्छा काम वहाँ पे भी हो चुका है। हमारा 90% सब्सिडी हम गवर्नमेंट वहीं वो किसानों के लिए दे रहे। तो इसमें दोनों इस स्कीम में हम लोगों ने काफ़ी अच्छा काम किया था। और पैनलिस्ट ने हमको यहाँ पे चुना, हमारी पूरी टीम को इनकरेज किया, इंस्पायर किया, इसलिए मैं बहुत सारा आपको टीम का शुक्रगुजार हूँ। बस, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। और इसी के साथ मैं मिस अपूर्वा देवगन, डीसी मंडी, उनसे निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आए। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर अपूर्व देवगन, आई एम सो सॉरी, Mr. Apurva Devgan, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the category of district government. We are giving away the Gold SKOCH Award for the organization District Administration Mandi, and the project is Daughters Empowerment Initiative, that is DAEI. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Mr. Apurva Devgan, who is receiving this award for District Administration Mandi. This is our Gold SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, for the District Governance category.
Good afternoon. This initiative of Mandi District Administration in Himachal Pradesh is called DAEI. It's an acronym for Daughters Empowerment Initiative. It's a holistic amalgamation of various activities across the administration's departments, and so that a proper roadmap is prepared for empowering a girl child in various fields of education, health, sports, controlling law and order situation, etc., and has our workers in the field of various departments at the base of this entire exercise. And so, of course, this award is for them. And I thank Sir and the SKOCH Group and, of course, the jury for giving us this award. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. In the category of district governance, now we are moving to Gold SKOCH Award for Mr. Vivek Johnson, Chief Executive Officer. I request Mr. Vivek Johnson, if he is here with us, I request him to kindly be on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vivek Johnson would be receiving this award for his organization, Zila Parishad Chandrapur, for Mission Saksham, making education inclusive for CWSM.
Do tell us about the project.
Hello everyone, I am Vivek Johnson, CEO Jilla Parishad Chandrapur, district in Maharashtra. First of all, I would like to thank the SKOCH Group and also the entire jury for promoting and recognizing our work. And I would like to dedicate the award to our Jilla Parishad especially the education team and my then education officer Rajkumar Hivre, and all the people who has done a tremendous work to the mission to be happened. I will just shortly brief what we have done. The Mission Saksham, that is an initiative for CWSN students, that is a child with special needs. So we have, through Mission Saksham, we have taken a step towards inclusive education of child with special needs. So if you see the current curriculum, current education system, there is a big gap how to incorporate the child who have differentially able into the normal education system. So whenever I used to have my field visit, there were many students who are left apart, especially who are visually impaired, who have hearing disabilities. They are left apart and they are out of the mainstream education process. So we developed Mission Saksham for tackling that process, and there was a systematic and institutionalized process that was incorporated by Jilla Parishad Chandrapur, especially through the education office as well as the district training center. So what we did was that we analyzed, line listed the CWSN students. We categorized them into various categories, and also like we did baseline survey, midline survey, and endline survey so as to see how the progress is. So in that, the major step was taken by the education department, the teachers, the parents, because we normally neglect the parents. So what we have done that we have arranged and organized special training section for the parents also. And we had a 50 and 70 days workshop and process in order to boost up the talents of the CWSN students. And we divided them to 3 categories, which is the educational support category, integrated category, and inclusive category. So there is a technical classification of CWSN students in which mostly Chandrapur has pioneered the classification of CWSN students and how to evaluate them on basis of outcome based. So generally we don't do that. So in that, the inclusive category includes the students who have profound differentially able and who never go to school. So I would be very happy to announce that almost 57 students after the efforts who are never went to school started going to school due to this initiative. So that was the initiative taken by district Jilla Parishad Chandrapur, and we have developed a app-based software so as to make it very institutional and sustainable in nature, and it should not be a officer-dependent initiative. And also the education department, Maharashtra, has adopted and appreciated what we have done in the Jilla Parishad Chandrapur. If you, just my education officer, if you want to add.
Thank you, sir. हमें इसकी बहुत सी ये है कि शिक्षा से जीवन में परिवर्तन होता है। इसी बात को मद्देनजर रहते हुए जिला परिषद चंद्रपुर और शिक्षा विभाग और डायट चंद्रपुर के ओर से पिछले 2 साल से CWSN बच्चों के लिए जो अपने घर में वैसा बच्चा ना हो, इसकी प्रार्थना हम सब करते हैं। जिसके घर में अगर बच्चा हो गया वो क्या करेगा, इस तरह से उन बच्चों में डेवलपमेंट लाने के लिए, एजुकेशन क्वालिटी लाने के लिए, FLN लाने के लिए हमने पिछले 2 साल से हमारे CEO सर विवेक जॉनसन सर, इनके मार्गदर्शन से हम काम कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले बच्चों का लाइन लिस्टिंग करना, उसके बाद में टीचर्स लोगों को ट्रेनिंग देना, ट्रेनिंग के बाद में बच्चों की बेस लाइन टेस्ट लेना, मिड लाइन टेस्ट लेना, एंड लाइन टेस्ट लेना। उस दरम्यान उन बच्चों में 3 प्रकार के कैटेगराइज में हमने वर्गीकरण किए थे। वो 3 ही प्रकार के कैटेगराइज किए हुए बच्चों को किस तरह से अध्ययन अध्यापन देना कि उन बच्चों में डेवलपमेंट आ सके, इस तरह सा काम हमारे चंद्रपुर में किया गया है। इसका परिणाम ऐसा हुआ कि हमको पिछले साल 22-23 में भी बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट मिला। 57 बच्चे जो होम बेस में थे, जो स्कूल में नहीं आ सकते थे, वो बच्चे डेली स्कूल में आने लगे। ये बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट हमारा था। FLN तो आ ही जाएगा, लेकिन वो जो बच्चे स्कूल के लाइन से जो दूर निकल चुके थे वो बच्चे स्कूल में। इस साल में भी हमारा इतना अच्छा फ़ायदा हमको मिला, परिणाम हमको मिला कि वो CWSN बच्चों में ओपन कंपटीशन करने की अभी स्थिति आ गई। नवोदय बच्चों के कंपटीशन ओपन बच्चों में CWSN के बच्चे भी कंपटीशन में आ गए। CWSN का बच्चा ओपन में आके वो जनरल बच्चों के साथ में नवोदय विद्यालय है या उसी के साथ में शिष्यवृत्ति की एग्ज़ाम है, उन बच्चों में अभी प्रगति आ रही है। ये हमारे ख्याल से ये मिशन सक्षम का ही कमाल है। हमारे मिशन सक्षम को स्कॉच ग्रुप ने सिलेक्ट किया और गोल्डन अवार्ड दिया। इसके प्रति मैं चंद्रपुर जिला परिषद की ओर से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, हार्दिक बधाई देता हूँ. थैंक यू सर.
I must tell you, I think this is probably the first effort at a district level that we've seen for children with special needs. And I think we need it in every district. It should be replicated.
थैंक यू सो मच. और इसी के साथ मैं डॉक्टर वेद प्रकाश यादव और मिसेस शारदा यादव जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं. आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर वेद प्रकाश यादव, चेयरमैन, टू काइंडली बी ऑन द स्टेज. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold SKOCH Award for Board of School Education, Haryana, Bhiwani, for their project QR and Alpha numeric codes on question papers, and this is for our category of education. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Board of School Education, Haryana, Bhiwani.
Tell us about your project.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and my sincere and heartfelt thanks to SKOCH Group for recognizing our innovation. Dear all, I like to tell you, there is a lot of buzz in the entire country कि आज यहाँ पेपर लीक हो गया, कल वहाँ पेपर लीक हो गया. And there has been a lot of deliberation in Haryana also. Since the creation of the Board of School Education Haryana in 1969, we could never ever stop cheating. At every examination center, the paper was out once it was started in 15 to 20 minutes. And this is not the case in Haryana, but it's in the entire country as well. So, I thought upon a plan, started having a critical thinking, and then out of the critical thinking came out what is called the creative thinking. Now, what we did is, we thought of a plan, and I had a lot of brainstorming with the printers across the country who were printing question papers. I said, let us make every question paper a unique one. Like we have got 42 lakhs question papers are printed. We inserted a QR code, an alphanumeric code, and put up certain hidden features in the question paper. Now, the moment question paper was out of the center, at the back end, we had every detail of every QR code and alphanumeric code. The moment question paper was out, within 5 minutes, we decoded from which center the question paper is out and who's the student whose paper has been made out. The team reached at the examination center, caught the student, lodged FIR against the student, the supervisor, and concerned all the examining authorities. Now, the result was that the number of unfair means cases before this was around 5,500 in the entire state. And now it has come down to merely 800. From 5,000 dropped down up to 800. And now, from no center, the question paper ever leaks, and if it is leaked, within 5 minutes we'll decode and we'll take action and book FIR against the person. तो किसी के खिलाफ कोई एविडेंस की जरूरत नहीं है. Our technology itself is a big evidence. So this breakthrough, I remember I have been getting call across the country from various boards, and they have been requesting me, tell us something we can do about it. And I remember there was a call from Madhya Pradesh, where the Chief Secretary of Madhya Pradesh, she requested, and now I had suggested her, there also I suppose that examinations paper leakage must have stopped. Even Bihar adopted our model. So about more than 15 boards in the country are following Board of School Education Haryana today in stopping the cheating. I remember when I gave my presentation online to SKOCH, the jury asked me, generally they have got 5 minutes time for question answer session, but mine had gone up to 10 minutes. And the jury advised me कि please take your innovation to Niti Aayog so that the entire country can get benefited out of it. So this is a breakthrough we have achieved in Board of School Education Haryana, and we are going to make it that country will replicate it. No question paper like NEET can ever leak if the methodology and the system adopted by the Board of Education Haryana is followed in the country. That's what I like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have my colleagues are here. I like to call some of my team members. Please, board members, please come for a group photo. But we are from nearby, na?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ved Prakash Yadav ji, Chairman, Board of School Education, Haryana Bhiwani. And we also have the wonderful presence of Mrs. Sharda Yadav and the entire board, entire team. Congratulations to each and everyone who is present here to receive this award. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I please call upon stage Dr. R. Meenakshi Sundaram, CEO, CPPGG. I request Dr. R. Meenakshi Sundaram to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for Center of Public Policy and Good Governance, Government of Uttarakhand, for their project Accelerating Economic Growth and Fast-Tracking SDGs. This is our Gold SKOCH Award, ladies and gentlemen, in the category of General Administration.
Heartiest congratulations, Meenakshi ji. You know, we have a distinguished fellow in SKOCH Foundation, Dr. M. Ramachandran, who used to be Chief Secretary of Uttarakhand. That time it was in Uttaranchal. And he was later Union Urban Development Secretary. And he speaks so highly of Meenakshi ji that I'm very happy to have met him in person. Do tell us about your project.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the award as well as the nice words. In fact, the award could not have come at a better time for us. Yesterday only Niti Aayog came up with the SDG index across the country. And I'm very happy to tell all of you that Uttarakhand has topped in the state ranking list. In fact, we were pleasantly surprised to see the name of Uttarakhand at the top of the list, surpassing the traditional leading states like Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, and Goa, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So in a matter of 2 days, we got a dual endorsement, one from Niti Aayog and another from SKOCH Group, which is an independent think tank. This whole exercise started in the year 2017. So 2017, the state government created Center for Public Policy and Good Governance. And this was made as a policy think tank, which used to assist the various departments of the government to prepare policies and programs. This is also functioning as an advisor in achieving faster economic growth. In fact, very recently, the CPPGG has set itself a target of doubling our GSDP within the span of 5 years. It is a very ambitious target. This is part of the overall target of national target of achieving a $5 trillion economy. So every state has to achieve faster growth. Only then the country will achieve a $5 trillion target. Apart from that, for the SDGs, we have engaged the UNDP as our consultant, and UNDP has given us a set of young professionals who work with the CPPGG for continuous monitoring. There is a dashboard and district level ranking is also being given, and the dashboard is continuously monitored, and then the departments are advised where they are lacking and where they have to show a little more progress. You know, when it comes to SDG, you know, we have made this decision of keeping the SDG in focus. That was our principal target. SDG used to be the guiding principle for framing of all policies and all programs across the departments, and also to break the silos between the departments so that the departments work in synergy, because every goal involves interventions by multiple departments. It is not a one department, one goal kind of thing. So you want all the departments to work in synergy and coordinate with each other to achieve the greater common good. We are very happy that the efforts over the years have ultimately yielded the results. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. I'd actually love to visit and see your center. It probably means I'll take that offline with you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, I request Mr. Ashish Bhargava, IAS Director General and Chief Executive Officer, NADA, to kindly be with us. If we have the presence of Mr. Ashish Bhargava, I request Mr. Ashish to kindly be with us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold SKOCH Award in the category of governance for the organization National Anti-Doping Agency, and the project name is Know Your Medicine Application.
Tell us about
First of all, I'd like to thank the SKOCH Group for giving us this honor. It is more important that when the efforts are recognized at such a forum, the importance of such initiatives as the one I'm going to tell you about increases, and its adoption becomes so much easy in a country like India, which is very vast. So it's very important that initiatives like whichever have preceded this thing and our own organization's initiative are recognized. This is about Know Your Medicine. So it is not me for development of this. I would not take much credit, although I have been now in the organization for last 6 months, but it was conceptualized by my predecessor, Mrs. Ritu Sen, IAS officer, and of course our colleague Rahul and our other teammates. So it is National Anti-Doping Organization is working towards tackling the menace of doping and spreading anti-doping awareness and education, and also seeing that when India is developing in sports, but when we develop clean. We develop in a way that is recognized, and our efforts they both bear fruit at the international forums. Like we are sending our Olympic contingent here. The government and Honorable Prime Minister has aspired, and the country would be hosting Olympics. So for all this, it is essential that our athletes and sports persons stay away from doping and consuming something which contains so-called prohibited substances. Now, the knowledge of these prohibited substances, what you are taking in the form of drugs and medicines, is very limited. How do you check that? We can't be with everybody at all times in a country like India where the population and the number of athletes are so large. So the idea was conceptualized that the technology should be the enabler, and it should give us we should give them a tool where they can, through that tool, they can come to know that when they are taking a drug or a medicine they are consuming, they can come to know whether it contains prohibited substance, prohibited chemical, or it does not contain, and it is safe to take. So this was the idea behind this particular technology initiative which a National Anti-Doping Agency developed. And it's available vastly. It is not only available for only athletes, but it is available for all the people in the country, that they can download it from Google app. It is Know Your Medicine. It gives you, either you can also put the name of the medicine which you are likely to consume or you're thinking of consuming, or you can also take a photograph and put it there. It will give you a pop-up whether it contains a substance which is in the prohibited list, or it does not contain it, it is safe to take. Because prohibited substances are as bad as, you could say, narcotic drugs. And the knowledge and awareness for these substances need to grow many folds in this country to be able to make people aware of how and why they should avoid these things. Not only in sports, but in normal life also. Because it has wide-ranging ramifications and also side effects which can have long-term health consequences. So this initiative is for the people of the country, and I would like to dedicate it, and I would like to thank the group that, like this, when the initiatives like Know Your Medicine are recognized, they have it becomes easier to disseminate them. So thank you so much. And if I'll request Rahul also to say 2 words, because he has been the force behind all this.
He even looks like a sportsman.
Thank you, sir. Very good evening to everybody. I think, more and in various contexts, we've been discussing various sectors. Now, sport is also an enabler when it comes to sustainable development. We've been talking about sustainable development agenda, sustainable development goals. The National Anti-Doping Agency has 3, core concrete concepts within which, framework it operates. We implement, our program through deterrence, by testing people, by managing their results, by, prevention through anti-doping education and awareness, and by, sort of letting people know through technology that this is prohibited and you should not consume, all of these substances. We've been credible, we've been inclusive, and we've been visible through these forums. So I think, I won't, take much of your time. Do check out the Know Your Medicine application, as has been, said by sir, that it is good for each and every person. Do check that the medicines that you're consuming, are they prohibited, or do they, contain any prohibited substance or not? So with this, thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. And with this, may I request Mr. Abhijit Kulkarni, General Manager IT, to kindly be on the stage. If we have Mr. Abhijit Kulkarni with us, I request Mr. Abhijit Kulkarni to kindly be on the stage. I request Mr. Abhijit Kulkarni, ladies and gentlemen, with us to receive the Gold SKOCH Award in the category of infrastructure for his organization, National Highways and Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited, and for the project Infracom.
Tell us about the project.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This award has been given to the project which was conceptualized by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to create a database of a talent pool who work in the domain of road construction and highways and expressways. So the basic aim was to have one place where we can have a pool of all these talented people to be available in the various projects that are being carried out by the ministry. NHIDCL has been the custodian of this web application that has been developed to facilitate that. All the tendering process has been automated on it. All the verification of these skilled
professionals is also being done automated on this platform, as well as to bring in transparency, the ministry felt that we should also have automated technical evaluation, which has also been incorporated on this platform. So, in our public domain, it is one of the major achievements of having a project which will facilitate more transparency and automated processes to be implemented. And I believe for that, we thank SKOCH Group to have awarded us on this project. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, may I please now invite Mr. Yashpal Jagania, Superintendent of Police, Dang. I request Mr. Yashpal Jagania, Superintendent of Police, Dang, to kindly be with us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It's an honor. Sir would be receiving a Gold SKOCH Award in the category of Police and Safety for organization Dang District Police, and the project name is Project Devi. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and put some energy in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Tell us about Project Devi. What does it do?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank SKOCH Group for recognizing our effort. Dang is the smallest district of Gujarat, and it is composed entirely of tribal population. So there have been instances of witch branding, in which a woman would be held responsible for some misfortune in the family or village, and then she would be subjected to physical, mental torture. There have been instances of suicide and murders also. So as a district police, we surveyed all the villages of Dang, and we recognized and identified 64 such ladies who have been subjected to this cruel practice. And then we rescued, rehabilitated them. We also arrange a public felicitation program in which we propose that these women should be identified as Devi, hence the Project Devi. And following this public program, we conducted various large-scale awareness programs in schools and college levels, where we educated youth about abandoning this cruel practice. Also, we collaborated with other government departments, and as these women were living in very poor condition, so we coordinated with other government departments, and we facilitated their benefits of government schemes like PM Ujjwala, then Har Ghar Jal, Ayushman Card, PM Jai. So all these ladies were greatly benefited by this project. So on behalf of all these Devi as well as Gujarat Police, I once again thank SKOCH for recognizing our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Jai Hind. With this, I request Mr. Satyanarayan Sabat, Director General Police, UP Prison, to kindly be with us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be giving the Gold SKOCH Awards for Police and Safety. Mr. Satyanarayan Sabat, Director General Police, UP Prison. Ladies and gentlemen, the organization is Prison Administration and Reform Services, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and the project name is Reformation, Rehabilitate and Reintegration of Prisoners.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, again, I am extremely thankful to SKOCH Group for recognizing our efforts all over the states, in all the prisons of Uttar Pradesh. The Uttar Pradesh government is committed, as I told earlier, for making the jails a reformation house, to have better skill development, to have many initiatives which can help them in their future life to reintegrate themselves and to rehabilitate themselves in the society. We had started a series of programs in all the 73 prisons of Uttar Pradesh in 2023 and 24. Some of the initiatives I'm telling in very brief. Number one, we called it Each One, Teach One. A prisoner who is highly educated will teach a less educated prisoner inside. Of course, we have teachers and we had schools inside the prisons as well. Then we had programs like Best Out of Waste. You know, even the blankets which are torn, they were stitched together, and cows were used, cow coats were made out of that, and it was appreciated by Government of India also. We had started Green Jail, Clean Jail. We had started a program, One Jail, One Product, for the skill development of the prisoners. And they were into a scheme, earn while you learn. They were learning certain skills and they were earning also for themselves. So all these new programs were started, and I am extremely thankful. And Uttar Pradesh government had given me the opportunity to head the jails in 2023-24, and we are recognized by SKOCH Group. I'm extremely thankful for this. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Jai Hind. With this, may I please call upon stage Mr. Ajay Prakash Kumar, Director. Mr. Ajay Prakash Kumar, Gujarat Energy Development Agency, if he is here. I request Mr. Arun Kumar Chaudhary, Chief Engineer, System Operation, to kindly be with us. Mr. Arun Kumar Chaudhary, Chief Engineer, Bihar State Power Transmission Company Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, we are giving away the Gold SKOCH Award in the category of Power and Energy, and the project name is SAMAST, Organization Bihar State Power Transmission Company Limited.
Our MD sir has conveyed his sincere gratitude to SKOCH Group for recognizing state transmission utility at this platform. I think BSPTC is the first state utility in Eastern region who has recognized at this SKOCH platform, and our project SAMAST is implemented in the state load dispatch center. It has roped in all the RE generators, thermal generators, DISCOM, and transmission utilities. With the help of SAMAST, we are in a position to schedule all the energies being declared by generators, and we schedule as per their declared capacity and ensure uninterrupted and quality power to all the consumers in Bihar. It's a great effort by our CMD sir, who funded this through our internal resource fund. We did not wait for PSDF fund, and we implemented in Bihar through our fund. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, now I request Mr. Vivekananda Rai, IRS Director of Tourism, Jammu, to kindly be with us on stage. If we have Mr. Vivekananda Rai among us. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Rajesh Lakhani, Additional Chief Secretary, Chairman cum Managing Director, to kindly be with us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Rajesh Lakhani ji to kindly be with us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Gold Award for Power and Energy, and the organization is Tamil Nadu Generation and Distribution Corporation Limited, for their project Digital Transformation of DISCOM's Commercial Operations under Smart Metering Project.
Tell us about the project.
My CMD, Mr. Rajesh Lakhani, is not participated in the program. On behalf of him, I am receiving this award. So I am very much appreciate that SKOCH Group has done a wonderful job. We are implementing our smart meter scheme at Chennai, T Nagar area at a cost of rupees 80 crores. Now we are going to implement this project throughout Tamil Nadu, subsequently, very shortly.
Congratulations again.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. R.K. Jha, Joint Mission Director. Mr. R.K. Jha, sir, Joint Mission Director, Chhattisgarh State Rural Livelihoods Mission, organization name. We are giving Gold SKOCH Award for the Rural Development category. Mr. R.K. Jha would be receiving this award. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for their project Transformation of Lives, the Changing Era of PVTGS.
कुछ बताएंगे प्रोजेक्ट?
Thank you.
I, on the behalf of Chhattisgarh Rural Livelihood Mission, thanks the organizers for awarding us. This is award for our efforts in bringing primitive tribals into mainstream of society, for making them aware of their rights and entitlements so that they can have Aadhaar card, Ration card, and Ayushman card, and helping them in earning a decent living. We are also trying to provide them enabling environment for so that they are earn their livelihood in that the enabling environment that is in sync with their tradition and cultures. In this way, we have been able to benefit around 9,000 PVTs family. And also I like to thank our mission director and principal secretary ma'am, all the officers who have collaborated us in this effort. And I have with us Alice Lakada, CEO of the department. Will you like to say anything?
Very thanks to SKOCH Group. And in the mornings, Samir sir, you had mentioned that there's no ministry for social development. I am very happy to inform that under Ministry of Rural Development, under NRLM, that's the National Rural Livelihood Mission, we have a dedicated thematic for social inclusion and social development. And under that thematic, we had taken up this project for the particularly vulnerable tribal groups. And first, we worked for their social inclusion, and then working on their food, nutrition, health and wash, and gender issues, and then taking them further for financial inclusion, where we try to connect them with bank linkages and credit support for our enterprises. And next was linking them with livelihood opportunities, which are on farm livelihood or off-farm or non-farm livelihoods, and then eventually trying to graduate them to Lakpatis. I'm very happy to inform the House that we have at least 362 Lakpati PVTG's households from Chhattisgarh, and that was in the status of January. We're still counting. And yeah, so with through NRLM, our vision is to transforming their lives and bringing them as the change agents. And many of them, our basic strength was we developed cadres. Because NRLM works through self-help groups, women self-help groups. So we developed the cadres from the PVTG community itself. So they were very facilitating into the conversation and communicating about the government schemes to the PVTG communities. So our vision would be कि छत्तीसगढ़ में या जो PVTG community जो particularly vulnerable tribal groups होते हैं, हिंदी में जिनको विशिष्ट पिछड़ी जनजाति कहा जाता है, our vision would be to transform them into विशिष्ट तगड़ी जनजाति समूह. So with your support, we'll be taking it forward.
Thank you so much, and with this I request Mr. R.K. Jha to kindly be with us for 1 more minute. We have another gold award for you, sir, in the same category of rural development, and this is for Chhattisgarh Rajya Ajivika Samvardhan Samiti, ladies and gentlemen, for the project Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushalya Yojana.
Again, on the behalf of Chhattisgarh Rural Livelihood Mission, I thank the organizer. This is an award for our unique initiative taken by us. We have established call center and migration support centers at prominent towns like Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and Hyderabad. And these migration support centers are for students during their training and after the training when they get their employment. In addition to that, we established bio bubble during the COVID time, so that the classes may remain continue. We have established dedicated portal for employers so that they can post their requirement there for especially DDU GKY students. And also we have established WhatsApp chat box for dissemination of information. In this way, we have been able to provide employment for 40,000 rural youth in providing training them in various trades. And for this, I would like to thank our mission director and our principal secretary ma'am and all the partners like students, like PIAs, like the employers and other co-partners for helping them so that we have been able to achieve this award. Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, I request once again Mr. Vivekananda Rai, if he is with us. Mr. Vivekananda Rai. I request Dr. Gagan Dr. Gagan, if you are with us, Dr. Gagan, Managing Director. This is for the category of warehousing. We are giving the Scotch Gold Award for Bihar State Warehousing Corporation for their project Warehouse Management Software e-Bhandaran. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Gagan, Managing Director, Bihar State Warehousing Corporation with us for the project Warehouse Management Software e-Bhandaran. This is our Gold Scotch Award, ladies and gentlemen, in the category of warehousing.
My sincere thanks to all of you, first of all, for staying so long in this house, this august house. First of all, it forces me to ask you to clap for yourself, because you have been sitting here for since long. And now my sincere gratitude to the SKOCH Group for an independent, transparent selection process, and then selecting us for this award. So far as e-Bhandaran is concerned, it is a very comprehensive system. The system is end-to-end encrypted. We have not only stacking, fumigation, but the process, all the activities of warehouse is covered under this system. First of all, the payment in, then payment out. But in between, all the activities like stacking, fumigation, infestation, everything is done online. It has helped us to maintain accountability. It has increased the transparency in the system, stopped leakage, and most importantly, in a state like Bihar and Jharkhand, I would say Bihar State Warehousing Corporation is the oldest, one of the oldest state warehousing corporation, but was the first to adopt this system. And this warehousing, it extends up to the state of Jharkhand also. We look after Bihar and Jharkhand both. And as you know, it is a disaster-prone state, as well as we have a vast expanse. So to monitor the whole thing was a problem, and particularly during pandemic, this system was our predecessor, Sri Asutosh Verma Sahab, he adopted this system, but was lying untouched. When I joined a year back, we started the training, and after the training of the people, we have almost now covered all the godowns, all the private partners, multi-stakeholders have joined in, and our profits has also increased. So it's a process of doing business with each. Thank you so much, Scotch. Thank you very much, everyone. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. और इसी के साथ मैं मिस्टर अनुराग श्रीवास्तव, मिशन डायरेक्टर, और साथ ही डॉक्टर बालकर सिंह, प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर से निवेदन करूंगी कि वो मंच पर आएं. आई रिक्वेस्ट Mr. Anurag Srivastava, Mission Director, and Dr. Balkar Singh, Project Director, to kindly join us on the stage and receive Gold Scotch Award for the category of water. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for the organization Department of Namami Gange and Rural Water Supply, Government of Uttar Pradesh, for their project Namami Gange State Mission for Clean Ganga.
Thanks a lot. This is regarding the regenerating of river Ganga. We are all aware that Ganga basin, this is one of the biggest basin in terms of density of population and fertility also. Almost 600 million people, just to give an idea about the quantum numbers, almost 600 million people are dependent upon the Ganga basin, out of which 150 million get their livelihood directly from this Ganga basin. And we are concerned about the regeneration of the rivers of River Ganga and its tributaries also, which comprise the northern plateau basically, alluvial plain. So the Ganga has total length of 2,500 kilometers, out of which 1,020 kilometers passes through UP itself, 28 districts of UP, and almost 6,000 million liters sewage passes through Ganga per day that has to be treated. We have done sufficient efforts for cleaning of this thing, and most of the river had either been cleaned or the STPs are in progress, and no STPs, no sewage shall be falling after December 24, because the STPs are in progress. So that much we have done with the effort of everybody, with the cooperation of everybody. But I should say that this mission is not regarding cleaning or technical efforts only. This is regarding an entire ecosystem. We are providing, this includes providing afforestation, providing ecosystem, providing zero budget farming. All these things are part of this thing, and it's a big effort, and we are doing this thing. Similarly, the industrial effluent also has to be stopped. That is also in progress. That is in brief about this thing. I should say that I was only one cog in the wheel in this effort, and my entire team, headed by Mr. Balkar Singh, which is MD, who was MD at that time with me, and the support of our Honorable Chief Minister, Prime Minister, sir, and we have been able to do this thing. आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे बलकार जी?
First of all, thanks to SKOCH Group for recognizing our efforts to clean Ganga Ji. As sir has explained in detail, so now we are in a situation to treat out of 5,500 MLD sewerage, 4,200 MLD sewerage every day. And now this dissolved oxygen level, that is very important indicator for survival of aquatic flora and fauna. So earlier it was around 6 on an average, it has reached around 9. And in the most polluted stretch in Kanpur, earlier it was 3, now we have crossed it 6. So that is the improvement where we can see even river in Banaras and other places, we can see the Gangetic dolphins we can spot. Thank you. And with our efforts, we will be able to give clean water in coming Mahakumbh in January 2025. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। और इसी के साथ अब मैं हमारे प्लैटिनम स्कॉच अवार्ड्स की तरफ अग्रसर होती हूँ। हमारे इस बार 2 प्लैटिनम अवार्ड्स हैं। मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ मिस चांदनी सिंह, एडिशनल कमिश्नर को। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस चांदनी सिंह, मिस चांदनी सिंह। Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Platinum Scotch Award in the category of Revenue for Organization State Tax Department, Uttar Pradesh, for the project AI-based return scrutiny notices.
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद पूरे स्कॉच ग्रुप को। आदरणीय चीफ मिनिस्टर सर के नेतृत्व में और उनके विजनरी लीडरशिप में और हमारे एसीएस सर नितिन रमेश गोकर्ण सर के लीडरशिप में हमने इस प्रोजेक्ट को स्टार्ट किया था पिछले वर्ष। मैडम मिनिस्ट्रियस थी उस समय हमारी कमिश्नर, उनके नेतृत्व में जब ये प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट हुआ हम लोगों ने स्क्रैच से स्टार्ट किया था। हमारे पास कोई क्लू नहीं था कि जीएसटी के इतने सारे लाखों रिटर्न्स आ रहे हैं, इनकी हम स्क्रूटनी कैसे करेंगे। शुरुआती वर्षों में तमाम गलतियां हुई थी जीएसटी रिटर्न्स में, उनमें हम सुधार कैसे लाएंगे और जो रेवेन्यू के लीकेज हुए हैं उनको कैसे पकड़ेंगे। लेकिन मैम के नेतृत्व में हमने इस प्रोजेक्ट को स्टार्ट किया और 1 साल के अंदर हमने इसमें इतनी सफलता पाई, लगभग 25 लाख रिटर्न्स हमने स्क्रूटनाइज किए एआई के माध्यम से विदाउट एनी ह्यूमन इंटरफेरेंस। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इसमें किसी भी तरीके से मैनुअल इंटरफेरेंस नहीं हुआ है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी पूरी तरीके से रही है। जो एआई बेस्ड नोटिसेज जनरेट हुई उनको हमने भेजा, उनकी रिप्लाई मिली हमें, और आपको जानकर बड़ी खुशी होगी कि विद इन अ शॉर्ट स्पान ऑफ 1 ईयर वी हैव जनरेटेड रेवेन्यू ऑफ मोर देन 1000 करोड़। ये चीज़ हमारी अचीवमेंट रही है। और आज हमारे कमिश्नर नितिन बंसल सर हैं, उनके नेतृत्व में हम आगे और काम करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारे साथ हमारे कोलीग जॉइंट कमिश्नर प्रकाश यादव जी हैं, और अब इस पूरे प्रोसेस को जीएसटीएन ने भी अडॉप्ट करने की सोच रखी है, और आने वाले समय में हो सकता है कि पूरे ऑल ओवर इंडिया द सेम प्रोसेस में बी रेप्लिकेटेड। थैंक यू स्कॉच।
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, we are moving ahead. Last but not the least, may I please call upon stage Dr. Indu Kumar, National Coordinator, Diksha, NCERT. Dr. Indu Kumar, National Coordinator, Diksha, NCERT. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Platinum SKOCH Award in the category of e-governance और ये दिया जाता है डिजिटल इंडिया कॉरपोरेशन मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी को उनके प्रोजेक्ट डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फॉर नॉलेज शेयरिंग वी कॉल इट दीक्षा.
First of all, I would like to thank organizers of SKOCH Awards for conferring these awards to us. I am Professor Indu Kumar from Central Institute of Educational Technology, CIET NCRT, and Digital India Corporation is our technology partner for this particular initiative, which is called Diksha, Digital Infrastructure for Knowledge Sharing. So we call this as digital infrastructure because it has been envisaged as one nation, one digital platform to deliver everything which relates to education. Currently, Diksha carries around 3.51 lakhs digital content with our curriculum aligned, and we also have 17.7 crore course enrollments on Diksha, and up till now 14.2 crore course completions are there on Diksha. So it has been envisaged as one nation, one digital platform, wherein it has been carried and managed by at national level, but all these states and union territories are also tenants on Diksha. So like that, it is a federated platform for addressing convergence and efforts, because there are a lot of wastage in human resource and financial resource when it comes to parallelly taking up different initiatives towards the same direction. So in that context, Diksha is very relevant, because all the tenants which are there on Diksha, they can use Diksha in any which manner they want to use it, keeping in view their local specific needs. And we have a robust dashboard also. We have recently developed a robust dashboard wherein we can see analytics, near to real-time analytics of all the use cases like user metrics, usage metrics, content metrics, and also course metrics. So we can get all these analytics in real time also on Diksha. We are also into developing personalized adaptive learning platforms on Diksha so that students can learn on their own pace. Especially I would like to mention that during the time of pandemic, Diksha has bridged the learning gaps of billions of its stakeholders, like students, teachers, parents, and educators. So the usage of Diksha during pandemic was tremendous, and we can bridge the learning gap among students during that time. So these are a few accomplishments of Diksha, but if you explore Diksha, just see its dashboard, you would be able to see the tremendous popularity of this particular projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude 98th SKOCH Summit.
Just one more line. I would also like to congratulate, and on behalf of our Joint Director CIT, Professor Amrendra Behra, like to thank SKOCH Group for conferring us this award, because in his able leadership, we are able to reach out to the entire population of this country for educational endeavor. Thank you.
Congratulations. So as you can notice, अब मैं बुढ़ा हो गया. 98th conference, for the first time in my life, 98th conference, I needed a chair because there were too many awards. So long, yes. So thank you for being with us today, and see you for the 99th, for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we conclude the 98th SKOCH Summit, and congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all our esteemed speakers, at the same time our exponents who are present here of various fields. आप सबसे दोबारा ज़रूर मिलेंगे. तब तक के लिए नमस्कार, शुभ रात्रि, जय हिंद.